Sprout Scout by Miles Prower 06. Something on your mind, Deputy? You seem distracted. Sheriff Hitch told his underling as they walked together out of the Maritime Bay Sheriff's Department. Huh? Oh yeah, it's been an interesting couple of weeks, that's for sure. Sprout replied as they stepped into the evening air. Yup, I'm guessing Maritime Bay is going through quite a few changes, not to mention quite a few traffic jams as Cantalogic pulls up all those unicorn capture pads. Then we'll have to patch over all these holes, Hitch said as he turned to put the key in the door and gave it one whole turn, locking the dimmed office up for the evening. Hey Hitch, I need some advice, Sprout said as Hitch removed the key and turned back to the street intersection. Oh, about what? Hitch asked as he deposited the front door key into his saddlebag. Well, how do you start talking to a mare? Like, one that you're interested in, Sprout said, his cheeks turning red, getting a bit of a pink tint to them as his gaze fell to the ground. Oh, so you need dating advice, eh? Not sure how much help I can be there, Sprout. Haven't really been making much of an effort in that department myself, Maritime Bay's sheriff replied. Sprout deadpanned at that response, as if Hitch even needed to put in an effort with that calendar that he had put out at the end of last year. Did he seriously not see all the mares practically tripping over their hooves as they stared longingly at him on the walk to work each morning? So who is she? Do I know her? Hitch asked. Who doesn't know you in this town, boss? A nice try, but I don't want you to try to get to her first, Sprout told him. Come on now, I wouldn't do that to you, Sprout, even after everything that's happened. But fine, if you don't want to let me know, I'll go ahead and respect that. It's not like I've got my eye on any pony anyways. So, the most important part is to be yourself. If you like this girl and you want her to like you, you shouldn't put on any kind of mask or facade. Show her who you really are, the suave stallion told him. Honestly, Hitch, I'm not sure how good of an idea that is. Most of Maritime Bay is currently changing who they really are. Myself most of all, Sprout countered. The memories of being the ringleader in their 15-minute warpath was already unpleasant to him, and he figured that was a good thing. It showed he was already changing mentally and getting rid of years' worth of racial bias. Well, in that case, without specifics, which I'm okay with, just tell her how you really feel and mentally embrace the pony that you want to change into. And in these changing times, I'll say to be confident, but be ready to accept rejection. Regardless of how you feel, if she doesn't feel the same way, that's where it has to end. Stalking isn't attractive to any pony, Hitch told him matter-of-factly. Sprout resisted deadpanning again. You might want to tell that to half of the mares that oogle you on their patrol routes every single day there, boss, he thought to himself. Heck, some of the fan mail that he received at the station every week almost certainly qualified as stalking. So, you gonna go home and practice in front of a mirror or something? Hitch told him as he glanced around the street in the direction of his house. Nah, if I did that, I don't think I'd stop until it was perfect. I'm just gonna make it from the heart and see what happens, Sprout told him. Well, alright then, best of luck. I'll see you at work in the morning, Deputy, Hitch said, giving him a curt nod before trotting off down the street. Sprout took a deep breath before heading in the opposite direction, towards the coast. The night air was cool and crisp, and the brightest part of town this time of night was still the Cantalogic factory, even with half of the lights dimmed or turned off for the reduced third shift that went through the night. It was undergoing heavy restructuring as they had suddenly stopped production of virtually all of their anti-unicorn and Pegasus products. Maritime Bay didn't have much of a nightlife, and almost all of the businesses in town closed at the same time as the precinct closed up for the evening. A few ponies still mingled on the walks and streets, either on their way home or finishing up a late dinner. He made his way to the southwest outskirts of town, to where Maritime Bay's lighthouse was currently undergoing repairs. The residence of one Sunny Star Scout, activist and catalyst of Equestria's current reunification. Taking another deep breath, he trotted up the hill towards the structure, and saw dim lighting coming from the ground floor windows. He steadied his breathing, and stepped up to the front door, which had been repaired. Taking one last breath, he raised his hoof and knocked on the front door, and waited. He heard muffled hoof steps come towards him. A moment before, the front door opened, revealing Sunny Star Scout. "Oh, hey Sprout. Awfully late for a house call, isn't it? Is everything alright? What can I do for you?" Sunny Star Scout asked as she looked at the stone as he ran his hoof over his blonde, slicked back mane. Hey there, Sunny. I just wanted to apologise again for what I did to your home. I wanted you to know that I've volunteered to help the construction team help out with the repairs," Sprout told her as he began to tap at the ground with his left foot. "Thanks, Sprout. It'll be nice to have this place completely livable again. I've been sleeping on the couch because I can't really go upstairs. But it should go faster with unicorn help. In fact, everything but the third floor is just about done. All they have to do is seal the ceiling up before working on the top of the tower." Sprout smiled, then took a deep breath. "And listen, I was wondering if you wanted to go to a movie sometime, maybe this weekend. We could go see Harry Trotter. Tickets are on me. What do you say?" Sprout asked her with a smile. Sunny gave the red stone a gentle smile. "Oh, Sprout. No." "What? But I thought..." "No." In Her Eyes by Tirimsil. And here it is! "Oh!" Pip cooed and then squealed. She set down her box cutter and finished pulling the white cat ears headset out of the pink box with white ribbons, beaming and holding it up next to her head, on which an identical pair sat. "Oh, these are so hard to find! This pair's wearing out. It's so dope to have a spare ready." She looked over her chat to catch up on what they'd been talking about for the 5 or 10 minutes she'd struggled with Schrodinger's cat ears headset.
"The chat room is currently in VIP only mode. Number 1 Pipsqueak 666.
Those give you the poops.
Notice me send Pip.
Ew.
Miss Blue Hair.
You sure run a lot of ads, Pip.
Miss Blue Hair.
No 1 Pipsqueak 666. Ew.
Hailstorm.
I ate 100. I was fine. What? Pip wrinkled her nose. What are you guys talking about? Grody. She blinked, glancing back at the box of candy she'd opened 10 minutes earlier. Oh, you mean the gummy bears? Sip, you were not fine. I'm not gonna eat those anyway.
Hailstorm.
I was after I pooped. Pip delicately cleared her throat. So, I think that's the last box. Oh crud. I smacked the camera while I was messing with the box. Hang on. She leaned forward to adjust her camera, her face getting a bit close, distorting her face and enlarging her nose like a photobombing cat. How's that? Wait, no. Why does this always happen? Don't mind me. Professional streamer here, a princess, can't get her stupid camera straight. There. As she stepped back to verify her new camera angle, Pip barely, just barely, froze for a split second when she checked the chat again.
Number 1 Pipsqueak 666.
Her eye changed colour?
Notice me send Pip.
Eyes were yellow yesterday, green now. Chroma glitch?
Hailstorm.
Yeah, they always do that.
Hailstorm.
Her eyes change every 2-3 days. She relaxed thanks to her sister's immediate deflection. Sunny had asked her about it too. That was a problem. Hitch was surprisingly gullible for an officer of the law, but Sunny didn't buy the whole "my eyes change colour every 2 to 3 days" argument. In truth, eye colour only changed like that with aging. From a baby to a foal, and from a young mare to a hag. It wasn't so rapid. Sunny was too smart, and the only thing that stopped her from calling her out on it was that Sunny was also really polite. But she was also a little bit particular about things like that, and Pip would need a better excuse before Sunny pulled an Izzy on her and exposed her in public. Or else just come clean and hope she could keep a secret. She smiled and batted her lashes with a coy smile. "You guys are pervs, noticing a silly thing like my eyes changing colour. Who does that anyway? That's the last box for today. Anything else before I sign off?" She yawned. "I'm a little tired."
Number 1 Pipsqueak 666.
That's so cool. Is she part breezy?
Miss Blue Hair.
But her sparkle's the same.
Hailstorm.
WTD are you talking about?
Hailstorm.
You can see that online?
Miss Blue Hair.
Happy birthday, Pip!
Number 1 Pipsqueak 666.
What's sparkle? Pip had a proper, in-person birthday party with her family already, of course, but it was her habit to open the presents on stream. Whoa, you can... Pip bolt. Is my sparkle visible on camera?
Notice me send Pip.
Happy birthday, Pip!
Miss Blue Hair.
Wait,
Notice me send Pip.
like a hippie aura?
Number 1 Pipsqueak 666.
Happy birthday, Pip!
Miss Blue Hair.
No, I can't, never mind.
Hailstorm.
You are crazy, ILU.
Hailstorm.
Happy birthday, sis.
Notice me send Pip.
At Miss Blue Hair. Are you a Unicron? Pip gave a little smile.
Miss Blue Hair.
Who's Ilu? Her smile widened. Ilu. Moonbow was a treasure. Thanks, guys. She yawned again. CMO. That night, Pip inevitably began the slow, anxious process of making sure every electronic device in her suite was off. She shuddered, giving one more glance over her shoulder before she fearfully poked her head into her restroom, scanning the room. No cell phones or tripods in here. She was very thorough about removing them after her bath streams. She left out her breath, finally relaxing. She removed her tiara, shaking her hair loose. She kicked off her golden slippers and stepped into the shower with her birthday oils. For someone who gave the outward impression of a spoiled, attention-seeking brat, she was uncharacteristically paranoid about leaving her feeds on when she didn't mean to. After all, she couldn't bear to let them see her secret. She'd already been caught with the strings attached and outed as a twin soul. If this got out, she'd be ruined. The royal family could be exiled and shunned. Good thing Big Sis always had her back. Pale Storm could misdirect as easily as she breathed. She left the shower and gently patted herself with her nice, new Phoenix down towel, wrapping the second around her head. With the towel around herself, she walked up to the mirror and paused for a few seconds too long. Her eyes closed, breathing in slowly. She exhaled and opened her eyes. Grey, for she'd left her contacts at her bedside. She couldn't very well take them into the shower. The prescriptions cost a fortune. Couldn't get those as a birthday present. Grey. She trembled despite the warmth of the Phoenix down. These were someone else's eyes, a rock farmer, a warrior from over the sea, a stormy god come to claim the kingdom as his own, not a little pink princess. Her wings fluttered. Those grey eyes began to water. Mum and Zip got teal. They didn't belong on her small body, against her warm coat, under her purple curls. His were grey. She jerked her gaze away from the mirror. Dad's were grey. She waited there until her body and hair were dry and warm. Then, as she'd done 1,000 times before, she tossed her towels into the laundry basket, shuffled out of the restroom, and fell into bed with her cheeks still wet, her heart still cold, and someone else forever memorialized in her eyes. This is How a Unicorn Thinks by Casket Base 77. The beads on the ceiling spinner went round and round, always moving but never getting anywhere. Izzy stared upwards from the couch, anxiously drumming her forehooves on the floor. Then she shifted position to anxiously drum her hinds instead. Some pony was breathing heavy through her nose, and because she lived alone, Izzy concluded that the nose breather was her. The job she had to do was simple. Only little ponies felt afraid to do simple stuff, and Izzy wasn't little, right? Right? Well, she hadn't measured herself in a while, nor stood next to another unicorn to compare. Not since she was still young enough to know for a fact how little she was. So much for simple stuff. A tea kettle whistled from the other room, loud enough to make her thoughts seem quiet in comparison. Izzy bolted to the kitchen and was soon examining her stash of dippy bags. There were many, too many. She was only one pony with one kettle. Chamomile flavour? No, that's for bedtime, not going out time. Lemon? No, Izzy didn't need sour on top of stress. She chose one with no label. Uncertainty can be fun sometimes, right? Right? Horn into the bag into the mug. The label lacking tea sat stewing, and so did Izzy. Just popping in for a mail call. Anything cool coming down the pipe, Hardwater? Stop coming in here, Isabel. If any letter is addressed to you, it's placed in your drop box at the end of your property. Oh yeah, absolutely. But I was free today and this is the closest building to where I live, so I figured I'd check out what everyone else is up to. Maybe make chit chat with the local plugged in postmaster pony? There's a bulletin board out front with all the planned town events for the next month on it. Yeah, I saw that. It's blank and no one was nearby, so... If it's blank, then there are no planned town events for the next month. Oh. I don't see any saddlebags on you, Isabel. Can I assume that you don't have any goods you want to drop off? I don't. And you aren't here to buy another ad space in the back of the local paper? Well, I guess I'd need money to do that, right? And seeing as none of my crafts from the last ad got any buyers... Are you here for any real reason? Do I need a real reason to just make small talk? Yes, you do. Oh. Goodbye, Isabel. Right. Sorry. Goodbye, I guess. Last week's exchange at the post office hadn't gone at all like Izzy wanted. Never mind that it ended up being the longest conversation she'd had in months. The other unicorns didn't like her. Izzy was mature enough to admit that. But they didn't seem to like most things. Izzy liked most things. She liked the way the rain sounded and the sun felt. She liked the music that came out of glass bottles when she blew on them just right. She liked foraging the forest floor for the straighter sticks to make more crafts, because maybe, just maybe, she'd eventually make something that would get a reaction from another pony. Some days her searches found more than just sticks. A certain search this morning had found a lot more than just sticks, for better or worse. Horn in the mug. bag out of the mug, bag into the trash can, with a couple open and shuts on the lid, not for any reason other than to fill the house with a few seconds of sound. Yes, Izzy did like most things, but quiet wasn't one of them. In fact, I hate quiet. Izzy buried her shameful muzzle into her mug, pretending as hard as she could that those awful nasty words didn't just come out of her. She shivered, which was odd because she didn't feel cold at all. Izzy was not a bad pony. The other unicorns didn't like her, and that didn't make her a bad pony, right? She hated a thing, but that didn't make her a bad pony, right? Right? Izzy sipped her tea, then she gulped it. Isabel Moonbow chugged and chugged her mug until there was nothing left in it. The mystery dippy bag had definitely had a taste, but Izzy didn't recognise it. If she had a friend with their own cup, maybe she could have told her what the taste was. They'd swig from their own drink, share jokes as well as tea, point to the home decor all around, and compliment all the hard work Izzy clearly put into making her house feel like a home. But Izzy's house didn't feel like a home, and she didn't have any pony to share her afternoon with. Izzy had her empty mailbox, and the quiet and too many tea bags, and the quiet and the ceiling spinner whose beads never went anywhere, and that lantern from the woods yesterday, and the note that was attached to it, and the quiet. Izzy had lots of things, but she didn't have any friends. Not in Bridalwood. Though if the lantern note was telling the truth, she had friends in Maritime Bay. Izzy rinsed her mug out in the sink. Where was Maritime Bay? Absolutely no clue. Izzy dried her mug with a towel she'd crocheted herself. How many friends did she have there? No clue there either. Izzy put away her cup and stepped back, seeing how spotless the kitchen was, like no pony lived there. Izzy ate and slept, but did she really live? Izzy was tired of having to answer her own unspoken questions all the time. It twisted her tea-filled stomach into knots. The thought of going out to search for the lantern's origin all by herself. But even worse was the thought of staying here, in this cottage, all by herself, possibly forever. The slam of plywood on the drywood told Izzy she'd left her house and was trudging out of Bridalwood Forest. She blinked at the sunlight before noticing the quiet all around was being filled with the eager thumps of her own hoof steps. Then her rhythm sped up as trees thinned. Across the open plains, Izzy was galloping for all she was worth, legs pumping like pistons as her uncombed mane trailed behind. She wasn't a bead on a ceiling spinner or an ignored ad in the newspaper. She was Izzy Moonbow, the grinning, laughing, hopeful unicorn. And she had friends waiting in Maritime Bay. How to Throw Yourself at the Ground and Miss by Axolotl222. The sculpture wiped the sweat off her brow, letting out a satisfied sigh. She took a step back, then turned to address her queen. "Well," she said with a polite grin, gesturing towards the bust she had finished. "What do you think?" Queen Haven placed a hoof on her chin as she inspected the statue. She said, frowning in thought. "This is absolutely terrible." She then pointed an accusatory hoof at the bust. No, literally everything about this is wrong. Is this even supposed to be me? I mean, just look at that chin. That is way too bulbous for me. I'm much prettier than that. Meanwhile, 2 of the royal guards stood by, keeping a silent vigil over the courtyard as their queen continued her art critiques. While at least one of them was, the other was snickering to himself, his phone tucked under his wing, in a way he thought was stealthy. He stopped laughing, however, once the guard's mare beside stepped on his hoof. "Put that away, cadet," Zoom said, keeping her gaze locked straight ahead. Thunder let out a grunt of pain. "Oh, come on," he said. "I was just checking it real quick." "Not interested in excuses." "But..." "Not interested." Thunder pouted, but put his phone away as told. As he slid back into attention, however, he spotted something out the corner of his eye. He pointed with a hoof. Zoom? I think we have a problem." Zoom followed his gaze, her eyes widening. She spun around, running over to the Queen. Your Majesty, you're..." "Not now, Zap," Haven said without looking at her. "Zoom, whatever. I told you I am not to be interrupted during queenly business." But... And look at this. You know my nose doesn't look like that. Were you even paying attention?" "Look!" Zoom shouted. Haven spun around to reprimand her, but stopped when she saw the 2 of them gesturing towards something off in the distance. She squinted, curious. Haven saw the tower where her daughter slept. Nothing unusual. That is, until she noticed that a window several stories off the ground had a small white filly leaning out of it. "Zephyrina!" Zip was sitting in the windowsill, wingtip in her mouth as she took in the view. She was wearing a cobalt blue hoodie with a yellow lightning bolt crudely painted on the front, along with a pair of swimming goggles on her forehead. She moved her wing from her mouth, carefully extending her primaries into the air.
"Alright, no wind. You know what that means."
Zip turned towards her sister, who was sitting in her crib, engrossed in the task of stacking blocks. When she realised Zip was looking at her, she gave her a nearly toothless smile. She then clapped her hooves together with a giggle.
"That's right, little Pip,"
Zip said, affectionately running a hoof through her hair.
"Your big sister's gonna be the first Pegasus to fly in thousands of moons."
Zip then pulled her goggles down before leaning out the window.
"Hear that, Equestria? I'm gonna fly."
"Zephyrina!"
"Oh, hi, Mummy."
Haven skipped to a halt just below the tower, with Zoom and Thunder in tow. "What are you doing? You get down from there this instant!"
"But, Mummy, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna fly just like you said I could."
Zip said with a grin so large it could be seen from the ground. "Zephyrina, you get down here this instant before you hurt yourself."
"Silly, Mummy. I'll be fine. I did the math."
Zip said proudly. "Enough of this nonsense! Zephyrina, you cannot fly!"
"But, Mummy, you told me I could do it."
Zip pouted. "I said no such thing."
"You told me I could do it as long as I didn't give up."
Haven stuttered as the memory came back to her. "Well, I suppose..."
"And didn't you say I should never give up on my dreams? That I need to live life to the fullest?"
"Well, you see, what I meant was..." Haven frantically looked back and forth between Zoom and Thunder, silently pleading for help. Zip?" Zoom cautiously asked. "You see, your mother was..." "Lying?" Thunder added. Zoom and Haven both turned to glare at Thunder before looking back to Pip. The filly slowly frowned.
"Oh,
She said, disappointed.
so, dreams don't really come true then?
"Usually, no."
Even with lots of hard work?"
Thunder swallowed. "No, not really."
"So life is just biding your time till death comes and sends you into an eternal nothingness?"
"Kinda,"
"Huh."
Zip said, leaning away from the window. The 3 let out a collective sigh of relief. "Oh, thank goodness!" Haven said.
Wait,
Zip said. Queen Haven froze.
if life is meaningless,
She continued.
but we only get one chance at it, then I better make the most of it.
Oh no, Thunder said. She's full of unyielding optimism again. Zip then leapt off the windowsill.
I'm a wonderbolt!
No! Haven wailed. She collapsed onto the ground, burning her face into her hooves. A million thoughts raced to her head. How could this have happened? Why didn't she put a safety latch on the window? Why didn't she station a guard outside her bedroom? Why didn't... The Queen's musings were interrupted by the sound of a filly laughing.
Look at me, Mummy, I'm doing it!
Cautiously, Haven looked up. Her eyes widened. I don't believe it, she heard Zoom say. Zephyrini, She's gliding, Thunder finished for her. Wow, I've never seen a filly able to glide like that before, Zoom added. Zip landed in the courtyard with a
Yippee!
She then turned and ran towards her mother.
Mummy, Mummy!
Zip said, practically vibrating with excitement.
Did you see me? I did it! I flew, just like you said I could.
Mummy, why are you crying? Haven wiped her eyes. Oh, Zip, she said, pulling her into a hug. You are so grounded. I'm Looking Out For You by Admiral Producer. March 18, 2021. Dear Diary, my name is Hitch. This is my first entry. Sunny suggested that I keep a diary. I don't know why. She doesn't have one, and I don't know how to write these, but I'll try for her sake. So, about me. I'm the sheriff of Maritime Bay, and Sunny's best friend. In fact, I'm her only friend. Sunny. She's always so optimistic that she can change things here in Maritime Bay, make every pony get along, and prove a point to our system, which is inherently Earth pony centric. I don't know what the other races are like. I've never seen them. But from what I've heard about them, I feel Sunny is going to get herself either killed or something much worse should she keep this up. She's my only real friend here in this town, and I'm all she's got. I don't think she truly understands how dangerous this world really is. I don't know why I'm talking about this now. I feel like a first entry should be more optimistic. But I have to get this off my chest. So, here it goes. So, I guess I should start at the beginning, huh? Well, I met Sunny in history class. I think it was like 4th grade. Well, it was like something clicked between us. I understood her and she understood me. We became best friends quite quickly. Right away, I realized she was different than the other ponies. Mum told me that was a red flag, but I didn't listen. She would oftentimes call the teacher out for inaccurate information. Something the teacher and whole class except me laughed at her for. I stuck up for her one day, and that's where this whole adventure really took off. We hung out a lot. Playdates were common on Fridays. She tended to talk a lot about how we Earth ponies used to be friends with unicorns and pegasi. Well, at first I didn't believe her. I still don't to a degree, but I guess I've heard it so much that I'm open to having my mind changed. Later, I realized that was in part due to her father, Argyle Starshine. I met him on our first play date and he seemed very nice. He left a great impression on me. Thinking about him now is hard. Sunny doesn't like talking about how he died, so I don't press, but I do know he must have taught her a few things. I have to admit, I do like her optimism sometimes. Sprout joined our group in 5th grade. He's the son of the CEO of Cantalogic Phyllis Cloverleaf. He's my deputy now, but he didn't start out that way, of course. It was great to have someone balance out Sunny's antics, but I always found him a little too arrogant, especially considering the way he talked to Sunny sometimes during our games. Oftentimes we would reenact different adventures with Sunny's figurines. She would lead the game and we would play it her way, most of the time. See, Sprout usually stepped in to correct Sunny as she often didn't get our history right. I obviously didn't care about historical accuracy. I just loved playing with her. She's just so imaginative, and I often found myself immersed in the world she created. If these things actually happened, I'd be all for learning more about it. As we grew older, we stopped hanging out. Sprout grew closer to Phyllis, and Sunny began to take up a life of activism. That was where the trouble started. It's not like we didn't want to hang out. Sunny wanted to continue our playdates, but Sprout was continuously unavailable. I guess it was because he was denied the position of sheriff by my father, who risked the anger of Cantalogic to give the position to me. My father was the current sheriff. He and Phyllis cut ties later on. Sunny began to take things to more extreme levels. She's a flawless idealist, but starting 3 years ago, she began to break some laws in order to get her point across. Every year, she would sneak into Cantalogic and give these speeches about unity and friendships with unicorns and pegasi. I have to admit, I found myself strangely intrigued. Nonetheless, I had to escort her out. I regret that I could never tell her off. I still can't. She truly believes that she's making a difference. How could I tell her no? This time, Sprout and I were unprepared. He settled for the position of deputy, but he would always carry some sort of resentment towards me for becoming sheriff and not him. He thinks I don't notice it, but I do. The second time though, we were ready. Every year on March 19th, we had one job. That was keeping Sunny out. But every day, she would keep sneaking in. I still don't know how she does it, but she does. And every time I have to keep escorting her out. Sprout keeps telling me that I shouldn't cut ties with her, but I just can't. He just doesn't know her like I do. But it was not just Cantalogic. Sometimes it would be hijacking television broadcasts during Hearth's-Warming Eve to share her impassioned message, or ripping down movie posters or billboards that showed, in her words, incorrect stereotypes of other ponies, or breaking into a kindergarten class every Monday to give a speech to the fillies and colts. I still admire her commitment. Not even I could be that passionate about something I love, but I don't think she realizes that in her methods to get her points across, she's alienating other ponies more than she is getting them to listen to her. I love Sunny. We're the closest of friends, and I wish I could see her world. A world where earth ponies live in harmony with unicorns and pegasi. I know this isn't a game to her. She truly believes what she's preaching. But I don't know where all this certainty comes from. Sure, Argyle taught her since birth about supposedly real history. But what proof does she have? What proof did Argyle have? Did Sunny meet either of the other two races? Is there a unicorn living at her house? How does she know for certain? We've been taught all our lives that unicorns and pegasi were evil and bloodthirsty. But Sunny doesn't believe that. Why? What does she know that all of us in Maritime Bay don't? I don't think I can keep dismissing all these complaints and charges brought up by the citizens of Maritime Bay to protect Sunny. No matter how close we are, I know I have to put my hoof down and tell her that this has to stop. But can I enforce the law on my own best friend? I don't want to arrest her. I've lost count of how many times I've disciplined Sprout for even suggesting such a thing. But he's right. I have to put my responsibility to the town first, no matter how much it hurts. I have to take my position as sheriff and bring the law down on Sunny, no matter how much it hurts. Tomorrow is the annual presentation of Canter Logic. Sunny will try to sneak in again, but Sprout and I will be ready once more to foil her plans, and should it come to it, I'll make the call, even if it ends our friendship for the rest of eternity. I just hope Sunny will forgive me. Come to think of it, she is right about one thing. Keeping a diary is very helpful. I actually feel a bit better now that I've written all of this. Maybe after this is over, I'll keep writing. It's good for me in the long run. Sincerely, Hitch. Sunny Tries Surströmming by Caden. Sunny, Izzy and Hitch made their way down a hallway of the castle until they found the room with a small hoof print sensor. Zip put a hoof on it to unlock the door and lead them inside. Pip had already set up several portable studio lights and her phone on a tripod to film the group of them as they tried one of her favourite dishes. On a table in the middle of the room was a small can of the seaside delicacy. There were also a few trash cans, some counters and a sink. The room looked like a small break room and kitchen for the castle's serving staff. "Hey Pip," Sunny smiled as she walked into the room. "We're here. Zip said you needed our help for a viral video and it sounded like it'd be fun to help you out." "Yeah, I've never gone viral before, except for the time I got the horn flu." Izzy explored the room, sizing up various bits of cookingware and imagining the kinds of things she could make out of them. She ended her tour by a small light switch, flicking it up and down to turn the studio lighting on and off. "Yeah, thanks girls," Pip said. "This surströmming is my favourite dish. We have to import it from a small fishing village in the north." Hitch went over to the can, reading the label on the side. "I've done a bit of fishing myself, but I've never heard of this before. Why is the can so round?" He poked it with a hoof. The metal tin seemed to resemble a balloon more than a can of tuna. "It's supposed to be like that on account of the fermentation," Zip explained. "Well, we're all here and I think we're just about ready. Feel free to take a seat near the table. The painting tape on the ground will help mark out the edges of what the camera can see. So try to stay inside the lines and just react." Pip bit her lip to stifle a laugh. "Normally." Izzy was the first to find a seat, climbing up and staring at the can with a gleam of wonder in her eye. Sunny sat down next, followed by Hitch, while Zip seemed to be moving a microphone and helping set up. She also closed the door to keep out any unwanted noise from the outside. Zip started to count down for her sister. 3, 2, 1. "Hey Pip Squeaks, I'm coming to you live today with a very special viral video, including my best friends, the ponies who returned magic to Equestria. They're going to try surströmming for the very first time." Sunny smiled as she watched Pip speak into the camera and turned her head noticing Zip wearing something odd. "Hey Zip, what's that mask for?" Zip pressed something onto the canister attached to the rubber face mask and looked over at Sunny.
"Oh, I'm allergic to fish."
She gestured back to Pip. "So let's hear a pip pip hooray for my best friends Sunny, Izzy and Hitch. Pip stepped aside so that the three of them would be in the frame. Go ahead and open it up to try some. Hitch took notice of the plates and utensils set out on the table in front of him. There was also a can opener, which he picked up and tried to figure out the best way to open the can. It had no pull tab or markings. He'd probably have to saw through the can the old-fashioned way, with a small hooked blade on the end of the can opener. Before he could open the can, Izzy volunteered. Don't worry, every pony, I've got this. Izzy hit the edge of the can with a hoop, causing it to bounce up into the air. She began poking into it with her horn, jumped out of her chair, and continued to juggle it in mid-air. A spew of fermented liquid and air began spraying out of the can, coating Izzy's mane quite thoroughly. The unicorn maintained her focus until finally the can bounced back onto the table and the lid clattered to the floor. She took a deep breath and shouted, "Ta-da!" and immediately broke out into a violent fit of coughing as the smell of year-old rotten eggs drenched in sulphur filled her lungs. And it didn't smell better on its way back out of her lung. Izzy's eyes, nose and mouth began to run at the same time as her stomach clenched. She dove to the nearby trash can with such urgency that her horn embedded into the side of the wooden counter. With as much determination and enthusiasm as she had used to restore friendship, Izzy emptied out her lunch, breakfast, and several other days' worth of meals into the rubbish bin. Sunny and Hitch could only look on in shock until the odour of a can full of fish straight from the underworld reached them. It smelled like the Lord of Tartarus had made an omelette out of garbage to eternally torment some poor soul for their misdeeds in life. Sunny was able to keep her calm better than Izzy had, covering her nose and muttering several things that would need to be censored out of the final take of Pip's viral video. She looked up and saw Pip giggling madly behind the camera tripod, holding her phone. The little light was flashing, and Sunny realised she'd been set up for a prank video. She turned to Zip next, seeing her standing near the door in her gas mask. "The door!" Sunny shouted. She dove towards it and spun, kicking it with her back hooves. It didn't open, and she looked back to notice the hoofprint locked. Only Zip or Pip could open it, and she doubted they'd be in a cooperative mood. Sunny decided to make Zip more helpful, smirking over at the white Pegasus and bearing down on her. "Oh, Zip, why don't you let me borrow that mask?" Zip flared her wings to take off and leap across the room, and Sunny had been ready to pounce. She tackled the Pegasus to the floor, and the two wrestled their way across the camera shot. Zip fought valiantly to keep her hooves away from the straps of the gas mask, but Sunny was able to hook one under and tear it off. She had expected Zip to open the door to make her own escape. Instead, Zip's stomach began to rumble, and it sounded like she was about to lose her lunch too. The Pegasus took to the air, diving into a small window placed near the ceiling to serve as exhaust for the kitchen stove. With a loud bang and some squirming, she managed to force her way through the window and outside into the blessed fresh air. Sunny grumbled to herself as she put the gas mask on and took a few deep breaths, resisting the urge to choke until it could filter out the stench. Izzy was trying to pull her horn free and shouting for help. "It's in my mane! It's everywhere! The horror! The horror!" As soon as she managed to pull free, she dove for the sink and tried to wash the surströmming out of her hair. Unfortunately, this just spread the oily substance and furthered the stench in the confined space. Sunny looked back over to the table at an unexpected sight. "It's not bad," Hitch said. "Could use some toast or something, I think." "Yeah," Pip smiled, sitting across from him and also eating some of the fish delicacy. "It packs a punch the first time, but it grows on you. I'm surprised you didn't mind the smell." "Oh?" Hitch rubbed a hoof behind his head. "Actually, I've got a sinus infection, so I can't really smell anything at all. Judging by the others, I'm guessing it's not good?" Pip laughed. "Oh, it's like dumping a dozen eggs into a gym bag full of dirty workout clothes and leaving it out on a long, hot summer day, then shoving some pony in the bag to kidnap them." Wow, that bad? Hitch gestured over to Izzy. You know her and Sonny are going to want to get even with a prank of their own. Wait! Pip looked around the room. Where's Sonny? Against the wall below the window, several bits of furniture and sets of shelves had been stacked up. The window was open, and Sonny was nowhere in sight. Zip trotted into her room in the castle suites, chuckling to herself as she recalled the horrors of the surströmming. She thought it might have been a bit cruel, but it was in good fun, and it was just fermented fish. The door shut itself behind Zip, causing her to spin around to see how that had happened. Dressed in a gas mask and holding several bright yellow and red cans and a can opener was Sonny.
So you fancy yourself a prankster?
Sonny said. Her voice sounded low and ominous through the gas mask. You're not really allergic to fish, are you? Zip gulped and backed away. Whoa, Sonny, calm down. I'm not allergic. I just didn't want to give away the prank. Good. Then you won't mind if I do this. She dropped the cans to the ground and raised the can opener in her hoof. Sonny, no, not in my bedroom. Zip shouted in horror, and Sonny began stabbing several of the cans open. As Delicate as Petals by Even Crazier Space Dust. As rainbow lights filled the air, Pip suddenly felt something she'd never felt before. A tremendous amount of energy flowed through her wings and into her entire body, and she was filled with the overwhelming urge to fly, to just take off. She barely had to think about it before her hooves left the ground, and soon she was soaring alongside her sister, her mother, and her newfound friend Sonny. It felt euphoric, like a miracle or a dream come true, the wind in her fluffy wings and rainbows everywhere, as though her wildest, filly fantasies had come true all at once. A loud laugh escaped her as she was overwhelmed by the pure joy of the moment, circling and gliding, coming to her as easily as running. But, as they do, all moments come to an end. The rainbows began to fade, and Zip eased Sonny to the ground as her glowing wings and horn became barely more than a hologram, before it all vanished completely. And then Pip felt herself begin to wobble. Panic twisted her stomach. No, this isn't right! The magic is supposed to be back now. Why is this suddenly so hard? She took a slow breath, trying to compose herself and put all the strength she possessed into keeping her wings outstretched and gliding to the ground. Just like practice with the fans, she told herself, stumbling a little on her landing, but managing to stay upright. Pip looked up to see that her fellow Pegasi were having no such issue. Rather than being a comfort, it only made her stomach twist more. What's happening? Noticing her distress, Zip glided down to join her. Hey, what's wrong, Pipsqueak? Zip asked in a light-hearted tone. Zip, I still can't do it, Pip cried, once again feeling overwhelmed, but now with fear instead of joy. It feels just like the fans for me, and you know I always needed the wires more and... Hey, breathe. Zip attempted to calm her sister's frantic chatter with a gentle hoof on her shoulder. You're probably just a little freaked out. Does it feel that way for you? Zip was silent for a long moment, and then the realization of why her baby sister was so freaked out set in, and she turned her muzzle skyward. Mom! Queen Haven circled above her girls for a moment before landing beside them. What's wrong? It's Pip. She's having trouble flying, Zip said bluntly. I see. Pip did not understand why her mother's eyes were so full of guilt. Zip, Go catch up with your friends. Don't say anything about your sister. Pip, I want you to come for a little walk with me. Zip nodded and immediately took flight again, soaring with ease over to Sunny, Izzy and Hitch. Pip felt an ache deep in her heart that she simply didn't understand as her mother gently nudged her away. They walked a fair distance until they were far enough from the excitement that no pony could overhear them, and far enough from the road that they wouldn't be passed by accident. When she was satisfied with their location, Queen Haven sat down in the grass and gestured with a foreleg for her daughter to do the same. Pip sat down facing her mother. "Mum, please, so much has already happened today. Please, just tell me what's happening." Haven took a slow breath and then extended one wing towards Pip. "I want you to do this." Pip nodded slowly, still terrified of where this conversation was going, and extended one wing towards her mother, so the tips of their wings touched. "I want you to look at your wing next to mine. Do you see how my feathers are sleek, sharp and thick?" Pip nodded, lightly running a hoof over her mother's feathers. Now, it had been a long time since Pip had heard her mother sound so sad. "Do you see how your feathers are soft and fuzzy? Do you see how the light shines through them?" She nodded again, feeling a lump in her throat. "The light doesn't pass through yours, or Zip's." "When you were born," Haven explained gently, as if she was still a baby in her daughter's place rather than a teenaged princess, "the doctor told me that you have a deformity in your wings. You grow soft down where you should have flight feathers. It's very rare, but it's been something that's affected Pegasi since the ancient days. I swore every doctor in Zephyr Heights to secrecy." "So, you weren't going to tell me?" The pink Pegasus had tears in her eyes, feeling like a tiny filly again as she looked up at her mother. "Dearest." There was sorrow in Queen Haven's eyes, and Pip didn't even need to hear what she'd say next. She already knew she was right, but her mother spoke anyway. "Before today, it wouldn't have mattered. I thought your wings were beautiful, and I named you Petals because that's what they reminded me of. Soft and delicate." Soft and delicate, Pip thought bitterly, and absolutely useless. "I did as much research as I could after I found out," Haven continued. "Most Pegasi with your condition were able to fly a little. They could glide, hover, and propel themselves a little with their wings. But that's about it. Your wings just don't catch the wind properly. But, I mean, if the old books are true, which I think tonight has proven, we used to be able to walk on clouds. You'd still be able to do that." Pip sniffled a little, wiping her eyes. "What good is that if I can't reach them?" Not knowing what else to say, Haven bowed her head. "Would you like some time alone, Pip?" "Uh-huh." She stretched out her forelegs and rested her chin on them, laying on the ground in defeat. That should have been a red flag. Pip never wanted to be alone, but Haven left anyway. Fortunately, Zip knew her baby sister just a little better than her mother did, and it wouldn't be long before Pip heard wing beats and a soft landing behind her, followed by her sister's voice. "Pip?" "Leave me alone," Pip whimpered. "Go enjoy your flying, or whatever." Instead, Zip trotted closer before laying down beside Pip, their flanks touching. "Did Mum tell you?" Pip whimpered. "Yeah, she filled me in." Zip was as casual as ever. Pip tried not to hate it, but every little thing hurt right now. Still, it would have hurt more if she'd made a big deal of it, and they both knew that. "Mum says in the old days we could walk on clouds. I know she meant well, but what's that worth if I can't get up there?" "Who says you can't?" Pip looked at her sister, shocked and angry. "Mum, the doctors! Zip, magic or no, I can't fly." Zip once again put a comforting hoof on Pip's shoulder. I never said you could. I said, who said you can't get to the clouds? Come on, you really think I'd leave my baby sister behind? A soft gasp escaped Pip, followed by a whimper, and then in seconds she was sobbing into Zip's chest. She felt a foreleg gently wrap around her. When you're ready, Zip said gently, once Pip's sobs had reduced to tearful hiccups. I think I know how we can do this. You won't let me fall? Why would I? You did at my show. Pip could see the defiance in her sister's eyes. She knew Pip wanted to tell her that was different, to be standoffish, but instead her eyes softened. Yeah, I did, and I'm so sorry for that. You don't have to forgive me either, but if you can trust me, I promise you, I will never, ever let you fall again. A few long minutes passed in silence before Pip spoke again. Okay, what's the plan? Remember when we were little and I used to give you fallback rides? Yeah? Zip spread her wings out. Stand up and hop on. After all that had happened, Pip decided this was the least ridiculous thing that had been asked of her today. She settled onto Zip's back. Okay, ready? Zip stood, then took a running start and took off, soaring into the dawning sky, feeling the wind in her mane like that again. Pip couldn't help but laugh, remembering what her mother had said about being able to glide. She stretched her own wings, delicate as petals, and they caught just enough wind to keep Pip from weighing her sister down too much. Once again, that euphoria flooded her. Maybe she was delicate, but she was flying, and that was something, at the very least. When the Day Became the Night by Shiutik. She did it. Sunny Star Scout ended racism after centuries of fights and wars and downright alienation between the three races. She and her friends managed to save all that was lost, and by bringing back friendship, magic soon returned.
Don't wait for me, honey. Don't wait, 'cause I'm always heading your way.
It was a busy afternoon. A lot of explanations were due. Earth ponies learning that Pegasi and unicorns weren't, in fact, out to get them. All of them had a lot to unlearn, but Sunny and her friends were patient and diligent, and they were together all afternoon long. With their newly returned magic, all ponies pitched in to help rebuild Sunny's lighthouse. The Pegasi had flown straight to Zephyr Heights as soon as they could to share the good news, but the sisters remained. By dinner time, the lighthouse was good as new, and the unicorns started walking back to Bridlewood, all but one. I don't want to leave you just yet, Izzy admitted, as Sunny carefully hanged the repaired picture frame on its usual spot. I know we're done, but what if you need help with something else? Sunny chuckled softly. She was exhausted. It had been the longest 3 days of her life, but she knew exactly what Izzy was talking about. She turned to see Hitch in her kitchen making dinner. Zip was moving some furniture to try and leave the house as before, but mainly to try out her now functional wings. Pip was taking pictures of the rest, saving those glorious memories for the future. How do you all feel about a sleepover today? Sunny finally said, earning a thankful smile from Izzy. Hitch looked up from the pot he'd been stirring and smiled and nodded. Zip finally let the furniture in peace and joined her sister and Hitch in the kitchen, without actually answering anything. The group of friends agreed to stay together one night more. Izzy helped Hitch serve the soup, and they all ate. They tried to recount the events of the previous days, their adventures, their feelings, and ultimately their hopes for the future. That last thing made them all unsure, for even if they had done the impossible and achieved peace and friendship between the three races, they still lived cities apart. When this whole thing was done, Izzy would have to return to Bridlewood and the sisters to Zephyr Heights. Another silent agreement not to talk about the future. Not yet. When dinner was done, they arranged pillows and blankets all over the living room, and, one by one, first Izzy, then Sunny, then Zip, they fell asleep. Pip laid her fluffy pink body over the pillow concoction, thankful for the well-deserved rest. But, despite how tired she felt, she shifted over and over, unable to fall asleep. She slowly opened her eyes again, taking in the familiarity of her surroundings. It was the same living room she spent the afternoon repairing. Her sister and friends were lying beside her, snuggled with each other. She watched them dream peacefully, maybe expecting to share said dreams. For a moment her eyes locked with Hitch's. He was awake as well, also scanning his surroundings. He smiled apologetically at her, and she returned his smile. "You can't sleep either?" he whispered, careful not to wake up any pony else. She shook her head. Hitch slowly stood up, without a sound, and gestured for Pip to follow him. They went up the wooden platform with pulley system and up to the top of the lighthouse. Neither said anything for a while. They sat together against the railing and looked at the houses and stores in the dark, lighted by the starry sky and a pale moon. Pip was amazed by how quiet Maritime Bay was. The only noise she could hear was the distant waves in the shore and Hitch's breathing. The reminder that, after all, even in her restless nights, she was no longer alone. "So," Hitch finally said after a few minutes, "what keeps a princess up at night?" Pip sighed. She knew that question was lingering in the air, waiting to be asked, but truly she had no answer for it. "I don't really know," she shrugged, avoiding the stone's look. "I guess I just don't want to go back to my old life, not after all of this." He nodded. "If it makes you feel better, I don't think anything will ever be the same." That somehow made her feel even worse. She said so. "Oh," Hitch said, "sorry." She smiled and met his gaze. "No, I'm sorry," she said. "It's not your fault, or any pony's for that matter. I've been thinking. Before you all, I didn't have any friends, at all. I barely talked to Zip. Most of the times I doubt she even likes me. I guess the future scares me because I don't want it to be like the past." He listened carefully, trying to think of something to make the beautiful Pegasus feel better. Under the light of the moon, she looked radiant. Not that she didn't look radiant before, she always did. But after the first time he saw her, this was the only other occasion he got to look at her long and slow, to really take in her beauty. Her curled purple hair was messy, her fluffy wings sparkled as if they had glitter, and her eyes, so tired, so pretty. His heart skipped a beat every time she looked at him. How could such a graceful, talented and gorgeous pony not have any friends? "As long as I exist, you will never be truly alone," he said, without realizing how deep that was. "Sorry, you must think I'm pretty corny." She giggled. Even her laughter was adorable. He wished he could listen to that laugh 1,000 times more. Thanks, Hitch. You too, she said. I guess neither of us will ever have to be alone now. He smiled as the two slowly leaned close to each other, side by side. Pip leaned against Hitch's muscular shoulder, an electric feeling flooding her entire body. He felt so good to be around. At least, now that the secret's out, I won't have to keep up appearances, she said after a short silence. I don't even know if I'll be a princess after today. Why not? Our entire royalty was built on a lie, she explained. Maybe it's for the best. A new government, a new ruler, and a new identity for Pip. No longer Princess Petals, the perfect pop star. I can finally be the real Pip. He smiled for what seemed to be the millionth time. His hoof slowly went against her back as she shuddered. The beachy breeze was turning cold as the night got older. Pip noticed this as well, and she unfolded one of her wings to surround his body under it. What is the real Pip like? He asked. She's passionate a lot, she said, a genuine smile leaking from her mouth. She's curious and bubbly, and she makes 1,000 mistakes, but she keeps trying. She loves and is loved by her friends, and she doesn't have to share every second of every hour on the internet. That sounds exactly like some pony I know, Hitch said. I like her. She likes you too, Pip replied, then yawned. And Hitch? What's the real Hitch like? He is calm and cheerful, and he loves to dance. This made Pip sit upright again as she incredulously looked at the pony beside her. What? You dance? I mean, I'm terrible, but I like it, he said, laughing a little. Maybe the real Pip should teach the real Hitch how to dance. She smiled, leaning on him again. Deal? Deal, he replied, and slowly they fell asleep against each other. There was no way to know what the future held, but after that night, the 5 friends understood that as long as they existed, none of them would ever truly be alone, and that was enough for them.
You'll always be the one I wanna midnight. You'll always steal my breath away. Yeah. You'll always be my heart, my love. Every second, every day.
Roller Ponies by Quoterific. Sonny, I'm not too sure about this. Hitch hesitated as his legs wobbled like a newborn foal trying to walk. Even though he was sitting down, he tried to look confident and strong, even though he was having an internal panic inside. Sonny wanted every pony to try something she's always loved as a foal, besides reading and knowing about the ponies of olden times. In order for her smoothie delivery rounds to be quick so they won't be warm when they are delivered, she would roller skate her way around town. It was something she loved to do when she was a filly with her dad. She would wear her fake wings and horn and pretend to be the famous Princess of Friendship, flying through the sky and touching the clouds. Now she had some ponies to share her hobby with, and she wasn't going to let that opportunity go to waste. She found some extra gear and modified the straps to fit her friends, even drilling a hole in one of the helmets for Izzy's head. Is the sheriff worried about his dignity and public image as a noble and brave pony of Maritime Bay? Came the teasing question from Zip. She was strapping on her own 4 skates. her helmet and leg pads already in position. No! Hitch gulped and puffed his chest out in an attempt to be brave. I'm just worried about the wheels against the cobbled stone. Just the wheels on the cobbled stone, that's all. Doubt it, Zip countered. I wonder if Maritime Bay's sheriff is afraid of getting so injured that he won't be able to carry out his duties for tomorrow. No idea what you're talking about. Zip rolled her eyes and looked at her sister. Pip already had a gear on, her mane tucked neatly under her helmet. Before putting on her skates, she snuck out her phone and took some selfies for her fellow fans. It will be great for my next story on Pony Book about what I did today, was all Pip said before strapping into her skates. Don't worry, I bet this will be tons of fun. Izzy, being herself, was already circling the 4 ponies. She strapped herself in and made it look easy, as if she had been skating ever since her foalhood. Izzy was a pony full of surprises. Why are you so nervous anyway? Zip turned to the sheriff. You and Sonny knew each other since you were foals. Did you skate together? Like, all the time? Hitch was too busy wanting to learn how to make Pegasus traps and unicorn mine-proof helmets. Sonny chuckled. True, Hitch smiled sheepishly, though I must admit, I'm interested to see where this will go. That's the spirit, Izzy encouraged, still circling the 4 of them. Sonny, being the most experienced, rose to her hooves and was perfectly balanced on all 4 hooves. Hitch rose shakily off the ground next, legs spread wide as he tried to maintain his balance. Zip and Pip both used their wings to balance themselves so to not fall over. We're going to take this nice and easy, Sonny smiled encouragingly at her friends. I think of it as 3 simple steps in a cycle. She skated in front of the group for a demonstration. First, you push yourself off with a back hoof kick. She used one of her hind legs to push away from the ground. Then you reach forward with your strongest side. For me, it's my right side. She reached out her right foreleg towards the ground. Once you touch the ground, you pull yourself in to complete the cycle. With her right foreleg now touching the ground, she pulled herself in and gradually came to a stop. The rest of them, instead of Izzy, who was admiring the gear, listened to every word with extreme focus. Now you all try it together. I won't laugh. I promise, Sonny said confidently as the others looked down at the ground with extreme concentration. They all pushed with a back leg, reaching forward with a stride until their front hoof touched the ground and pulled themselves back in. Sonny smiled at the group's effort. Great job, every pony! She smiled. Now let's roll out! Wait, now? Hitch shouted in shock. My deliveries won't deliver themselves, you know? Yes, but... And I think a hooves on experience is the perfect way for you all to find your rhythm. Sonny smiled slyly. The group looked at each other with nervous faces, except for Izzy, who was smiling with excitement. Now, come on, I just received a large order of smoothies that I need to do. With that, she bolted down the path of her lighthouse towards the town centre. The others looked at each other, sighed and shrugged and looked down at their hooves. They all sped down the hill, trying to keep up with Sonny, yet not lose their balance and fall over. Izzy was the quickest as she tried to keep up with Sonny. She would occasionally lose her balance, but she soon got into the rhythm of things and was catching up to the orange pony. Zip and Pip weren't too far behind. They were still using their wings to keep their balance, but they were beginning to be used less and less as they learnt the steps and were now happily enjoying their time skating. A small sibling rivalry developed as they began speeding down the dirt path and towards the concrete and cobblestone roads of Maritime Bay. And then there was Hitch. He got the technique under his badge, but grace and style had some room for improvement. He was the equivalent of a flamingo in ice. His front and hind legs shook with nerves as he made his way down the winding road towards the town. To save what little dignity he had, he tried not to scream in panic. Sonny skidded to a halt outside a stall where her cart of deliveries were waiting for her. She looked behind her to see her 4 friends coming down the road. Izzy skidded to a halt, finishing off with her signature ta-da! And a wave of her hoof, managing to stay nicely balanced on 3 hooves and wheels. Now this is how a unicorn skates! She cheered triumphantly. Pip and Zip followed closely behind her, both with smiles on their faces as they managed to stop next to Izzy on time. That was so much fun! Pip squealed with joy. Definitely as fun as flying. Zip flexed her wings and legs. It was then that Sunny noticed some stallion was missing. Wait, where's Hitch? Sunny asked. Zip and her sister turned around to find that their friend was missing. It was a loud stallion scream from the top of the hill that alerted the 4 mares that some pony was coming towards them. They looked up and their eyes widened at the sight coming towards them. Hitch had his legs scrambling around at every angle as he raced towards the group, kicking up a cloud of dust from behind him. He had long forgotten not to scream, and now howling in terror as the town approached him. Pull to brake! Pull to brake! Sunny tried to get his attention, but panic flooded Hitch's mind. Oh, my stars! Every pony take cover! Zip and Pip spread their wings and quickly took to the air, while Izzy and Sunny took a step back, just in time as Hitch zoomed past them. He only managed to stop when his front hoof caught the other, causing him to fall forward. A bush broke his fall and prevented him from hitting the cobbled stone with full force. The 4 of them raced to see if their friend was okay. Hitch? Zip tried to hide her laughter. You okay, Sheriff?
No.
Came the muffled response from the bush. Hitch's hind legs was the only thing pointing out. Oh dear, Sunny gasped. What have you hurt?
My pride.
Hitch grumbled from underneath the greenery. That set every pony off, and all 4 mares burst into a fit of giggles. Izzy used her magic to levitate Hitch out of the bush, and Sunny dusted her friend off.
Now, I regret you not teaching me how to do this when we were foals.
Hitch moaned as he shook his head to clear his mane of any dirt.
Seriously, these need a license or something.
Cheer up, Sheriff. Sunny nudged her friend in a comforting manner. Trust me, I've lost count on how many street lamps I've crashed into, hedges I've found myself in, and muddled puddles I fell in before I became good at skating. I think over time you will get the hang of it.
I think not.
Hitch chuckled sheepishly.
I will think of something to help improve skating though. Maybe invest in some skating lanes or something safe.
This is so stylish though, Pip said as she skated a few paces forward, managing to get her phone with a wing, and began taking selfies as she skated down the road.
Pip, I don't think that's a good...
Zip warned, but it was too late. Pip was unaware that a street lamp was right in front of her, and her muzzle came into contact with a smack. She fell forward, rubbing her muzzle.
Okay, new law, Hitch shouted out. Don't use your phone while skating.
Agreed. Pip winced as Zip skated towards her and helped her up. Well, this has been eventful, Izzy contemplated out loud, earning a nod from Sunny. She was now strapping herself onto her smoothie cart and looking at the list of deliveries. Why don't we all take it nice and slow and go make sure these orders are delivered? Sunny suggested to the 4 of them. Pip and Zip skating back to rejoin the group. I could do with some company on my rounds. Maybe we can skate around town so you can get used to it more, and Hitch and I can show you around. The group agreed, and they followed Sunny as she went to do her job. Izzy was looking forward to actually greeting the ponies and not scaring them away like last time. Residents would do a double take when they saw the local sheriff on roller skates. Hitch tried to look professional while skating, but came off with awkward smiles and waves. Pip and Zip would do a mix of flying and then skating, feeling the air between their feathers and wheels turning on the ground. Hitch just watched his steps, occasionally falling behind to remember the steps. It took the whole afternoon, but eventually Sunny's orders began to die down, and now they were looking out across the sea, drinking their own cups of smoothies. So then, every pony, Sunny finished her cup as the sun began to set. How did every pony find their first experience of skating? It was so much fun! Izzy exclaimed out loud. We definitely have to try it again sometime.
That was definitely an experience,
Zip acknowledged.
I would love to want to give it another go,
Pip added, and not use my phone while skating. What about you, Hitch? Sunny turned to the stallion, a smirk tugging at the corners of her lips. Hitch chuckled as he finished the last of his drink.
Well, it may not be my cup of tea, but there's always next time, right? A round of laughter went around the group. Baby steps, Hitch, baby steps, Sunny reassured her friend with a pat on the back.
My Little Pony Figure by Buck Swisher. 2-0. Hold this, L-man. Come on, dude. Nope, you gotta close up. See you tomorrow. Jay sighed as he watched his co-worker leave. It was 10 PM and wasn't supposed to be his day to close up, but it was now, given he had just smoked 2 games of rock, paper, scissors. It had really been a stupid decision. Deciding to put the most taxing work first, he grabbed a broom from the supply closet and went around the store, sweeping up the crap of the day that had been left on the floor. After sweeping up a large and rather thick dust bunny, he put away the broom and started checking the aisles for loose and damaged products. The dollar store that Jay Alexander worked at was fairly small. He wasn't paid a lot, even though he spent more of his day working than at his leisure. It wasn't a lot of money, but it was enough. Jay reminded himself of this as he checked aisle after aisle, ensuring no products had been opened or improperly replaced. He was going through one of the last aisles, closer to the counter, when he spotted something sitting on the shelf. He went over to it and recognized it as one of the new My Little Pony toys. They had been selling surprisingly well recently. This particular toy appeared to be a purple unicorn. It wasn't in any sort of packaging, which puzzled Jay. He wondered how it could have ended up sitting solo on the shelf while every other toy had apparently been sold. Shrugging to himself, he was about to dispose of the toy when a thought struck him. He whipped out his phone and checked his calendar. His friend's little sister had a birthday coming up, and Jay had promised to buy a gift. He had mainly said it to sound like a solid friend, because he wasn't sure he had the money for whatever the hell little kids wanted in 2021. He knew it would be cheesy, but this toy could save him time and money, which was a huge help. If the kid didn't like it, he could play it off. He had only met her once, so he didn't really know her. After a minute or so, Jay made up his mind. "Screw it," he said, pocketing the small pony figure. When he got home, Jay flipped on the TV. It had been a long day, and it felt extremely good to be able to relax. When he got home from work, he liked to flip through the channels and forget about his problems for a bit while he let the screen rot his brain. Today he decided to watch a baseball game. After a while, Jay's thoughts returned to the toy from the store. He took the pony figure out of his pocket and examined it. The unicorn had a blue mane that ended in a purple slightly darker than its coat. Turning it over, he noticed a name in tiny print on the bottom of one of its hooves. It read, Izzy Moonbow. Setting the figure down on the table in front of him, he stared at it for a moment. "Izzy Moonbow," he said aloud. "Huh." Turning his attention back to the baseball game, Jay stared up at the TV as the tiny pony figure suddenly turned to face him. Then it spoke. "Hi, new friend," came a voice. Jay jumped, expecting to see a person standing before him. After a moment or so, he noticed the pony figure on his coffee table, which was now staring up at him. He jumped again. "Jesus," he said, getting up and moving quickly behind the couch. "You can talk?" "Yup," said the tiny pony happily. "What?" Jay could hardly think of anything to say, as if his brain had momentarily frozen. "I'm Izzy," the figure continued. "What's your name?" It pointed a hoof up at him. Jay's brain worked furiously. There was a pony toy on his coffee table, speaking to him. It was alive, and it was talking to him. This was not supposed to be happening. It took a moment for Jay to accept this. He knew he wasn't hallucinating or dreaming, so it had to be real. Calming down, he took a deep breath. "Jay," he said. "My name's Jay." "Hi, Jay," said Izzy happily. "You're not crazy," Jay thought. "This is real. That thing's alive." He couldn't help but wonder if Izzy coming to life had anything to do with him speaking her name. He was pulled from his thoughts as Izzy began to prance around the coffee table, inspecting the items on it. "Oh," she said, staring into the screen of his iPhone. "I can see my face!" Jay couldn't help but laugh. After all the crap he had been through this past week, it felt good to have something to smile about, let alone laugh about. He watched as Izzy continued to comment on all the things surrounding her, wondering what he was going to do with this little pony. My little pony, he thought. How ironic. Out of curiosity, Jay withdrew a marble from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table. "Oh, what's this?" Izzy chirped, attempting to grab it with her tiny hooves. It made Jay smile to watch Izzy chase the marble as it rolled around the table, continuously escaping her grasp. After a while, a question popped into his head. "Izzy, do you have a home?" he asked. At these words, Izzy stopped, her ears drooping slightly, and looked up at Jay. "No," she said. "No pony's ever taken me home before." Ignoring the improper address, Jay thought back to how he had seen her sitting on the shelf alone. Presumably, no one had bothered with her given she wasn't in a package. She had probably been considered unworthy of spending money on by anyone who visited the Isle. Jay felt a sudden rush of sympathy for the pony. Before he could respond, however, Izzy's face lit back up. "This could be my home," she said, looking around. In that moment, Jay only knew one thing to say. "Sure," he replied. "This could be your home." He paused for a moment to think about how crazy he must look, sitting there talking to a miniature horse that was once again prancing around his coffee table, humming to itself. He sighed. He was going to have to think of a way to keep this from his friends, as it would not bode well for him if it was revealed that he had a pony toy as a companion. Although he had likely just made the day of the pony standing before him, he had a lot of things on his mind that were beginning to make this moment less enjoyable. It must have shown in his expression because Izzy inquired, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Jay said idly. "It's just some stuff I have to deal with later." The stuff happened to be the bills he was undoubtedly going to receive, which was stressing him out. He had barely made enough money at the dollar store to keep the lights on and food on the table, and the bills were continuously wearing his bank account thin. He wanted to force a smile to bring Izzy to a new subject, but couldn't bring himself to do it. "Oh, it'll be okay," she said, giving him a sincere smile. "Thanks, Izzy, but it can be hard to deal with certain things." Jay trailed off, unwilling to say the word alone. "You won't be alone," said Izzy, much to Jay's surprise. "You've got me now." Jay could never have explained how a tiny pony on his coffee table had understood the one word he had admitted. It made him feel like he had a true friend, one that he could confide in more than the ones he had at work or outside of it. It wasn't a feeling he could explain, he just knew that he trusted Izzy with everything he told her. "Thanks," Jay said again, giving her a sincere smile, something he had not shed in a long time. The unicorn beamed at him. "Well," Jay concluded, leaning back onto the couch. His heart felt much lighter. "It was nice to talk to you, Izzy. Just wanted you to know that." He glanced back down on the coffee table and his heart gave a small jolt. Izzy was stationary on the coffee table. Nothing but a toy. Jay Alexander was not crazy. But as he sat there, blinking at the toy that had just been talking to him, he wondered if he really was losing it. In a somewhat desperate attempt to justify his sanity, he searched his memories for the moment when Izzy had first talked. At that moment, he had
in the back of his mind, suspecting that it had had something to do with him saying her name aloud. But what could he have said that ended their conversation? Jay had felt better, more complete, and then he had looked down to see a toy again. He wondered if it was because of this feeling that Izzy had returned to her inanimate state. He had felt like he had nothing more to talk about, like he could just enjoy the rest of his day free of stress. But now that he was alone again, every problem on his mind returning, he pushed the negatives out of his mind. This pony toy was an anomaly, and he felt resigned to understanding it. He picked up the figure and inspected it again. Then, with his mind made up, he set it back down on the table. "Izzy Moonbow," he said aloud. "Hi," the small figure chirped, having been brought to life by the sound of her name yet again. "Wait, so when I say your name you come to life?" Jay asked. "Yup," she replied happily. "Pretty cool, huh? You can talk to me whenever you want." On the word whenever, Izzy extended a hoof outwards for emphasis. "Wow," Jay said softly. He had never heard of such a phenomenon before, and it seemed completely alien to him. "So what makes you turn back into a toy? Is it just when I'm not talking to you?" Izzy put a hoof to her chin. "Huh? I don't know, actually. Maybe." "Well, in any case," said Jay, looking around, "you want to see your new home?" "Oh, yes," said Izzy with an excited hop. Jay never tried to think himself unhinged for talking to what was supposed to be a toy. Izzy Moonbow brought company into his life, company that had made everything from his shitty job at the dollar store to the overwhelming bills a little bit more bearable. He would even be able to call Izzy his best friend. With time, of course. Unicorns Do Not Eat Earth Ponies by Winterstormed. Sprout sighed in relief as he plopped back into his chair. The air conditioning unit was heavy, but he managed to install it all on his own and even managed to do it before breakfast. Now he had the whole police station for the day. Hitch was busy with some errands outside Maritime Bay, something to do with a missing cat. Sprout huffed at the thought. Sheriff Hitch, Maritime Bay's hero. The sheriff, along with his friends, vanquished Emperor Sprout. He winced at the memories surfacing when he heard the foals playing the other day. Those 3 days after his reign as Emperor were horrible, every pony looking at him like a mouldy hay sandwich. It slowly died though, when Hitch vouched for him to hold onto his position as deputy sheriff, albeit without 3 months' pay for the damage he caused during his short reign. For that he was grateful. Not that Hitch needed to know. Not to his face anyway. Sprout looked at the small pile before him. It was the last bit he had to do. After that he could just relax. But where can he relax? He cannot go home. It got taken away from him, since he could not afford to pay his rent. He's been staying with his mummy since then. Obviously his mummy's house was out of the options. He definitely could not go out to eat or be seen in public. He still gets a few glances from ponies. Sprout yawned. Oh well, sleeping in the police station it is. Again. The sound of the door opening awoke the irritated Sprout. "Sorry, Civvy," Sprout said, not bothering to open his eyes. "The station is closed until Sheriff Hitch returns." "Oh, Sonny said Hitch would be here." Sprout inwardly groaned. Great, some pony who is a friend of Sonny. Wait a minute, where did I hear that voice before? Sprout slowly raised an eyelid. A purple mare was looking around the office, searching for something as she looked around Hitch's desk and files. Meh, not my desk, not my problem. "Hitch, are you in here?" said the mare as she looked into a wastebasket. Maybe I should do something before this gets out of hoof. Sprout sighed as he awoke from his seat. "I am sorry, ma'am, but the sheriff is working on a case at the moment. If you want, you can make an appointment for tomorrow, or you can..." Oh no, this cannot be happening.
Sprout looked in horror as the purple mare turned around. She was a unicorn, and not just any unicorn, it was the unicorn, the one that came to Maritime Bay and ruined everything. The purple mare tilted her head as she gave a soft giggle. Does your face always look like a frowny face? Or are you just having a bad day? Sprout clenched his teeth. You have no idea. I might have, Sprout. Sprout blinked. Did she just read my mind? Nah, I'm sorry, Lizzie. Izzy. Whatever, I don't care what your name is. As for Sheriff, he is suddenly gallivanting in the grasslands looking for an elusive cat. This was getting on his nerves. Hitch always got everything. He was sheriff, got his own calendars, and all the mares swooned around him whenever he walked, and now even the unicorn mares were at him. Probably to eat him. Unicorns were known to eat earth ponies. Hello? Equestria to Sprout. Sprout shook his head, dispelling his thoughts of his very lucky friend. What? Why are you still here? Izzy giggled as she magically closed the door behind her, locking it. Obviously, Sprout did not notice. Well, you see, the reason why I came here to talk to Hitch was about what he and Sunny experienced a week ago in here. Sprout was confused. He knew Sunny had to spend a night in jail for all the bylaws she broke. He wished he was there to see it, but was unable to as he was cleaning the mess he made during his reign as Emperor. What did they experience? If you want to spend some time in jail, I would happily. Izzy smiled, trying not to giggle as she approached the deputy sheriff. No, silly. Because of the cold, Hitch and Sunny had to share a bed in one of the cells and ended up cuddling up with one another. Sunny said it was the most amazing experience. Sprout was not surprised. From foalhood, he figured those two would become a couple, and he would become the third wheel. Well, that was a wrong guess. He was more of a sixth wheel now, and Sunny probably despises him for destroying her home. Sprout sighed as he went back to his chair. Let me guess, you wanted to cuddle with Hitch to experience what Sunny experienced. Yes, but since he is not here, my plan has changed. I have decided I would cuddle with you. Sprout stopped in his tracks. What did she just say? Nope, hell no, I am not cuddling with a unicorn, especially her. Sprout immediately felt something wash over him. Magic? Let go of me! I am not cuddling with you! Help! Some pony help me! Izzy giggled. I already enchanted the whole police station, so we have all the privacy. Sprout tried to squirm as Izzy levitated him into the cell, closing the gate behind her, locking it and throwing the key far away. Calm down, Sprout. A cuddle will help relieve your stress and tiredness. I am not stressed, nor am I tired. Sprout backed away from Izzy slowly. She might try to eat him. Izzy gave him a toothy grin. Aw, I do not bite, said the purple mare as she walked closer to Sprout. Sprout felt the wall against his back, trapped. Yes, you do. Unicorns are known for their carnivorous appetite. Izzy frowned. That is not true. We are ponies just like you. Sprout scoffed at that. Yeah, right. Sprout's eyes were shut. She was inches away from him. He could tell by the feeling of warm breath hitting on his face. It smelt nice. Snap out of it. Any moment now. She is going to eat you. Sprout immediately felt something on his ear. She was eating him from the top. Sprout opened his eyes, confused. Was she nibbling his ears? What are you doing? Izzy looked at him, confused as well. Hitch said Sunny nibbled his ear, and it was the most blissful moment of his life. That was too much information. Look here, unicorn. If you want to eat me, then eat me. Just get it over and done with. Sprout was shivering with fear. Do unicorns play with their food before eating it? Izzy looked offended. She was offended. Izzy looked offended. She was offended. We do not eat ponies. Sprout looked at her as she raised her voice, terrified as ever as he tried to make a run for it, only for Izzy to pounce on him. Sprout looked at the unicorn on top of him. He could see the determination in her eyes. I will prove to you unicorns do not eat ponies, and you will have no choice but to agree with me, she declared. Immediately, Izzy started to nibble his ears again, and then his cheek. Is she proving to me unicorns do not eat ponies by biting me? Or, where is your sensitive spot?
Sensitive spot? Sprout began to moan. What the hey?
Izzy smiled victoriously as she puffed her cheeks. Found it! She was nibbling his neck. Sprout tried his best not to moan, but he could not help himself. He was in bliss.
Stop it!
Izzy giggled. Then first admit unicorns do not eat ponies.
Never!
Izzy began to nibble his neck even more, ignoring his cries for mercy until eventually,
Fine, unicorns do not eat ponies. Please stop.
Sprout gasped. Izzy came off him. See, was that hard? Sprout sighed as he stood up.
I'm just glad that this horrifying experience is over.
Did you not at least enjoy it? Hitch said. Sprout lost it.
I don't care what Hitch said. If you love him so much, go be with him. I despised every moment of this, every moment with you. I told you I did not want to cuddle.
Sprout immediately regretted what he had said. Izzy's ears and shoulders were drooping, and the tears were freely falling down her cheeks as she turned around, walking away.
I'm so sorry, Sprout. I will leave now. You will forgive me for what I did. I just could not stand seeing you unhappy.
Izzy tried to reach for the keys with her magic, but it sputtered out. She tried to reach with her hoof, but could not reach it. Izzy felt a hoof around her stomach as it pulled her into a tight embrace.
I'm sorry for shouting at you, Izzy,
Sprout said softly. Whatever Hitch has is what I dreamt of as a foal. He has everything while I have nothing. You could even say that I'm jealous, even though I am his friend. I appreciate you care about how I feel. Really, I do. So please do not cry. It does not suit you. Sprout wiped the tears from his face as she turned around to look at him, with a small smile adorned on her face. Does that mean you do want to cuddle? Sprout frowned. You got to be kidding me.
Don't you think that is too intimate?
No, it's not. Let me show you. Izzy levitated Sprout onto the prison bed. Brand new jail beds, mind you. And wrapped her hooves around him, burying her face into his chest. This is cuddling, she said, as she was breathing his fur. You smell like cookies. Sprout felt his cheeks heat up. She does not need to know he is fond of baking.
Your horn is rather dangerously close to my eye.
You worry too much. Is this not relaxing and comfortable? Sprout yawned as he wrapped his hooves around her.
Yeah, it is.
Eventually the two ponies fell asleep in each other's embrace.
Sprout! Wake, bro!
Who the hey is that?
Mummy, I'm up!
Shouted Sprout as he jumped off the prison bed. Hitch rolled his eyes. Seriously? Sprout looked around for Izzy, but there was no trace of the mare. Was it a dream? Hey, bro, why so glum? Sprout sighed. It's nothing. Hitch raised an eyebrow but left it. Well, we better get going. Sunny invited us for dinner at her place. The whole gang is going to be there. Don't you mean your gang? Oh, and you have mail on your desk, by the way. Sprout wore a puzzled expression as he went to retrieve the letter from his desk and opened it as Hitch disappeared into the bathroom, probably to gel that mane of his. Dear Sprout, sorry for leaving you hanging, but I promised Sunny to help her prepare everything for dinner at her place. She said she invited you as well. I'm so excited. I finally now know what it is like to be cuddled, and I'm happy it was with you, your bestest friend, Izzy Moonbow. Sprout felt something in his chest flutter. Izzy Moonbow? The biggest smile was plastered on his face. Yep, Deputy Sprout has fallen in love. Not wasting time, Sprout ran into the bathroom, grabbing a surprised Hitch in tow. Come on, Hitch, we're getting late. The sun is already going down. Let's go, let's go. Hitch yelped as they raced out of the office. But Sprout, I forgot to brush my teeth.
Winter Storm Izzy by Storm Luna. It was a calm January day in Maritime Bay. The sun was shining, the winds were calm, and every pony was out about tending to their normal business. Sunny Star Scout was among them, out selling her smoothies, but she had a short day planned as her best friend Izzy Moonbow was coming into town to visit. She was down by the sheriff's station when she ran into Hitch with a smile on her face. "Oh, hi Hitch." She saw that he had some critters with him and added, "And it looks like you have the whole gang with you." Hitch sighed. "I know, they just won't leave me alone. It's like I'm a magnet for them." He paused for a minute before adding, "So what's up?" Sunny replied, "Oh, just selling some smoothies before Izzy gets here. You know how she is. She wants us to go have fun the moment she gets here." Another pony was standing in the area and chimed in. "Well, that pony is trouble. The tribes may get along, but I still don't trust those unicorns." Sunny glared at him. "Come on, Sprout. What could she possibly do wrong? If I need to remind you, she did help put that trolley back on the tracks that you knocked off with that thing you destroyed my house with." This was one thing that Maritime Bay had not forgiven him for, and still threw it in his face from time to time. That not only did he destroy Sunny's house, but that unicorns helped restore some things to normal. He rolled his eyes and sighed. "Ugh, must every pony remind me of that?" Hitch commented. "You know, Sprout, you caused a lot of damage with that thing. Ponies aren't going to forgive you anytime soon." He then turned to Sunny and asked, "So what do you have planned?" Sunny became sad. "Well, we plan on visiting my dad's grave before." She became more enthusiastic. "Going through some of my dad's old books and artifacts. I'm hoping to get Izzy more interested in equestrian history." Before Hitch could reply, ponies began running, and a chilly northerly wind began to blow. Sunny's eyes grew wide as she asked, "What in the world is going on?" The ponies continued to stampede to the south end of town as clouds were rolling from the north and something that Maritime Bay almost never saw began to fall. Snow. Hitch gasped. "What the? It almost never snows here, and that wind, it is never that cold here." They then heard some singing. Gonna be my storm. Gonna be my storm. Gonna be my storm. They all knew the source of the singing the moment they heard it. Hitch gasped. "Izzy? Is that really Izzy?" Sunny replied, "It is, but why in the world would a storm be accompanying her?" Sprout commented, "I told you those unicorns can't be trusted. She probably created it and is going to freeze us all." Sprout then took off to the south, while the other two waited by the sheriff's station waiting for Izzy to arrive. Once she got to the centre of town, a full-blown blizzard had arrived with the ice-cold winds. Izzy's horn was glowing bright as she embraced Sunny. "Hi, Sunny! Do you like it?" Hitch and Sunny were both in a state of shock that Izzy would ask such a question about something so unnatural. Hitch yelled, "No! Let's get inside where it isn't so cold." He then turned to Izzy and yelled, "And don't bring it inside with you." Izzy powered down her horn, and the three raced inside. Once they got inside, Hitch gave her a glare. "Izzy, why would you bring a storm with you? And more importantly, how did you even create it?" Izzy laughed. "Well, it is January, and I thought you guys could use a taste of Bridlewood weather." Sunny sighed in frustration. "Izzy, I know you likely didn't mean any harm with this, but this town is not prepared for that kind of cold. Pipes will be bursting all over town before too long." Izzy felt truly bad for what she had done. She apologized. "Oh no, I didn't know that would happen. I'm so sorry." Sunny did want to know something else about her storm. "So where else have you buried in snow?" Izzy got a sheepish grin on her face. "Well, I walked in the area of Zephyr Heights and they got buried. Luckily no pony knew it was me though." Hitch put a hoof up to his face. "You know, only Bridlewood is prepared for this kind of weather. Their pipes probably busted just as ours will." Sunny asked, "Izzy, do you know how to stop this storm? Can you just fire some magic from your horn and end this?" She looked outside and saw that there was near zero visibility and probably at least 6 inches of snow. She added, "And the sooner the better!" Before Izzy could respond, they heard the pipes burst in the sheriff's station. Hitch groaned. "Oh, great, the pipes burst." He turned to Izzy and added, "And after you end this storm, you're going to use your magic to fix every single burst pipe in Maritime Bay and then apologise to the town." As Izzy headed outside, the winds became stronger and they picked her up and threw her off to the south. Alongside her was the town's trolley, the same trolley that she had helped get set back on the tracks. Once Izzy landed, she got behind a building, flared up her horn and sighed, "I hope this works!" Izzy then fired a bolt of energy skyward, causing the storm to begin to subside and ultimately for the skies to clear and the winds to stop. Izzy looked around and took in everything that she was responsible for. She saw that there was at least a foot of snow in some areas, but then the snow began to melt rather quickly, which led to another problem: flooding. She held her head low and sighed. Why did I do this? Why did I think this would be any fun at all?" She then cast another spell that surrounded the town and caused the water to evaporate away rather quickly. Once she headed back towards the sheriff's office, she noticed a trolley laying on its side. She levitated it back up onto the tracks and sighed, "Well, that's taken care of. Now for everything else." Once she returned to the sheriff's station, she found Hitch and Sunny standing outside, both glaring at her. Hitch asked, "Izzy, could you go in there and take care of those pipes? The water is already 1 inch deep in there." Izzy headed in there and was able to quickly fix the pipes and boil away the water. Once she got that taken care of and headed back out, Sunny asked, "Izzy, how were you able to just take care of that so quickly? You did it like it was what in ancient Equestria would be called your special talent." Izzy replied, "Well, once we got magic back, I wanted to do something more than just unicycling, so I kind of figured it out." She then became more enthusiastic. "Did you know that we don't have to study really hard to do things like they did in ancient Equestria? Because I sure didn't." Hitch replied, "I didn't, but Sunny, could you and Izzy go to the town square while I go let every pony know that it's safe and to gather there?" He then turned to Izzy and added, "Then you will apologise and fix every last broken pipe in Maritime Bay." Sunny led Izzy to the town square and sighed, "I can't believe you do this, Izzy. You could have set relations between the tribes backwards to the point where no pony will trust unicorns again." Izzy wasn't quite sure how to react to this. Ever since meeting her, she had seen the generally happy side of Sunny, but this time she saw a side of Sunny that was frustrated with her and perhaps even a bit angry. She held her head low as they arrived in the town square, waiting for the citizens of the town to arrive. Once every pony gathered in the town square, Hitch headed to the centre of it and said, "It's alright every pony, the storm has been taken care of, and as you can see, the snow and floodwaters have been taken care of." He then turned to Izzy and asked, "Is there anything you'd like to say?" Izzy stepped forward and nervously held her head up and began, "I'm sorry every pony, I didn't mean for it to happen. I just thought it would be fun for you guys to experience the same type of January weather we do in Bridalwood." Sprout was in the crowd and yelled, "I knew you unicorns were nothing but trouble. I knew this whole friendship thing." Hitch cut him off. "Sprout, just let Izzy finish." Izzy continued, "Please don't hold any of this against any of the other unicorns. They didn't even know about me going to do this." Sunny added, "Listen every pony, Izzy is rather unique, but I know she won't do this again, I promise." A pony in the crowd yelled, "Okay, but my water pipes burst and my house is flooded with water. Is it going to cost me a lot of money to fix the damages caused by her storm?" Hitch was quick to try and calm her down. "Look, we had a similar problem in the sheriff's station and Izzy has strange magic. She fixed the pipes and took care of the water. And I told her that for doing this she has to fix every pony's pipes and get rid of the water." Sunny added, "Every pony, raise your hooves if your pipes burst and Izzy will come take care of the problems." A large majority of the community raised their hooves and Sunny finished. "Well, Izzy, it looks like you're going to be busy for a while." Izzy nodded and then began to go take care of all the problems she had caused. She could feel a great amount of anger from many of the citizens, but a few were thankful that she fixed the problems she caused, and were even thankful that she could so easily do so. One mare even asked her if she would consider moving to Maritime Bay to take care of things like this, since it was so easy for her. Four hours later, Izzy had righted all the wrong she had caused and said, "Well, Sonny, well, Hitch, everything is taken care of." Sonny replied, "Well, good, but now we're going to Zephyr Heights, and there you will do exactly what you did here. You will apologise, fix things, and hopefully convince the Pegasi that none of the other unicorns were behind this." Hitch added, "And I'm thinking if I go with you this will be easier." He then turned to Sprout and added, "And Sprout, while I'm gone, please, please, please don't try and start a war." Sprout grumbled, Fine." The three then took off towards Zephyr Heights so that Izzy could do the same for them, as she did Maritime Bay. Convincing the Pegasi that the unicorns weren't behind it was a bit more difficult until Queen Haven was able to convince every pony that Izzy did indeed do this alone and that no other unicorns were involved. After fixing everything in Zephyr Heights, the two headed to Bridlewood, which was covered in snow like it always was in January. Izzy sighed, "I'm sorry you two, I didn't mean to cause so many problems." Sonny replied, "Izzy, I'm not going to say it is okay, but I think of this as a learning lesson for you. You had a lapse in judgment, and then you learned from it." Hitch then added, "I'm sure the historians will want to remember this event." He then began to laugh. "How about we call this Winter Storm Izzy?" Izzy protested, "But then every pony will remember me for all the wrong reasons." Sonny tried to reassure her, "Izzy, it won't be so bad, and besides, as long as there is never another Winter Storm Izzy, history won't portray you as so bad." Izzy replied, "Alright." She then became a bit happier and added, "How about I take you to the Alpha Bittles and treat you to something for causing so many problems?" In unison, the two agreed. That sounds good. Let's go." This was something that Izzy was going to try and keep secret from Alpha Bittle and the other unicorns, because while the Pegasi and Earth ponies did forgive her, she knew that those of her own tribe may not do so easily, since it could have easily set relations among the tribes backwards and maybe cause them to lose their magic again.
I'm gonna be gone with the
This is How a Pegasus Hoops by Swisher. Pip Pedals was happy that Sonny and Izzy and Hitch, and herself and Zip, were able to unite all the ponies and bring magic back to Equestria. However, something had been bothering the princess. Back when Izzy was singing that one song, where she was teaching them all how to be unicorns, she had casually produced a basketball out of nowhere and sunk a backwards shot in all of their faces, while she was singing. It was talent like Pip had never seen, which was upsetting because talent was what made her popular. And if there was a talent as great as Izzy's that Pip didn't have, she needed to get it. So later that day, she had gone to Izzy's cottage to ask her about it. "Hi, what can I do for you?" asked Izzy happily upon opening the door. "I was wondering," said Pip awkwardly, "how did you learn to hoop?" "Oh, that," Izzy giggled. "Sorry, unicorn's secret. Did you think it was cool?" "Well, it was interesting," Pip replied. She didn't want to sound too envious. said Izzy, eyeing Pip closely. Poker face, Pip thought. A moment later, Izzy's expression returned to normal. Well, you're always welcome to learn some other stuff, she chirped, or anything else you need. Thank you, said Pip. See you later, Izzy. And with that, Pip Petals set off to learn how to hoop. Zephyr Heights did not feature many basketball courts, nor did Bridlewood, which confused Pip greatly, or Maritime Bay. It took her around an hour to finally locate one near the outskirts of the Pegasus City. She flew down to it, grateful to see a young male Pegasus sitting on a bench on the side of the court. He was holding a phone, with a basketball resting on the ground next to him. As she approached, the stallion looked up. Princess Pip? He said with a start. Yes, that's me, she replied with a small smile. I wanted to ask you a question. Okay, said the stallion, bewildered as to why one of the princesses of Zephyr Heights would want to ask him a question. What is it? Do you know how to hoop? For a moment the stallion was silent. Suddenly he burst into laughter, unable to stop himself. What's so funny? Pip asked, feeling slightly embarrassed. Nothing. It's just that we usually refer to it as playing basketball, the stallion replied, regaining himself. Hoop is more of a slang term, which is why it was so funny to hear you say it. Right, said Pip. But you know how to play, right? Yeah, replied the young stallion. Why? Well, a friend of mine is really good at playing basketball, Pip answered. She almost said hoop again. I was just hoping to learn as well. So, are you asking me to teach you? It would be great if you could, said Pip, grateful that he had caught on. Then, realizing that she was probably going to have to do something in return, she added, I'll owe you a date. She figured that would seal it. Oh, I'm alright, the stallion replied, blushing. I can teach you though. All I need from you is your time. No problem, said Pip, relieved. A lot of it. Right. Well, the name's Skyhook, said the young Pegasus. Ready to get started? Pip nodded. I would have wanted another ball for this, said Skyhook, but I guess we'll have to roll with just one. Okay, here we go. And so it began. First lesson, said Skyhook, pacing back and forth in front of Pip like a war general, is to not get distracted. He stopped and shot a dirty look at a group of Pegasi giggling at the scene, all with their phones out. Pip did her best to not turn and acknowledge them. She always acknowledged her fans, but this was important. Second lesson, Skyhook continued, resuming his pacing, is to know how to move with the ball, and tempting as it might be, your wings aren't really part of that. Noted, said Pip. Dribbling is pretty easy, said Skyhook. All you gotta do is take the ball and bounce it, like this. He picked up his basketball and bounced it a few times. So that's dribbling? Pip asked. Yep, said Skyhook simply. That's dribbling. Ready to try it? I guess, Pip replied. She took the ball, bounced it on the ground, and missed it when it came back up, and was promptly smacked in the face with it. She scrunched up her muzzle in pain as the ball began to bounce away. Are you alright? Skyhook asked, approaching Pip with concern. I'm fine, said Pip, shaking it off. Let me try again. Still looking concerned, Skyhook went and retrieved the ball. A good 20 minutes later, Pip was no longer getting smacked in the face, and though she felt a bit sore on the nose from the first impact, she could dribble the ball quite well. The next level in the world of dribbling is ball handling, said Skyhook, but we don't need to worry about that. Now you need to learn how to shoot. He picked up the ball, turned towards the basket, which was a good distance away, took aim and launched it. Pip watched as it sailed in a perfect arc and practically floated through the net. Wow, said Pip, surprised. How did you do that? Practice, the hooper pony replied. Pip noticed the basketball cutie mark on his flank. Guess he really loves basketball, the princess thought. After retrieving the ball, Skyhook held the basketball up with his hooves in a shooting stance. This is how you shoot, he said. You use one hoof to push the ball and one hoof to guide it. That's really important. Got it, said Pip. But how do I do that? I'll show you, Skyhook replied. He placed the basketball in Pip's hooves. Hold it up, he said, then proceeded to correct Pip's stance by adjusting the position of her hooves on the ball. At that moment, a Pegasus not much older than Skyhook that was passing by shouted, "Whoa! Trying to take home the Princess Hook?" Going red once again, he ignored him. Like that, he said, stepping away from Pip. You don't have to aim for the basket. Just try launching the ball. Pip pushed the ball up into the air and watched as it travelled in a sort of wobbly arc back toward the ground. Good, said Skyhook. Pretty good start. Let's do that a few more times, and then we can start aiming for the hoop. The process of teaching Pip Petals how to shoot was more exhausting than anything Skyhook could have imagined. She was a good listener and was trying her best, but she somehow couldn't get it right. Finally, after much repetition and hassle, Pip launched the ball in a clean arc into the hoop, which was a few feet away. Breathing a huge sigh of relief, Skyhook smiled. Awesome! Now we can work on your aim and try to expand your range. Pip picked up the ball and tried again from a bit deeper and sighed as the ball rolled in and out. It's alright, said Skyhook. It'll take a little bit of practice. And so practice they did. Pip was shaky to start off, but quickly began to improve. Skyhook watched in amazement as Pip began to shoot bombs from pretty far out, including the spot he had shot from. Clearly things had clicked for the princess. That was incredible, said Skyhook as Pip drained another deep shot. I think you've finally got it. Both of them were sweating profusely, one of them from exhaustion, the other from effort. The sun was finally beginning to set, and Queen Haven was going nuts up in her castle. Where is she? She asked her guards for the 65th time. We don't know, Your Highness, as we've been standing here guarding this door for the past 4 hours. Thankfully, the Queen was too busy stressing about her daughter to notice the pony's smart comment. At that moment, Zip Storm flew into the throne room. I haven't found her, she said immediately before her mother could speak. Where could she be? Has she run away? Am I that bad? Haven cried. Calm down, Mum, said Zip with a sigh. She'll turn up soon. Oh, I hope so, said the Queen. Because if she doesn't, then I'm reporting her missing. The media will love that, Zip muttered. Meanwhile, a good distance away from the castle, Pip Petals was laying against the wall of a building near the court, draining a fairly large bottle of water. Goodness, she said, putting down the empty bottle. That was tiring. Tell me about it, Skyhook muttered. Night was beginning to fall. You know, you should probably get back home. The stone noticed how truly messy Pip looked. Her mane was dishevelled and her tiara was askew. And freshen yourself up a bit, he added. Pip had never had such an abnormal day. She seldom spent so much time away from her fans, let alone her mother. She began to fear how that conversation would go. You're right, she replied, standing up. Thanks for the help. She embraced Skyhook in a quick hug before flying off. Damn, said Skyhook to himself with a sigh as she disappeared. She's cute. Queen Haven did not take her daughter's disappearance well at all, and upon her return, there was a lot of questioning, which put Pip in an extremely awkward position. It didn't help that when she mentioned Skyhook, Zip adopted a devious grin that did not suggest that she was going to keep quiet about what had happened. The next day, Pip visited Izzy and brought her to the court she had learned to hoop at. She noticed Skyhook sitting on the same bench, once again immersed in his phone. As they neared, Pip watched the stallion set his phone down and begin to dribble the ball in impossible ways, messing up here and there as he continued to work on his handles. Looking up, he noticed the two mares before him.
"You're back," said Skyhook with a start. He hadn't expected to see her again, let alone with a friend. Was he about to have to teach another pony the same stuff? "Yep," said Pip. "I just came to show my friend Izzy something."
"Gotcha," Skyhook replied. "I'll just head home, leave you guys to it." And with that, he picked up his basketball and began to fly away, feeling slightly sad. Remembering that she didn't have a ball, she turned to Izzy. "You don't happen to have a basketball, do you?" She stopped, shocked at the fact that Izzy was now spinning a basketball on the tip of her hoof. "Where'd you get that?" Pip asked. "Magic," said Izzy, continuing to spin the ball. "Right, I can see that." "Sure." Izzy tossed the ball off her hoof toward Pip, who caught it, turning to the basket. She shot the ball without hesitation and watched as it sailed through the net. She then turned to Izzy, smiling proudly. "What'd you think?" "Pretty good," Izzy replied. "It's a great start." Pip froze. "Start?" Seeing the look on Pip's face, Izzy grabbed the ball. "Observe," she said, and standing a little further from the hoop than Pip was, turned her back on it and launched the ball over her shoulder. Pip's jaw dropped as she watched the smoothest shot she'd ever seen fly through the hoop, barely touching the net. "Ow!" said Pip, purely shocked. Izzy just smiled comfortably. "Unicorn's secret," she said, then trotted off. "You coming?" Pip began to follow her, highly disappointed with being shown up twice. Show off, she thought bitterly. How was she supposed to shoot like that, backwards? One day, she was going to beat Izzy. Hopefully. A Cold and Stormy Night by Winterstormed. Sunny Star Scout could not believe she agreed to spend a night in jail. Maybe she was distracted because she was so happy at the time. Star Scout, along with her new friends, brought friendship and harmony once more to the three pony races. Or it could have also been because she was not paying attention to Hitch while he was talking to her. Honestly, you could not blame her. She was having so much fun with her spectral horns and wings, she just simply nodded her head and took off. With Pip and Zip. She only realised her mistake after every pony was starting to leave. Zip and Pip went back to their mother Queen Haven to Zephyr Heights, though they promised they will be coming back soon to visit. Izzy did the same, but reminded her of what she unwittingly agreed to. "Goodbye, Izzy, I will be waiting for your visit," Sunny said as she hugged the purple unicorn. "You can count on that," giggled Izzy. "Just as Pip and Zip said, we will be back soon." "Yeah, I know." Sunny was already missing her friends. "You should be going, Sunny. The sun is down. You promised Hitch that you would be there before the moon rises." Izzy broke from the hug confused. "What promise?" Izzy giggled. "You do not remember? Hitch was talking about your prison sentence." Sunny's eyes widened. "What? He said you broke a lot of bylaws on the day of our escape and some other stuff I could not understand. Originally your prison sentence was 2 years. Sunny's jaw dropped. "But he managed to make it only 1 night in prison." Sunny sighed in relief, but only to realise she will still have to spend a night in jail. Eventually Sunny and Izzy hugged one more time and parted ways. Ugh! Sunny kicked a stone in her path as she headed to the sheriff's office. Hitch and his dumb laws! Eventually, she made it to Sheriff Hitch's office. "Sunny," said Hitch cheerfully, "I was about to get some..." "Sunny?" Sunny was not in the mood for his donut cravings. "Can we just get this over and done with?" she said irritably as she headed towards the cell. Hitch looked at Sunny with a puzzled expression. Why are you upset? Sunny scowled. No, Hitch, she said sarcastically. I'm peachy. Going to spend my night in jail is what I've dreamed my whole life. Hitch frowned. You were okay with it when I told earlier on with the rest of the gang. That's because I was not paying attention. The sheriff shrugged. Oh well, either way, you were going to spend some time in jail for all those bylaws you broke. For good reason, interjected Sunny. How were I and Izzy to... Hitch waved her off. That is not the point. The law is the law. I know you brought the three races together and all of that, but the fact still stands that you broke the numerous bylaws. Your sentence was 2 years, but because you did it for a noble cause and you are my friend, I reduced it to 1 day. You have to be punished. No pony is above the law, and I will not be able to sleep at night, guilty for not upholding the law. There were tears in Hitch's eyes as his hoof was placed to his heart. Sunny was not amused. Gee, I hope my time in jail will give peace of mind to sleep, Hitch. Hitch, of course, did not pick up the tone of her voice. Thank you for understanding, Sunny. As he wiped his tears. Now, I will be right back. It's donut time, said Hitch gleefully. Do not worry, Sunny. I will bring you one, he said as he left. Sunny sighed in frustration in her cell as he left. She looked at her cell. It was bare, an empty room, a stark contrast to the one Izzy and she was in back in Zephyr Heights. Her ears pricked at the sound of thunder and the patter of rain. She muttered in irritation. She forgot what the weather forecast was tonight. Sunny shivered as the wind blew through the tiny window in her cell. It was getting cold. Where am I going to sleep? Thought Sunny. Is this part of my punishment? Sunny's thoughts were broken as the doors swung open, revealing a slightly wet Hitch. I cannot believe I forgot about the weather, muttered Hitch. And the donut shop was closed too. Hitch? Yes, Sunny? Where am I going to sleep? Hitch snorted. On a bed, of course. This cell is empty, Hitch. No, it is... What the hey? Said Hitch in surprise, looking at the cell and the scowling bear in it. Is this my punishment? No, said Hitch quickly. I forgot that the cell's furniture was removed for repairs. I am sorry. Sunny took a deep breath. He was being sincere. Can I just go home? It may be partially destroyed, but the bottom part is still intact and... No, Sunny. It is raining pretty hard and the winds are howling. It is too dangerous to go outside, said Hitch as he dug behind his table looking for something. Here you go, revealing a thin mattress, pillow and blanket. I'm sorry, Sunny, Hitch said once again. It's fine, yawned Sunny as she laid down on the mattress with Hitch covering her. That was when Sunny realized something as Hitch was leaving. Hitch, where are you going to sleep? I will be sleeping at my desk, said Hitch, chuckling. Do not worry, I am used to it. Sometimes I review cases into the night, and I eventually fall asleep on my desk. Sunny looked at the bottom of the blanket, revealing Hitch's initials. Liar! He gave me his bed. Sunny looked guilty at Hitch as he was about to leave the cell. Hitch? The sheriff turned around. Yes, Sunny? Sunny's cheeks turned red. Do you want to share the bed with me? It was Hitch's turn for his cheeks to turn red. No, it's fine, Sunny. I can totally... This is your bed, said Sunny. Please, I insist. Hitch did not know what to do, his brain malfunctioning. Eventually he formulated a response. Okay, said Hitch as he slowly walked towards the makeshift bed, laying down next to Sunny, their muzzles inches away from each other. Hitch stayed at the edge of the bed as Sunny turned around, feeling tired. Hitch turned around as well. He did not sleep. The sound of thunder and the patter of the rain was too much for him, coupled with the fact that his best friend was in the same bed as him. He felt something poke in his back. Hitch? He turned around. Sunny was shivering badly. He was used to the cold nights since the office was badly insulated, but Sunny's house... In fact, every pony in Maritime Bay had insulated houses. Do you have an extra blanket? Chattered Sunny. Hitch shook his head. Sorry, Sonny, this is the only one. Sonny's cheeks became red once more. Can I hold you? Pardon me? The blushing Hitch said. I mean, can I come closer to you? You know, for body heat? Okay, said Hitch as he turned around once more. Hitch felt Sonny as she scooted closer to him, touching his fur. He could feel her breathing on his neck. For the next hour, Hitch stared at the floor. He definitely could not sleep now. His best friend was sleeping with him. His chest was feeling warm and fuzzy too for some reason. It was a nice feeling though. Whoa! Hitch felt two whoos wrap around his stomach, pulling him towards Sonny, her muzzle buried in his neck. Sonny? No answer. She is asleep. For the next 2 hours, Hitch tried to get out of Sonny's grip. Without much luck, she held him even tighter and entwined her back legs with his. Hitch gave up. Boy, does he have a lot to explain in the morning. As he was falling asleep in Sonny's embrace, he felt a slight pain in his right ear. He yelped as it pained a little harder. Sonny was nibbling his ear. Hitch tried to escape. No pony knows that Hitch's most sensitive part of his body is his ears. Hitch tried to stop the moans coming from his mouth. This night is a nightmare. Eventually, the sleeping Sonny stopped. My teddy bear, giggled the sleeping Sonny. Hitch blushed when she said that, the warm feeling in his chest growing. Eventually, he fell off to sleep.
I'm holding on to somebody like you. You're here in every melody that I sing. I'm returning the table. I refuse to let you in. Unfold from my mind, I don't want you near. If you killed me with kindness, I no longer feel you here. You fall into someone new. A feathered heart forgets everything that's true. It's like I've ran into 1,000 shades of blue. Why am I holding on to somebody like you?
Sonny yawned as she lazily opened her eyes. What a wonderful sleep. Hey, Hitch? The words died in Sonny's throat as she realized she was holding something. Some pony. Arg! Yelped Sonny as she fell off the bed. She stared at the still sleeping Hitch. Would he? No, I was holding him, not the other way around. Sonny sighed a breath of relief. He probably did not notice. Thank God no pony was. Hi, Sonny! Ah! Sonny jumped in fright. Izzy, her cheeks turning red. What are you doing here? Izzy giggled as she hopped around Sonny. I told you I'll be visiting soon. When did you arrive? Asked Sonny nervously. Izzy tilted her head. When I arrived here in Maritime Bay? Or when I came inside Hitch's office? Sonny gulped. When did you come here, in Hitch's office? Oh, about 10 minutes ago. Does that mean... Izzy grinned. Yup, you were literally embracing him like he's your... Sonny quickly stopped Izzy from speaking. Shh! Hitch must not find out. Any pony for that matter. Izzy looked at Sonny, puzzled. Why? I thought you two were having some alone time. No, I was feeling cold and... So you don't have feelings for him? No, I mean... The two mares stopped talking as they hear a yawn coming from the bed. What a night, yawned Hitch as he turned around, raising an eyebrow at Izzy. Are you not supposed to be in Bridlewood? I came for visiting. Sorry for disturbing you guys. I will meet you all at Sonny's place. And with that, she hopped away. Sonny and Hitch looked at each other, blushing. They immediately began to speak at the same time. About last night. They chuckled nervously. You go first, said Hitch. I just wanted to say thank you for keeping me warm last night and showing kindness to me, Sonny said, blushing.
No problem, Sonny. I will always be there for you, smiled Hitch. Sonny's heart was beating faster. Always be there for you? Hey, Sonny? Sonny shook her head as she saw Hitch already moving towards the door. Let us go and get some breakfast. I'm starving. Sonny smiled. Right behind you, as she walked towards him. Hitch? Yes, Sonny? You wanted to say something earlier about last night? Hitch blushed. I'll tell you later. Let us get breakfast. Fine by me.
You falling for someone new. A feathered heart forgets everything that's true. Feels like I ran into 1,000 shades of blue. Why am I holding on to somebody like you? You falling, you falling, you falling. Why am I holding on to somebody like you?
Taboo by Axolotl 222. Hey, Pip. 1 second, Pip replied. Sorry about that, Pip Squeaks, but it looks like I have to get going. Until next time, Pip, Pip, hooray! Pip sang her outro with her usual gusto before turning her phone off. She tucked under her wing with a sigh before making her way across her bedroom. Pip opened the door to find her sister on the other side, looking mildly excited. Hey sis, what's up? Nothing much, Zip said with a smirk. Oh? Oh, now? Bad time? Well, not really, I guess, Pip said with a weak smile as she rubbed her knee. I guess that stream was getting a little long anyways. Maybe one of these days you could have your fans watch us. Bet they'd get a kick out of that. Zip, don't joke about that. Zip chuckled as her sister scowled. Oh come on, I was only kidding. It's not funny, Pip retorted. Do you know what would happen if they found out? We'd be ruined. Neither of us could ever show our faces in this city again, and after I've been working my tail off to fix the damage a certain Sun Pony caused when she decided to crash my concert. Zip flinched, her ears flatting as she suddenly became interested in the tiling on the floor. Pip sighed. I'm sorry, that was uncalled for. It's cool, it was a bad joke anyways, Zip muttered, her gaze still downward. She suddenly felt Pip's wing drape over her shoulder, pulling her into a hug. Come on, I know you hate it when we fight, and besides, Zip lifted her head as she patted her on the back. She couldn't help but match Pip's smile with one of her own. Live streaming really builds up an appetite, you know? Cloudpuff was sitting on Queen Haven's throne, taking a well-earned nap after a long day of flying after birds. Beside him were 2 members of the Royal Guard, Zephyr's Heights' elite, bravest, most disciplined and loyal citizens, sworn by an oath to the very last breath to protect the family. Hey Zoom, you gotta see what these ponies just did on Clip Clop. Thunder thrust his phone into his companion's face, shattering her stoic demeanour instantly. Zoom chose not to dignify his antics with words, instead opting for an annoyed grunt and an eye roll, just when the throne room's doors opened, causing the stallion awkwardly stash his phone and snap into a salute. Pip Petals trotted into the room with an unusual spring in her step as her sister followed close behind. Cloudpuff woke from his nap and flew across the room. Pip leaped into the air and grabbed him in a hug. Hey there little guy, did you miss me? She said, scratching him behind the ears as he licked her face. Zip chuckled, then turned to address the guards. Evening Thunder, Zoom. Just letting that the two of us are going to be using the private room again. You know the drill. The two nodded in understanding. In the meantime, Pip had landed back on the ground, trying to set Cloudpuff down, only for him to fly up into her face, letting out a pleading whimper. "Oh!" Pip cooed. "He doesn't want us to go." "Well, I guess we could bring him along," Zip suggested. "Wait, really?" "Don't see why not. Maybe he'd even like getting in on the action." "Zip!" Pip shouted, her face changing from pink to red as she pouted. "Do you have to word it like that?" "Yes." Pip rolled her eyes and playfully punched her in the shoulder. "You're insufferable, you know that?" "And you wouldn't have me any other way." The sisters' laughter echoed as they stepped into the hall behind their thrones, only to abruptly be silenced by the sound of the door closing behind them. Sometime later, and after getting forced to watch more clip-clop challenges than Zoom would have ever wanted to see, the door opened again, revealing two very tired yet satisfied Pegasi. Cloudpuff stumbled out behind them, immediately rushing to his seat and unceremoniously falling asleep. "Ugh, I feel so full. I have no idea how you could even walk after all that." Zip smiled. "Guess all that flight practice is finally paying off." Whatever she was about to say next was interrupted by a loud yawn. "Okay, I guess I'm more tired than I thought. Think I'm gonna go to my room and chill for a bit." "That's fine," Pip said with a groan as he stretched her neck. "I think I'm all tuckered out for the evening anyways." Zoom watched as the two left, chewing on her bottom lip in thought. "Hey Thunder," she said after a moment. Thunder already was staring at his phone when he heard her. "Yeah? You ever wonder what they are doing back there?" Thunder's gaze shifted from his phone to the other guard pony. He frowned. "What do you mean?" "I mean, they've been going back there about every other day for the past few months or so. They never say what they're doing beyond having some alone time. They're always weirdly excited when they go in, and they leave looking happy. You aren't a little curious about what they're up to?" Never thought of it that way. I guess I haven't been paying too much attention to them." "Figures," Zoom mumbled under her breath. They're probably just working on that weird friendship magic thing they keep talking about. It's probably no big deal." Yeah, you're probably right."
You don't know what is it we're hiding. You don't know it's not fair. All you know is, darling, that we're faking. You don't know it's not fair. We're all having fun, bathing in the sun. We're all building castles, castles in the sand. We're having fun, we're having fun.
"Hey, Zoom, you gonna what?" Thunder cut himself off mid-sentence as he remembered that his partner had taken the day off. "Oh, right. Guess that means I'm just talking to myself here." Once again, there was no response. Thunder sighed and continued scrolling through his phone. He realised that he had already seen the video he was watching at least twice before and turned his phone off. Maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to try and focus on guard duty, he thought. Zoom was always getting on his case about how he needed to pay more attention to these things anyway. Thunder smacked his lips together, the quiet noise just barely managing to break the silence. He managed to stay still for another moment or so before he began to fidget with his hooves. Eventually, he let out an annoyed groan. "Oh my gosh, this is so freaking boring," he thought to himself. Thunder then remembered the hallway behind him, where the royal sisters kept their private room. He thought back to the conversation he had with Zoom last week. Sure, the royals had always demanded to have at least some privacy, and Thunder could understand why they would want a place to hide from the public eye. But hadn't they promised more government transparency after the coup? Did private rooms count? Thunder supposed he could do a quick check on them, just poke his head in for a bit, ask if they're alright. He was sure they wouldn't mind. The door to the hallway was protected by a password lock. Thunder frowned as he stared at the keypad in confusion. Then he entered the Queen's birthday and it opened with a soft click. Thunder stepped into the hallway, thinking back to the time Zoom complained to the Queen about how unsafe it was to use the same password for everything. Of course, since she had one of her photo shoots later that evening, Queen Haven had simply brushed her off. Thunder froze mid-step, staring at the door at the end of the hall for a moment. Should he be doing this? Was it right to intrude on the princesses just because he was bored? Thunder's train of thought was interrupted by a giggle coming from behind the door. Clearly the sisters were fine. Have fun with what?
Oh.
Was that moaning? Curiosity overtook Thunder. As he slowly crept towards the door, he noticed it was slightly ajar. Come on, Zip! You have to let me try for once. What? Don't know about that, little Pip. Don't see how a little thing like you could even fit it all in your mouth. Hey, I'm not little, and you of all ponies should know I could swallow it all in one gulp. Fudge! Thunder was now standing directly behind the door, now to engage with a conversation on the other side, to care about whether or not spying on them would be tactful. Unfortunately, the change in air pressure due to his approach caused the door to swing open. Inside was a tiny room about the size of a garden shed. Inside was an old and tattered love seat, in which sat two startled sisters who seemed to be in the middle of... Oh my stars! Thunder said. You two? Look, every pony just calm down. Let's not make this a bigger deal than it is. No big deal. Oh, this is terrible. My pipsqueaks, they're going to think we're freaks. Oh, for the love of Pete, Pip, it's not a big deal. Mum even tried last week and said it wasn't too bad. Easy for you to say. You don't even have a PonyTube account. He's going to talk and they're going to want to lock us up. Like I keep saying, society has evolved past that now. I'm sure if you just explained why you like... I can never show my face anywhere ever again. Unless we have him locked away in the dungeons before he can talk. Pip? Is that pineapple on your pizza? Thunder stammered, pointing a hoof at the dish sitting on the coffee table near the love seat. Oh, what's the use? I'm a freak! A freak! Pip curled up in a ball, rocking back and forth as she sobbed. Hey, come on now, you're not a freak, Zip said as she draped her wing over her sister. You just like to eat weird foods, that's all. Thunder blinked, unsure of what to say. Zip turned to face him and sighed. After we met Izzy, she had us try all these unicorn recipes. One of them was pineapple pizza, and ever since then we were hooked. Pip was too worried every pony would think that she's weird for liking it, so we paid a chef in Bridlewood to mail us pizzas twice a week. But, I mean, of all the things you could put on a pizza, why fruit? You mean like tomatoes? Zip deadpanned. Those are fruits? Never mind. The point is that Pip shouldn't be afraid of what ponies think about her eating habits. I know I shouldn't care, but I can't. Well, I guess it's not the weirdest thing ever put on a pizza, Thunder thought out loud. See? He doesn't even think it's that weird, Zip said. Pip sniffled and wiped her nose with a hoof. You're right, she said eventually. Slowly she climbed off the love seat and onto her hooves. She turned to face Thunder, a look of shame upon her face. I'm sorry about wanting to lock you in the dungeon. Poof, Thunder said as he waved his hoof dismissively in the air. It's no big deal. Your mother always wanted to have us thrown in the dungeon for one reason or another. At least until we threw her in the dungeon, he thought. So, we're good? Yeah, we're good. Pip smiled. You know, Zip said, this could make an interesting video for your pipsqueaks. Oh my gosh, you're right, Pip said as she clapped her hooves, beaming with excitement. Suddenly she gasped. We could do a mukbang!
With that, she leaped into the air and with surprising speed flew past Thunder, likely heading to a recording studio. She wants to do a what now? I'll tell you some other time.
What is it we're hiding? You don't know, it's not fair. All you know is, darling, that we're faking. You don't know, it's not fair. We're all having fun, bathing in the sun. We're all building castles, castles in the sand. We're having fun, we're having fun. We're all having fun, bathing in the sun. We're all building castles, castles in the sun. We're having fun, we're having fun.
Movie Night, Judgment Nay by Miles Prower 06. Hitch stood in front of his bathroom mirror, wondering if his aqua green mane was acceptable as it was, or if he should apply a little styling gel. If he was perfectly honest, he even felt a little strange going out without his sash and badge, instead opting for a simple small saddlebag much akin to Sunny's, save for all the cutie bark buttons she had on her strap. Looking himself up and down one more time, Maritime Bay's off-duty sheriff deemed himself presentable and turned to leave the bathroom, shutting off the light behind him. Normally, his days off were spent relaxing at a nice secluded spot on the beach, where he didn't risk spotting litter on the street and instantly kicking himself into sheriff mode. But that was a risk he would have to take today, because Sunny Starscout had invited him to go see a movie. It had only been a couple weeks since they had played their part in bringing magic back to Equestria and reuniting the nation, and Hitch had begun to take inventory, as it were. His friendship with Sunny had been considerably strained because of her activism, and he was feeling increasingly guilty over that because she and her father had turned out to be right all along. So when he had gotten a text from her a couple days ago asking him to the movies this evening, he immediately said yes, seeing it as an opportunity to continue healing their strained friendship, making sure he had enough bits to cover 2 tickets, popcorn and a soda. He was out his front door and into the cool Maritime Bay evening.
I gotta be honest, I'm feeling tired tonight, but the look in your eyes got me feeling alive inside. Every moment, here and now with you. No, nothing is better with you. I feel brand new. You and I can run away till we take flight. Nothing in our sight can take away what we can do tonight.
The most common sight by far for the past 2 weeks were orange construction pylons, as crews worked to remove all of Cantor Logic's unicorn entrapment devices from the street, and then resurface the affected areas. The biggest factory in town was also undergoing a major rebranding, cancelling all of his anti-unicorn and Pegasus devices, and beginning to design products that were beneficial to all races and their settlements. Regardless of city-wide street repairs, Maritime Bay's nightlife was as lively as ever, with venues all over seeing increased revenue from the new Unicorn and Pegasus visitors. The Maritime Bay Cineplex was near the centre of town and was currently showing 4 films: Horns, Harry Trotter, Dirty Prancing, and the main attraction for the past few weeks was Judgment Nay, a highly anticipated sequel to a hit sci-fi film that had come out before Sunny's time. Construction crews hadn't yet gotten to the 10 unicorn entrapment devices on the Walken Street, so the lions had to make do in making their way around them, as pylons and caution tape had been put up around each one. It made them a bit longer and curvier, but ponies didn't seem to mind. They were doing a good job of staying clear of the tram tracks. Something else Hitch frequently had to remind younger ponies of when he was on duty. Off to the side of the line, over by two of the movie posters, he noticed a familiar apricot earth pony wave at him, and he gave a smile and trotted over.
Good evening, Sonny, and here I thought I'd beat you here. You haven't been waiting long, have you?
Don't be silly. You'd have to be late for me to be waiting. I've just been taking in the sights tonight. It's amazing seeing every pony enjoying our city together, Sonny replied. She did have a point. The line to the theatre's ticket booth was 30 ponies long, and it was filled with a mix of earth ponies, unicorns, and pegasi.
So, ready to get in line?
Hitch asked, and his friend nodded, and they began walking past the posters to get around to the end of the line around the corner.
You think movies like this will stop with the reunification?
Hitch asked as he glanced at the theatrical poster for horns. I wouldn't be so sure. In fact, I think it might get better as filmmakers from different races come together and discuss what they've been doing, Sonny replied.
Really? Hitch asked.
Well, you don't think we're the only ones who let our biases influence our movies, do you? Zip was telling me of a Zephyr Heights movie called Friday the 15th, about a mass murdering unicorn named Jason Voorhoofs who used his horn to stab ponies who camped near Crystal Lagoon. And Bridalwood isn't immune either. One of Izzy's favourite movies is called Blazing Saddles, Sonny explained.
Blazing Saddles?
Yeah, it's a Horner Brothers comedy about an earth pony sheriff that comes to protect a town full of racist pegasi.
Should I be offended at that?
Hitch asked, and got a giggle out of Sonny for his trouble as they got in line, with two earth ponies and a unicorn filling in behind them a few moments later.
Driving through our memories, hand in hand, you and me, we were making plans to be forever, babe. I know you don't need me, but I see you and me, we can make it happen. Be my forever, babe.
In all seriousness, in response to your first question, I think some of the most blatant biases will fade, but not disappear completely. Self-deprecation is a form of art after all, Sonny told him.
So what'll it be? Judgment Day?
Hitch asked. Yep, I've actually heard nothing but good things. Even Zip and Izzy liked it. They popped in to see it the day after everyone's magic had been restored, Sonny answered. Nothing official had been decided, but a lot of ponies around town had come to call it Reunification Day.
That's the sequel to the one that was before we were born, right? The one about Unicorn and Pegasus robots from the future?
Yep, that's the one. I remember how they closed off a section of Cantor Logic to film part of the sequel, Sonny answered.
Yup, I remember having to escort you off the premises that day,
Hitch said, another pang of guilt hitting him in the chest as he recalled how she had attempted to protest the making of the film. It must have showed in his expression, because Sonny noticed. Hey, don't worry about it, water under the bridge as far as I'm concerned, Sonny reassured him with a smile. He returned the smile and shrugged the feeling off as they stepped up to the ticket booth.
2 for Judgment Day, please,
Hitch told the ticket agent on the other side of the glass. Together or separate? The older mare asked.
Together,
came the simultaneous reply from both ponies. They both did double takes, glancing at each other and giving a nervous chuckle.
I can take care of it, Sonny,
Hitch told her as he began to reach into his saddlebag. Nonsense! I invited you, remember? Sonny countered, also reaching into his saddlebag. Hitch paused and realised she did have a point. That'll be 4 bits, ma'am, the ticket agent told her. Sonny came out with the correct change, and she was handed 2 tickets, and they made their way over to the doors.
Popcorn is on me though, you hear?
Hitch said with a smile. The pair of ponies passed through the double doors and quickly picked up their snacks, extra large popcorn and 2 sodas, which Sonny let Hitch hand over the bits for. Now they were fully ready. They went over to the usher who took their tickets. Theatre 1 on your left. Thank you and enjoy your movie. Their popcorn smelled so good that they started munching on it on their walk down the hall to their theatre. Where do you want to sit? Hitch asked. I've always loved it right up front. Come on, she told him excitedly, walking down the outer aisle of the theatre, going right down to the front row, where luckily the two centermost seats were still empty. They hadn't realized how close they had cut it, because not even 2 minutes after they had sat down, the lights dimmed and the various filmmaking factoids faded out to the Lighthouse Entertainment intro slate.
3 billion equine lives ended on August 29, 3997. The survivors of the nuclear fire called the war Judgment Day. They lived only to face a new nightmare, the war against the machines.
When Sonny and Hitch came out of the front doors of the Cineplex 2.5 hours later, their hearts were racing, and the dusk sky from when they had gone in was now a clear starry night. Whew, what a ride! Hitch exclaimed, glancing up at the review quotes that were posted up on the main marquee of the building. How is very good only 3 stars? Ugh, critics, he said, rolling his eyes.
Come on, I'll walk you home. You sure? It's a nice enough night, why not?
Together they walked towards the coast. Well, I can't say this too often, but that was better than the original in every single conceivable way, Sonny said.
You got that right. Wonder if they'll make any more,
Hitch added. I'd say leave it as it is. How many movies about robots travelling back in time to change the future by killing John Trotter do you think they can make? Sonny asked. Hitch laughed.
Those special effects were really something. A Pegasus robot made of liquid. And those shots in Cantor logic. Wow! You'd really think they'd have a section of that place filled with molten steel?
Hitch commented as they cleared Maritime Bay's main square and headed to the outskirts, the streets turning to dirt paths and grassy hills.
So where do you want to go next time? Nice dinner perhaps? Plenty of places offer a great view of the coast. Or plenty of atmospheric places downtown,
Hitch told her. Wow, you make it sound like we might be dating, Sonny teased. Hitch nearly stumbled in his gait, but saved it for the last moment as they made their way up the final hill to Sonny's lighthouse, which was still undergoing repairs, having scaffolding all around the damaged tower, but had enough work done now to be considered livable, at least on the first 2 floors. The off-duty sheriff swallowed a nervous lump in his throat.
Are we?
He asked, his cheeks flushing pink. Well, isn't that forward of you? Sonny said, smiling at him.
I'm sorry, Sonny, I shouldn't have said that, and
Hitch got tangled up in his words and got another giggle out of Sonny. Hitch, I'm teasing you, Sonny said, playfully elbowing him as they came up to a front door. Besides, I said it first, we've known each other our whole lives, so I don't think it would be that surprising to too many ponies in town if we did get that far. Hitch smiled at her as she dug the key out to unlock the front door, and she opened it before turning back to him. I had a great time tonight, Hitch. To answer your last question, you can take me anywhere. I'm not picky. I just know you'll pick somewhere amazing. With that, she held up her front right hoof, and Hitch immediately knew what to do, bringing his right hoof up as well.
Up high, down low, hitch it to a post, flip it sunny side up and on a piece of toast.
Instead of letting go at the end, Sonny held on and took a step forward and kissed him on the cheek as she stepped back towards her door. Now her cheeks were a delightful shade of pink as well. And that, she began, was the answer to your second to last question. I'll let you think about it while you plan our second date.
She turned and stepped into her house, and turned to give him one more smile as she began to close the door. "Good night, Hitch." It was all Hitch could do to return the smile, as his cheeks positively burned and his mind went a mile a minute. The door latch closed, leaving Maritime Bay Sheriff to slowly turn and walk back towards town, wondering what kind of step he had just taken.
Better together, you and me, we will be. Leave the light on for me, but honey, let me down slowly. I've never been a dreamer till I met you. I know I don't deserve it, but honey, I need it. I've never been a dreamer till I met you.
Finn. Teleport Trouble by Quoterific. With the new lighthouse now up and running, Sunny was happy to have her home back, along with some new friends to share it with. Unfortunately, 4 of them had their own things to do, meaning that it was just her and a certain unicorn spending some quality time together. There was no need to go off on some crazy mission of unification. It was just Sunny and Izzy doing some fun cooking together. It was also the perfect time for Izzy to practice her new magic without relying on pecking holes in tin cans. "So what are we having for lunch?" Izzy asked as Sunny rummaged through the cupboards and fridge, getting out what she needed. "Well, I am rather hungry after moving all my stuff back in," Sunny said, her head in a cupboard. "So I was thinking of a nice omelette, something filling, you know." "Gotcha!" Izzy answered as she bounced towards the fridge. "How many eggs do you need?" "5, please," Sunny said. Izzy opened the fridge effortlessly and levitated the correct number of eggs. "You're getting good at that, Izzy," Sunny observed as she gathered the vegetables needed for the omelette. "Apart from levitation, have you tried anything else?" "Not really," Izzy shrugged and chuckled sheepishly. "That's all I can do for now. Can magic do more than just make things glow and float?" Sunny turned her head to face the hanging picture frame of herself when she was a filly, riding on her father's back. A smile spread across her face as memories began to resurface. "My dad said that when ponies did have magic, a pony who had both wings and a horn was the princess of friendship called Twilight Sparkle. She could do all sorts of things with magic," Sunny told Izzy, hints of nostalgia coming through her voice as she remembered the stories every bedtime her dad used to tell her. "Like what?" Izzy asked, intrigue in her voice. "She was magically skilled, that's for sure," Sunny continued. "She could turn things into other things, make force fields from magic, and even teleport from one place to another." "That sounds like so much fun!" Izzy bounced on the spot. "And very convenient." Sunny nodded before her stomach rumbled, causing the both of them to look down. Sunny blushed and rubbed the back of her head with a hoof. "Maybe we could continue storytelling when we're done cooking," Sunny suggested as she got the final ingredients. Izzy helping by levitating them to the table. The two of them spent some time cutting the veg and cracking the eggs, Izzy pulling a face of utmost concentration as she carefully used the knives held in her magical grasp to slice and dice the peppers and onions. Sunny was amused at Izzy's expression of pure concentration, trying not to laugh as it could break her friend's concentration. Cracking the eggs was especially difficult as Izzy needed the correct amount of force to break them. Too much pressure would cause them to explode, as the first 3 attempts had proven. Sunny and Izzy were both covered in both egg yolks and whites by the time Izzy managed to apply the right amount of force, but they laughed and wiped the mess away. Now it was time to add some seasoning. "Pass me the pepper, would you?" Sunny asked. Izzy just nodded as she levitated the pepper pot to begin shaking. Unfortunately, Izzy still didn't know her own magical strength and shook the pot too forcefully,
A cloud of pepper filled the kitchen as the lid flew off. While Sunny was quick to put a hoof to her muzzle, Izzy wasn't so lucky. Izzy, you okay? Sunny asked as her eyes began to turn red and water, a hoof still on her nose. Izzy just stood there, her own eyes watering as her muzzle began to twitch. With one short breath after another, it became clear that she was about to sneeze. Her horn suddenly lit up as she inhaled sharply, and Sunny shielded her eyes as the lighthouse erupted with a blaze of purple light. An almighty sneeze was all Sunny could hear. Then, as quickly as it happened, it was all over. Sunny uncovered her eyes with one hoof and removed the other from her muzzle as she sat on the kitchen floor, looking around for a friend. Izzy? Sunny looked around. You okay? Her head frantically turned from left to right as she surveyed her home. Then it suddenly dawned on her. I can't believe it, Sunny said with wide eyes. Did she just teleport? Panic began to replace awe. This is bad. This is very, very bad. She could be anywhere. She stopped her cooking prep and rushed outside, galloping towards Maritime Bay. I don't even know how unicorn magic works. There wasn't any magic at all until now, and my father was very vague on unicorn magic in his studies on olden Equestria. Oh, I hope nothing bad happens. This magic business is just as unpredictable as Izzy. After an early morning gym session, tackling a mountain of paperwork, chasing litter ponies, and being followed by every critter imaginable, Sheriff Hitch was looking forward to a nice relaxing shower. With a towel over his back, he went to the bathroom, making sure to leave a window open. He turned the shower on and waited for the water to heat up. Testing the droplets of falling water with a hoop, he put the towel on a radiator and stepped in. A sigh of relaxation and exhaustion escaping his mouth. Wow, Hitch contemplated. This morning took a lot out of me. I think I'll leave Sprout in charge of the afternoon rush. He reached out for his favourite lotion and began rubbing the cream into his yellow coat, another sigh escaping his lips. Suddenly, there was an almighty flash of bright purple light, causing Hitch to cover his eyes and drop the bottle of lotion, causing bubbles to upwards. He then became aware that the shower space suddenly became a whole lot smaller as he felt something soft and fuzzy press up against him. Opening his eyes, which were slightly stinging from the mixture of water and lotion coming in, he was greeted muzzle to muzzle with a familiar face. What happened? Asked an equally familiar voice, somewhat sounding dazed and confused. Hitch recognized it immediately. Izzy! He screamed. It was the unicorn's turn to recognize the voice and the stallion in front of her. Hi, Hitch! Izzy smiled. The both of them just stood there underneath the shower, muzzle to muzzle. It was then that both of them realized where exactly they were. Hitch was the first to scream. Now, when the sheriff of Maritime Bay screamed, he didn't scream like what a stallion screaming should sound like. Hitch screamed like a poor mare who had just been frightened to death. The kind of scream that meant that the dear sheriff of Maritime Bay was scarred in more ways than one. Hitch scrambled out of the shower, quickly wrapping the towel around himself. Lotion bubbles and hot steam escaped as he leapt in terror, leaving the bathroom steamy and wet. Izzy, how in Equestria did you get into my shower? Hitch cried out with a blush that would make an apple envious. What? Izzy said, before she gasped theoretically. Did I just teleport into your shower? Teleport? Hitch stuttered in surprise. Yeah, Izzy answered before her mouth ran faster than a machine's motor. I was cooking supper with Sunny and I suddenly shook too hard on the pepper pot, causing this massive dust of pepper to come out, which caused me to sneeze and activate my magic, causing me to teleport to your, shower. Hitch pointed a hoof at Izzy, still blushing at what had transpired. I could have you fined for a violation of... Hitch couldn't finish his sentence as a stray bubble popped in front of Izzy, causing another sneeze to escape from Izzy. The bathroom lit up again, and when it faded, Izzy was gone. Privacy, Hitch could only say. Hello Pipsqueaks, and I'm coming to you live from Zephyr Heights Studio for a special recording of my new single. I am really looking forward to sharing this new song with every pony, celebrating the reunification of the 3 tribes. Pip placed the phone down on a music stand with the correct camera facing towards her. Right behind me is the recording studio where all my songs are sung, processed and recorded for all you lovely fans to enjoy when they are ready to be streamed and downloaded. Now, you all must be asking yourself, how does your fellow Pip Petals prepare herself for a long day at the recording studio? Well, what I do is some simple... An almighty flash filled the studio, causing Pip to be caught completely by surprise and fell backwards. Rubbing her eyes, she was greeted by a smiling pony looking down on her. Pip just sat there, stunned at the pony who was in front of her, knowing that she should have been somewhere else. "Hi!" Izzy exclaimed loudly, the studio's acoustics amplifying her voice. "Izzy!" Pip said as she struggled to get up. "How?" "Something involving magic, pepper powder and bubbles. Long story. Oh, is this the studio? I've never been in a studio before." Pip stood up, struggling to process both what had happened and what Izzy had said. "Your phone!" Izzy gasped as she levitated it up and pulled a confused Pip into her signature bone-breaking hugs. Izzy made the phone's front camera face them. "Say?" was all she said before the urge to sneeze took over her and she teleported away once again. Pip's phone dropped to the floor, leaving only a confused Pegasus in the studio. "What just happened?" Pip asked Gnome Pony in the room before sighing. "And there goes my perfect stream." Zip was busy indulging in her favourite pastime of launching herself from rooftop to rooftop, enjoying the feeling of the wind through her feathers. With the ability to fly restored to Pegasi, Zip was loving every minute of it. "This is what I've been missing." Zip sighed in contentment. "I wonder how fast I can really go." "That would be interesting," a voice came from behind her. It was a voice Zip was familiar with too, but she couldn't believe that this particular pony was up in the air with her. Turning her head in the direction of her voice, her eyes widened when she saw the unicorn next to her. "Izzy, how are you?" "It's a long and confusing story," Izzy said before sneezing and teleporting to the other side of her. "Ah, this is getting old real fast now. Some sort of magical mishap?" Zip asked with interest. "If you could put it that way," Izzy said. "How are you even staying afloat?" Izzy gave Zip a deadpan look. "Right, magical mishap." Zip rolled her eyes. Unicorn magic was something that not only for her, but also Earth Ponies and Pegasi were trying to get used to. It could also be that Izzy was just being her usual unexplainable self. Another sneeze happened again, this time taking Zip with her in the teleportation. They found themselves in the middle of Maritime Bay's town centre. Ponies finishing up for the day turned to the 2 ponies in surprise. "Whoa!" Zip stumbled as she tried to regain her balance. "Didn't see that coming." "Sorry!" Izzy apologised. "I can't help it." "Izzy!" Both Izzy and Zip turned in the direction of the voice to find Sunny running toward them. "Izzy, I still haven't given you your proper punish," Hitch shouted as he came running towards them, but the last syllable of his sentence faded when he saw Sunny, Izzy and Zip there. He skidded to a halt and cleared his throat, not wanting the events of today to reach the ears of his friends. "I mean, when this has settled, you and I are going to have a very serious talk." "Izzy!" came a gasping sound from above. All 4 heads looked up to see Pip flapping her wings as fast as she can and landing in exhaustion on the ground. Hitch looked at the group with concern. I can't believe I flew from Zephyr's Heights to here. I am so unfit. She gasped for air.
Can some pony explain to me what has been going on today?
Hitch demanded the 4 girls. Sunny was about to explain when Izzy started to sneeze again. The 3 of them took a step back and shielded their eyes, expecting it to happen again. Sunny closed her eyes with a hoof, stopped Izzy with a hoof to her muzzle. Izzy blinked a couple of times before releasing a sigh of relief, as did the others. So, where have you been with all your teleporting? Sunny asked Izzy. She so wanted to get her scrapbook where she kept all her questions. She interrupted my live stream, Pip answered. She was somehow in mid-air, Zip answered next. Don't ask me how, it just happened. All 3 friends turned to Hitch. A blush was the only indication that something odd had happened. Izzy just smiled as she usually does.
I'd rather not talk about it,
Hitch quivered. It has been a long day, Sunny sighed, and a crazy one at that. The others nodded their heads in agreement. It was then that Sunny's stomach began to rumble, causing all 5 heads to look down. Sunny chuckled sheepishly, causing the others to laugh. During all the excitement, I forgot to have some food, Sunny chuckled.
How about we all get something to eat?
Hitch suggested, wanting to move things along.
I think we all deserve it after what has happened.
The others nodded and made their way back to Sunny's lighthouse. Just make sure there's not too much pepper in the food, Pip said to Sunny. Sunny just laughed at Pip's remark. Pip, I'm way ahead of you. Grinded Pony Hooves by Kaiden. Hitch's trot through Bridlewood was a lot more interesting than the first time he had visited. The clouded, dull crystals in the ground had a vibrant glow, casting greens and blues onto the nearby trees. Several fillies and colts ran around, flinging pine cones at one another and playing with their magic. It didn't take him long to reach Izzy's home. The unicorn had requested he come visit as soon as possible to help with a special unicycling project. Hitch wasn't sure how he could be of help, but it did give him a chance to take a short vacation from his job as sheriff. He knocked on the door to Izzy's home and heard some clattering sounds from inside. Coming! A purple glow surrounded the door, and it opened itself to reveal Izzy, horn glowing.
Wow, you're getting a lot better with your magic. Still seems odd to me,
Hitch said. Yeah, I've been able to figure out all sorts of cool tricks, and it's really improved my artwork. Come in, come in. She smiled and reached out, pulling Hitch inside and closing the door quickly behind him.
Whoa, hold your horses there,
Hitch chuckled as he walked inside and looked around. Izzy had certainly been busy. There was some new furniture, some fancy wall curtains over the windows, and a crafting bench he hadn't noticed before, full of tools. Even with the drapes drawn shut, plenty of natural light filtered in from a skylight in the ceiling that had been crafted of recycled glass. Oh, do you like it? Izzy beamed as she started to rush around. I found this table behind the crystal tea room. She hurried over to the workbench. And all these tools on a construction site. Wow, you must really be keeping busy. Yeah, and it's really hungry work. Izzy frowned and shook her head. I've run out of snacks.
You should have said something. I could have brought you some of Maritime's famous saltwater taffy.
Izzy chuckled and began trotting in a circle around Hitch. Oh, I had another snack in mind. Something with a bit more crunch. Hitch rubbed his chin for a moment.
Peanut brittle?
Warmer, Izzy smiled.
Rock candy?
Colder. Hitch shrugged.
I've got nothing. What is it?
Izzy darted into the kitchen and came back with a box. She turned it over and shook. A few small crumbs came out and nothing else. He recognized the box right away.
Oh, that's the snack you used when you sang that song about us fitting in. Oh, that's the snack you used when you sang that song about us fitting right in. Ground pony hooves?
Grinded pony hooves, Izzy corrected.
So what are they? Are they like those little sugar wafers that taste like chalk they sell in convenience stores? Hitch asked. Nope, they're 100% organic pony hooves. Izzy was bouncing slightly from hoof to hoof in excitement. They're super high in fibre and keratin. Hitch laughed nervously. No pony would actually make a snack like that, would they? I mean, all those stories about tongues like lasers and teeth like tacks were just, well, stories. Oh, not every story is as nice as the tales you've heard of sugar and spice. Izzy's horn glowed, and there was a loud clunk. Hitch's ears swiveled. That had sounded like a deadbolt. It was followed by a chain and a thunk of a wood beam. He turned to look at the door, which appeared a lot more like a bank vault than it had when he walked in. Izzy? I'm getting a pretty uncomfortable vibe here. Is this another one of your weird unicorn customs? Izzy was grinning ear to ear, horn still glowing. Oh, I suppose it's just one of my lovely little quirks. I look at your luminescence flickering in and out like a little firefly. Hitch saw that she was advancing on him and not breaking eye contact. He took a step backwards. Izzy, I'm a sheriff, and if you don't stop this silly game, I'll have you arrested. Oh, I'd like to see you try. As she laughed, Hitch's vision was filled with purple. The glow of magic had surrounded him, tickling at his fur and making him squirm in an attempt to break free. He was floating in the air, and no matter how much he flailed about, there didn't seem to be a thing he could do about it. Damn it, Izzy, stop this! She set him down on the table, and he pushed himself up to get up. As he did, several thick straps were buckled closed across his legs, leaving him strapped down on his back and in a rather exposed position. Izzy, I said stop! Now! Hitch shouted. Deploy! The shield! Izzy cackled as she pulled out a tennis ball that had been run through with a piece of rope. She levitated it through the air above Hitch's head. Don't you dare! I'm not Hitch thrashed and struggled as the shield was tightened snugly around his head and rendered him unable to make any intelligible sounds. Much, much better. Izzy went over to the table full of tools and started levitating through the various instruments. Where should we start? Legs, left, right? Maybe the fetlocks. Moo! Hitch bucked with all his panic strength, causing the table to jump off the ground by half an inch. The straps held firm, pinning him on his back to the table. Izzy picked up a long metal curved hook and trotted back over to Hitch. She twirled it through the air where he could see as she circled the table, tapping on his hooves. Any, miny, miny, mo. Pick a pony hoof by the toe. The stallion couldn't believe this was happening. This mare had gone insane. Or perhaps she always had been. Perhaps Izzy hadn't been a friend at all, but a psychopath who wanted to get their magic back to prove unicorn supremacy once and for all. Hitch nearly jumped out of his skin when he heard the scraping of the sharp metal tool. He closed his eyes tight and waited for the flash of pain, the trickle of blood, the inevitability of death. Izzy scraped again, deeper this time. Oh my! This dirt is really packed in there. Hitch sniffed as he fought back tears, but still, it didn't hurt. Sonny was right. Stallions really don't know how to take care of their hooves. Another few weeks and this hoof would have overgrown and given you a limp. Shame on you. Izzy chuckled. She continued scraping away until all the caked-on dirt and mud were gone from the frogs of his hoof, and ran the tool along the nails to get most of the dirt off. Hitch began laughing, partly from realizing he wasn't being tortured, partly because he always had incredibly sensitive hooves. It was true, he didn't like getting them worked on, but as a sheriff, he normally did enough exercise to keep them from getting overgrown. Oh, there we go! Izzy whistled a familiar tune to herself as she finished removing the dirt from the final hoof. Now she began to cut away some of the thicker, overgrown corners of the nail with a different tool. It had a short and very sharp blade. Better not laugh too much when I've got the blade out, though it does make your sparkle turn the most adorable shade of pink. Izzy set to work with a jar
and the scraper, clearing off some of the thicker and more impacted sections of each hoof. She was careful not to be wasteful or hit any of the delicate bits of flesh around the hoof. Hitch tried to stop laughing, but couldn't. There was just something about the vibrations and the way it felt to have his feet touch that turned him back into a playful colt again. For a moment, he was glad to have a tennis ball in his mouth, or every pony in Bridlewood would probably hear him laughing like some overrated comic book villain. Next, she brought out a large pair of clippers with handles a foot long. Izzy wiped her brow. She was still new to using magic, and it was taxing to hold tools on a jar in her magic constantly. She began to clip around the outer edges of the hooves, getting a nice thick chunk of nail trimmed off and landing in the jar. She licked her lips and resumed the clipping. The table creaked a bit as Hitch fidgeted. He'd definitely be having a talk with Sonny and Izzy about tricking him into coming here to get his hooves worked on. Preferably that talk would happen in his interrogation room, the one with the very bright desk lamp and very uncomfortable chair. He might even let Sprout out of jail for a little good sheriff bad deputy, like they'd used to interrogate the maritime litterer 2 months ago. Izzy continued clipping away, and Hitch realised she'd finished shaping the hooves. She levitated out a very large and rough-looking nail file and brought it over. Now this is probably going to tickle a lot, so we better make sure those straps are tight. Don't want you hurting yourself. Izzy double-checked the straps. Hitch bit into the tennis ball as she began filing the hooves. Even when he'd tried to file himself, the vibrations had always been too much to control his laughter. Now they were shivering and had the addition of the tingly, almost sticky magic on his sensitive, freshly trimmed hooves. He began bucking like a rodeo pony and laughing loud enough to wake the dead. "Oh my! You're a lot stronger than you look, but mostly you look silly." Izzy filed away and tried to ignore the pony squirming on the table. He was kind of cute like this, and she tried to ignore that fact so she could focus on doing a good job at the hoofer cure. Both of his lungs were burning as he struggled to catch his breath. He'd never been tickled this long before, or perhaps he should say, he'd never made it this far into having his hooves trimmed. "All done. I better leave you here a moment to catch your breath." Izzy trotted off into the kitchen, and Hitch could hear a lot of clinking pans. He mumbled into the tennis ball turned gag and tried to get her attention once he'd been able to calm down from all the laughter. It sounded like she was in there cooking something, and he couldn't believe she'd want to eat at a time like this. Had she forgotten that she had abducted and strapped him down to this table? Or that he was a sheriff that could arrest her? Hitch tried to count off all the bylaws that Izzy had broken, and was able to think of 7 by the time Izzy came back into the room. She was munching loudly on whatever she had prepared in the kitchen. It sounded like some pony eating chips in a movie theatre with their mouths open. "Oh, thank you, Hitch. You did a wonderful job." Izzy chomped down on her snack again. "Wonderful what?" Hitch asked. "Oh, well, I guess I did most of the work, but you were a good sport. I've never gotten to use my strappy table with another pony before." Izzy smiled and used her magic to untie the rope and remove the shield from Hitch's mouth. He spit out some yellow fibers from the tennis ball. "Izzy, you can't just kidnap a pony to give them a hoofer cure." "Oh, well, like I said, you needed a hoofer cure, and I was out of snacks." She munched down again. Hitch looked over to see her holding the box of grinded pony hooves. Izzy shook it, and it sounded full. "Oh no." He felt his stomach turn over and swallowed a lump in his throat. You want to try some?" Izzy smiled and levitated one of the snacks out of the box. It was shaped like a little horseshoe, but the colour and texture perfectly matched his hooves. The hooves that had just been assaulted with a hoofer cure kit and trimmed. Hitch gasped and nearly inhaled the tiny horseshoe treats that Izzy had levitated over to let him try. Luckily, he was able to get his lips closed in time to stop all but one from entering. Izzy floated the treats back and held them up in the air, dropping them one at a time onto her outstretched tongue. In his haste to close his mouth, He'd bitten into the one pony hoof that landed in his mouth. Luckily, she must have added some sweetener to it in the kitchen. Hitch found that it wasn't half bad, apart from the fact that he was eating tiny caramelized bits of his own foot. He tried not to think about it, so he could keep his lunch down. So can you unstrap me now, please? Hitch asked. Izzy nodded and her horn lit up. As abruptly as he had been caught, he was free again. Hitch rolled off the table and landed on his hooves, ready to use all 3 weeks of the judo training he'd received as a sheriff just in case. She continued munching on her snacks. Oh! He spit out the last bits of the snack. Hitch then rocked from side to side, testing out the new shape of his hooves. He looked down in surprise. Hey, they're level. Perfectly level. I actually haven't felt them this clean in years. He took turns tapping each of his hooves on the ground, then sat down to get a closer look at them. You did an amazing job. Thanks. You know, you can come over anytime to get a hoofer. I know how to handle a pony who is as ticklish as a colt. She took another mouthful of the treats and began to chew. He stood back up and gave her an unamused stare. Can you stop crunching on those so loudly? Ish like, she swallowed. The one weird thing I do, okay? I like eating hoof snacks. Hitch chuckled and shook his head. Yeah, okay, this is the only weird thing you do. Now if you wouldn't mind unlatching the door, I think I need to get some tea and a sandwich. Izzy nodded and used her magic to quickly unlock, unbolt, and unwooden bar the door. Sure thing, Sheriff. Oh, before you go, did you still want to use my guest room tonight since you travelled all this way? He raised an eyebrow and looked from her to the room she'd pointed to. Guest room? Oh, right. Yeah, I've got some great inventions in there to show you. Izzy walked over to him and shot him a seductive smile, batting her eyelashes. She whispered into his ear, and as she did so, Hitch's face went from yellow to orange to beet red. Hitch gulped. Magic! Feather! Wing! Mayonnaise! He sprinted to the door, threw it open, and ran off into the sunset. Izzy laughed and took another bite of a grinded pony hoof. He'll be back. No stone can resist my hoof play.
Learning to Forgive by Super Pink Brony 12. It was just like any other day in Maritime Bay. Nothing was out of the ordinary. The sun shone as it always did. There were only a few clouds at best in the sky, and the city by the bay hummed and bustled with life. It was still mostly just earth ponies, but now Pegasi and Unicorn were paying a visit on a regular basis, and the earth ponies had gotten used to it. It seemed like the kind of day when nothing of significance was going on, but for one pony, Sunny Star Scout, there was something really important that she had to do. She'd already left her recently repaired home at the lighthouse, skating her way through the city with her destination clear in mind, the sheriff's office. More specifically, the jail cell housed within it. The cell currently had one occupant, a stallion who had not been out for several days now, and that stallion was the reason for Sunny's visit. Sunny skidded to a halt outside the building and took off her skates. This wasn't really a formal visit, but she still wanted to convey how serious it was, at least to her. After taking a minute to compose herself, she trotted up to the doors and knocked gently 3 times. The doors swung open as Hitch, his badge shining anew, he'd probably just got done polishing it, stepped forward to greet his unexpected guest. Oh, Sunny! He did his best to keep his usual sheriff composure. Even if Sunny was his closest friend, he was still sheriff, and he had to treat her like he treated any other law-abiding citizen. Can I help you with anything today? You here to file a report on something? Did you lose something? Sunny shook her head. No, Hitch, you and I both know why we're here. The sheriff seemed to briefly frown as he looked back to the jail cell. You really sure you want to see him? After everything he did? Hitch questioned. The Earth Pony mare nodded. Her alicorn status had been temporary and very shortly lived. I need to see him, Hitch. I'm worried about him. I know it's silly of me to do so after everything he did, but he is, or at least was, my friend. Sprout may not have been as close with me as you were, but we still grew up together. Hitch nodded back quite slowly. Yeah, I know. But even when we were kids, you two were always fighting and arguing. You always complained about how wrong he was about Pegasi and unicorns. You're lucky I became sheriff before he could. He would have had you kicked out of town on day one of being sheriff if it were up to him. Maybe that's true, but he's still a pony like you and I. He made mistakes, Sonny insisted. There's something very important I need to discuss with him. It can't wait any longer. If I don't do this soon, I may never get around to it. Please, let me talk to him. Hitch wasn't entirely convinced of Sonny's logic. After all, it had been her house Sprout had attacked and ultimately destroyed. And that was only the tip of the figurative iceberg when it came to the crimes Sprout had carried out during his brief stint as Emperor. Hitch could still well remember the talk he'd had with his former deputy when he'd brought the law down upon the unsuspecting stallion. It had only been a day since Sonny had convinced the 3 pony tribes to stop fighting and living in fear of each other. She'd already reverted back to being an earth pony, a little disappointed that she didn't get to enjoy her wings or horn, but also relieved that she could still live a normal life, more or less. With the threat of an invasion now longer relevant, Sprout was quickly tossed out of power and returned to being Hitch's deputy. He'd expected Hitch to be upset with him, but even he couldn't have anticipated what his longtime partner and childhood friend would do to him. Hitch was waiting for Sprout when he came into the sheriff's office that morning, ready to start work as if nothing had happened. But as soon as Sprout took one look at Hitch's orange eyes, he gulped. They didn't look friendly at all. They conveyed a look of great displeasure and even possibly disgust. Hey, buddy, Sprout stammered as he took a step back. About the whole Emperor thing. Don't even bother with your excuses, Sprout, Hitch coldly remarked with a snort. It wasn't funny. Some pony could have gotten hurt. Yeah, but no pony did. So what's your point? Sprout innocently inquired. It seemed he didn't fully grasp the consequences of his actions. Hitch could only shake his head. You don't get it, do you? You seized power in my absence without any permission. You attacked innocent ponies who'd done nothing wrong. You destroyed one of the oldest homes in Maritime Bay, endangering the lives of 3 ponies in the process. And of course, there's the whole stirring up an angry mob thing. And that's only the list of crimes I can think of off the top of my head. Sprout stammered and stuttered. But... Hitch stomped a hoof down. Save it, Sprout! He sternly threatened as he trotted up to his deputy to the point they were snout to snout. By the power invested in me as Sheriff of Maritime Bay, I hereby place you under arrest. You have the right to remain silent. You can't do this to me, Sprout whined. My mummy won't let you. She says I made a few mistakes, that's all. Yeah, and those mistakes could have provoked a war or caused innocent ponies to get hurt, or worse, Hitch remarked as he grabbed Sprout by the hoof. Now, come on, it's straight to the cell with you. You can stay in there until I think about what to do with you. A piece of advice, you'd better start looking for a good lawyer, 'cause you're gonna need one. Sprout was shocked, especially at how easily his partner overpowered him and led him away to a lonely jail cell tucked away in a back corner of the office. He was soon shoved through the door that was locked tight behind him, ensuring he wouldn't be escaping. You're making a mistake, Hitch, he tried to plead. Come on, we're still friends, right? Honestly, this is for your own good, the sheriff coldly remarked, while turning his back to his now imprisoned deputy. If any pony wants to get to you, they'll have to go through me first. Even Queenhaven and Alpha Biddle won't be able to touch you without my permission. He was quick to warn. Of course, I'm not opposed to hoofing you over to them if they make a compelling case. And what happens will be out of my control. So if I were you, I'd start trying to change my ways while you still have a chance. Then he walked away, leaving Sprout to be alone with his thoughts. I'm glad you're the one who did something about his behaviour, Sunny said to Hitch as she looked to the keys resting on his desk. But what he did was wrong and he deserves to be punished for it. Exactly, glad we agree, Hitch retorted. So why are you here now? If you're trying to convince me to release him, don't bother. One way or another, he's going to have to face the consequences of his actions. No pony is above the law, no matter who they might be. Sunny shook her head. I didn't come to ask you to release him, Hitch. I just want to see him and talk to him. There's something he needs to know. Hitch saw fit to question. You're sure you want to do this, Sunny? You don't owe him anything. I know you may feel partially responsible for what he did, but that doesn't excuse his behaviour. The Earth Pony mare pleaded. Please, just let me talk to him. This isn't about me, it's about him. I didn't come here because I wanted to see him punished more. I came because I realised something important, and it's something he needs to hear. Hitch took one look at Sunny and could see just how determined she was. Try as he might, he simply couldn't bring himself to say no to her, even if he really wanted to. He reluctantly went over to his desk and retrieved the keys to the cell. Fine, you can talk to him, but I'm going to be watching you the whole time. If he tries anything at all, I'm throwing the book at him, figuratively and literally. That's why you're the sheriff. Sunny appeared to giggle as she followed Hitch to the back of the sheriff's office and to the jail cell, where he knew Sprout would be waiting. Compared to the dungeon in Zephyr Heights, the lone cell in Maritime Bay's sheriff's office was anything but luxurious. It had a bed just big enough to fit one pony strutting out from the wall, held up by chains. A small sink, toilet and trash can all stood next to each other, looking as if they were only maintained to the bare minimum of standards. There was a single window with bars that showed the outside, but ensured no one could look inside, unless they could fly. And of course, black bars as far as the eye could see. Sprout just stood there in the cell, appearing to look quite sorry for himself, if the pronounced frown on his face was any indication. Hitch cleared his throat, getting Sprout's attention. Listen up, inmate, he sharply rapped. You've got a visitor. Be on your best behaviour, or else. Whoever it is, tell him to go jump in a lake. Sprout bitterly snapped without looking up. I don't want any pony else to see me like this, not even my mummy. Sunny Starscout wasn't going to take no for an answer. She took the keys from Hitch and inserted them into the cell door, soon hearing a faint click as the door was unlocked. She then stepped in and shut the door behind her, making sure to toss the keys back to Hitch for safekeeping. Sprout finally mustered up the courage to look up and see his visitor with his own eyes. When he did, he could hardly believe them. In front of him now stood the last pony he wanted to see. You! He gasped and jumped back a bit in surprise. What do you want? Come to twist the knife in some more? Rub it in my face how I was wrong and you were right? You really think I'd come all this way just to tease you and taunt you? Sunny questioned the frustrated stallion. Why not? Sprout questioned in reply, his tone of voice betraying the confidence with which he hoped to speak. After that little speech you gave in front of the lighthouse, every pony started listening to you and stopped listening to me. So go ahead, I know what you want to say to me. Sunny only stepped forward, not caring how defensive Sprout seemed to be. You understand, Sprout, I didn't come here to make you feel down. She insisted, a gentle tone of voice. I came here because I wanted to tell you something. Locking eyes with him, she then said in no uncertain terms, I forgive you, Sprout. Sprout could hardly believe his ears. This had to be a joke. No way, he protested. How could you ever forgive me? Say what you really mean to say to me. The mayor just replied, I already have, Sprout. It wasn't easy, trust me. But I knew it had to be done. Against his better judgment, the stallion, with a coat as red as raging fire, decided to question. Why? After all I did, you seriously mean to tell me you can forgive me? Sunny nodded. I do. I may not be able to forget what you've done, but I can choose how I let it affect me. By forgiving you, I can put it behind me, she said. Then she added, besides, it's part of a lesson I've come to learn, a lesson I want to share with you. What's that? Sprout nervously asked as he saw Sunny come closer to him. Even Hitch seemed a little worried. But to the surprise of both stones, Sunny just opened her hooves in order to throw them around Sprout. She pulled her other childhood friend and the one with whom she'd had a strained friendship with for as long as she could remember close, still maintaining eye contact with him. How to forgive our friends when they've wronged us. Sunny? Sprout tried to say as tears began to build up in his eyes and threatened to leak out at any minute. The Earth Pony mare simply shushed Sprout as she tightened the hug. It's okay. Let it all out. That's what I'm here for. That's what friends do. The waterworks flowed without end as Sprout openly wept and sobbed. I don't deserve you, Sunny. You deserve better. Hitch was always a better friend to you. He even left his job he loved so much to chase after you, to try to keep you out of trouble like he always used to do. Meanwhile, all I ever did was fight with you and hide behind my mummy every time you tried to tell me I was wrong. And because of me, you lost your home. The only thing you had left to remember your dad by. No, I still have the memories, Sunny replied as she lightly stroked Sprout's mane with a hoof. We didn't always fight, Sprout. There were times when even we could get along. Everything you've done can be undone. Even my house can be rebuilt. And I hope someday you'll get to see it. It's just like it used to be, only better. Sprout sniffed. But why? Why would you tell me this? What's it matter to you if I know all of this? The mare just smiled as her sea green eyes sparkled. Because I know there's still goodness inside of you somewhere, Sprout. I can tell just by how you're reacting. A monster wouldn't be able to feel what you feel. They would still believe they did nothing wrong and wouldn't care at all. A truly stone-cold heart couldn't have shed tears the way you just did. The sparkle slowly faded, and then she added, the real question is, will you be able to find that goodness? What do you mean? Can't you just pull it out or something? Sprout questioned. Or get one of your magical friends to do it? I mean, that unicorn, what's her name? Izzy? She's always going on about that lumen, whatever it is she calls it. Sunny Starscout giggled. Luminescence, a pony's inner sparkle. And even she can't bring it out by herself for some pony else. It's up to that pony to find their luminescence, their sparkle. She then took on a more serious tone of voice. You've done a good job of bearing it beneath all that hate and jealousy, but now you've seen for yourself where that leads you. It's up to you though, Sprout. Only you can decide what kind of pony you want to be. No pony else can make that decision for you. Sprout remained silent. He didn't know what to say. What could he say in response to all of that? Sunny then called out to Hitch. That's all I wanted to tell him. Keep an eye on him for me. Hitch gave a small salute. I'll do the best I can, Sunny. As he inserted the keys into the cell door, he saw fit to ask, do you really think he's capable of changing? Or is this just because you can't bring yourself to hate a friend, no matter what they might have done to you?
I meant what I said, Sunny said firmly. But it's out of our hooves. All we can do is watch and hope for the best. And if Sprout does decide to change... She paused, putting a hoof to her chin, before eventually finding the words she wanted to use. Well, that's where we can make a difference. It wasn't long after she'd said that, before she had departed the jail cell and left the sheriff's office. Just like that, Sprout and Hitch were alone again. And now Sprout had something entirely new to think about. Could he really change like Sunny believed or hoped he could? Or was he already too far gone despite what she might believe? Hitch gave his imprisoned partner a strange look as he prepared to get back to his desk.
I think we're both lucky to have a friend like Sunny, he told his fellow stallion. A friend like her only comes once in a lifetime.
Meaningful Advice by Briarlight. Misty opened the door to the bright house with her hooves. She quickly sighed as she shut the door behind her. The mare patters with a wobbly step towards one of the couches and collapses on it with a thwomp. She hugs one of the pillows, nuzzling into its soft surface with her hooves wrapped around the other end. The party the town threw was very fun, but it was very, very exhausting. Misty had never been to anything like that. Well, ever. There were balloons, drinks, games, pony corn. She grinned as she remembered how much she ate, only now realizing she definitely has a bit of a tummy ache. Misty groaned and tried to calm down. Her mind was frazzled as the party itself was too much. A game here, a few fruit drinks from Sunny there, and yet another game. So many ponies wanted to talk to her or just say hi. She couldn't keep up, yet her mind was spinning the whole time. Just being around every pony was nice, but she felt so tired after talking to and being around just a few ponies. I mean, it makes sense. I've never been around more than one pony before. The others seem to be able to go on forever. Misty sighed, still seeing the multicoloured lights from the town reaching the windows of the bright house. She peered down to the medallion on her neck. The gold shininess was always something ponies complimented her on, but she wasn't sure how to feel about compliments yet. Misty's lips curled a bit as she took it off and placed it on the table. She didn't really want to disappoint Opaline by not calling in. But she didn't have anything to report other than Izzy apparently being able to chug a gallon of juice without needing to take a single breath. That mare scared her a bit. Misty was glad Opaline eased off on the get that dragon plans and such, but now she was meant to be scouting out an opportune time to take the dragon rather than being on a wild goose chase like before. Opaline said something about studying the friendship ponies' schedules for the perfect time to take the dragon, which Misty was glad she didn't have to improvise like she did for the sleepover. Peering around and trying to study their schedules has kept her close to the ponies she was trying to fool, and it led her to kind of being in the bright house a lot due to Izzy really liking to hang out with her. At least she hadn't had to come up with any new last names on the spot. Bright Dawn is a nice last name, although I doubt Opaline would approve of me having something related to the ponies. At least she can't see into my mind. Hopefully. The ponies were nice, no doubt, which is something Opaline seemed to take offense to. At least in her own mind, Misty could admit that she liked them, even if at the end of the day she was trying to dupe the ponies for Opaline's goal. At least I'll get my cutie mark once Opaline's plan is completed. And from what Opaline says, maybe everything will be better then. Misty sighed, feeling kind of unsure. Misty looked around the bright house. She'd gotten used to it as a kind of second home. It was very nice of Izzy to invite her to stay over any time. She nodded a bit, realizing that all of them were nice to be around. What about them makes me feel nice around them? Let's see, Sunny is kind of like her name. Always bright and cheery. She always makes my smoothies perfectly, especially after I found my favourite flavour. Hitch is nice, but he tends to not always be at the bright house like the others, taking care of his dragon and other animals, but he's definitely one of the kinder ponies she's seen. Misty flipped her body on the couch to face upwards to the ceiling. Staring at something blank always helped her think. Zip was definitely scary at first. There was so many times I thought she saw right through me. But I suppose she is nicer now after the accusation at the salon. She definitely raises her eyebrows every time I do something weird to them. But at least she doesn't accuse me anymore. Izzy is a lot. She is certainly my opposite. I didn't know unicorns could pick up others with their hoos instead of their magic, but yet she picked me up like I was a foal. Magic. Never mind. So silly of me. I'm talking to myself like always, yet I don't have to. There's ponies outside in the town. You can just walk to them and say hi. You don't have to be alone anymore. Then why do I feel so exhausted when I'm with them? Misty mumbled to herself, tapping her horn with her hooves. Stupid horn, stupid job, stupid friends, stupid me. Her lips quivered as she lightly sobbed into the pillow. Every pony else has got it down. Why can't I? Why does just imagining talking to some pony make me feel like I have a stomachache? Why do my knees get shaky every time I'm looked at? Every pony else had their marks. Every pony else smiled and was happy to be talked to others like how a pony is supposed to. She grimaced as she bit her tongue accidentally. Owie! She yipped. Yet another stupid mistake by Misty Brightdawn. So unimportant that you didn't even have a last name before a few weeks ago. Stupid. She put her hooves to her cheek, trying to rub out the pain. At least Opaline sees something in me. No matter how mean, she is trying to make me better. Opaline saved me after all. She knows so much. At the very least, I have value with her. Misty groans with a rare case of anger as she hits herself in the head with her own hoof. She nibbles on her fetlocks as she thinks some more. I guess Pip is left. She's nice, very confident and outgoing, not an energy ball like Izzy, though, which I'm glad about. Pip's also very pretty, which she says is her brand. I'm still not sure what that is, but she seems to take great pride in it. Also, her wings look so fluffy, like a soft blanket. Misty thought back to when the ponies showed her around town at some of the shops so they could pick out some soft stuff for Misty to sleep on in their recent sleepovers. There was this one giant fluffy blanket that was heavy and soft, like a warm hug that made sure you were always okay. Like some pony was holding you tight, like some pony truly cared for you. Sunny caught Misty nuzzling under the blanket, and after an embarrassed tirade by Misty, they agreed to keep it secret from the others. She wishes she could have that blanket, but it wasn't in the section they were shopping for, and she didn't want to beg for it. That'd only lead to them yelling at her. The unicorn sat up a bit as the bright lights of the town stopped shining on her face. She tilted her head up a bit and noticed a silhouette approaching the bright house's doors. It looked like Pip's. Speak of the chaos, or at least I think that's how the saying goes. Pony society is so unfamiliar. Misty jumped a bit at the door opening, being caught in her own mind. Hey, Pip, she stuttered as she sat up quickly. What are you doing back here so soon? Pip grinned and waved a hoof as she trotted in and approached Misty. Oh, I was just looking for you, Misty. What? Me? I'm not doing anything. Misty stuttered, sitting up straight with a nervous look on her face. Not like that, silly. Pip chuckled as she took out her phone, snapping a picture of herself with the colourful lighting bleeding in from the window behind her before tucking it behind her wing. You disappeared from the party. It's no fun without the birthday, Mare. Misty's heart stung a bit. She did tell them it was her birthday. Honestly, she didn't know when it actually was. But when they asked her casually about it a week ago, she couldn't stop from coming up with something dumb. What type of pony didn't know their own birthday? An alone one, apparently. She wasn't alone, right? Misty had Opaline. Opaline raised her. She saved her. She's trying to make her all she can be. Opaline can give her a cutie mark. Worth. Hello? Equestrian and Misty? You okay? Pip waved her front hoof in front of Misty's face. Oh, yeah. I'm just tired. Being around so many ponies is so new and tiring. Misty's face contorted as she admitted that. I totally did it all the time back at Bridlewood, of course. It's just, she trailed off, not being able to come up with a good excuse. Pip smiled with a cute smirk as Misty tapped her hooves nervously. It's fine, Misty, I get it. Let me guess, around others it's very fun, but you feel like your energy's getting sapped from interacting with so many ponies. Even if you aren't running around, you need to be away from others to recharge, like a phone does. Misty's face went flat. Pip can read minds? Or no, it's emotions. She has to tell Opaline. How can you do that? You're not a unicorn. Misty blurted out before putting her hooves on her snout. What? I'm not sure what you mean, Misty. You're very sweet, but you can be quite confusing at times. Like, oh my glitter. She chuckles, almost tearing up. Misty's face goes into a sad drawl as she gets berated again before realizing one of the words. Sweet? You've tasted my fur? Misty exclaims. Pip's face goes into an unrecognizable look before she bursts out laughing. Oh, my glitter! You are the funniest. Also, if you were serious, no, I haven't tasted you, although you definitely would be sweet just like on the inside. Misty really didn't know what sweet meant when it applied to a pony, and she wasn't comfortable enough to ask. She will just assume it means good and move on. Oh, don't give me that look, Misty. It's a compliment. I just mean you're one of the nicest and cutest mares I've met here. Like, you're too adorable. Misty's cheeks flushed. She knew what those words meant. Why was Pip saying nice things to her? Misty hasn't done anything for Pip to earn them. Opaline warned her about ponies like this. They would say nice things to you, then ask you to do stuff for them forever. Surely Pip wasn't. She patted her cheeks and tried to get the blush to go away. Why did her cheeks feel hot? Misty's never felt this way before. What do you want from me? She avoided eye contact as Pip went from a chuckle mess to a bit more somber, looking confused and concerned. Nothing. I just want to know what's wrong, other than your reason for leaving the party. I got that. Have you been okay, Misty? You always are jumpy and stuff, but sometimes you look so stressed, like... Misty puts her hooves over her ears, a pained expression on her face. Pip was taken aback. Misty had acted out before, but she always thought of it as a personality quirk, like how Izzy mentions she used to have no friends all the time, although now, Pip was sure it was something more. Oh my, I don't think glitter is the solution to this one. Pip hops under the couch next to her. Misty naturally tilts away, but Pip opens her wing and puts it around Misty. Her eyes open with some light tears as she looks back. These fluffy wings. It was just like that blanket. It's okay, Misty. I'm here if you want to talk. Misty was bewildered. She leaned into the soft wing as Pip lightly brushed her mane. By all means, Pip should be asking stuff of her. Was what Opaline said wrong about these ponies? She didn't like to doubt Opaline, no matter how extreme she got. She was her world to Misty. But a pony being selfless? This was new. Pip didn't gain anything from this. Her eyes teared up as she nuzzled into Pip's soft fur. Yeah? What about? Misty asked, wiping away her tears. Well, it seems that you have a lot to talk about. And ask. You seem confused a lot. And I've got time. The party can wait for us, Misty. Misty shuffled her hooves a bit, not sure where to start or how to start. She rolled her neck, tapping her hooves as she was feeling nervous. I can explain about the energy thing I mentioned. Introversion? She smiled brightly. Misty nodded, just trying to cool down. Okay then, essentially introversion is where you get energy from being alone and stuff. Extroversion is where you get energy from being around other ponies, if that makes sense. I have the latter, and I think you have the former. Misty nibbled her fetlock again. She was different from the other ponies, of course she was. Of course I am, she mumbled accidentally before biting her lip. I mean, Misty, it's not something bad. We all have our own little ways of how we process things. Yeah, it can be a bit of a downer sometimes, but I totally understand. Zip is also a bit of an introvert as well. Not as much as you, of course, but that is okay. I'm proud of how you handled it. It must be hard for you. Misty's heart was shocked a bit at what Pip said. Proud? But why? What did I do to make you proud? You've never asked anything of me. Pip put a golden goof to Misty's snout. Because you always try your best no matter how much you fail or stutter. You always pick yourself up, and I'm proud because you simply exist. You're you. Does there need to be more of a reason? Misty didn't know what to say, or even how to react. Her face was a wet mess. Blush spread across her cheeks as she nuzzled Pip's chest. Thank you, Pip. Really, I don't know what to say, or how I can repay you. Nothing about it, Misty. I'm just glad I can help. Misty was nuzzled on Pip as the Pegasus brushed her wings over Misty. Pip thought hard about all she saw these past few weeks. She recognised some of the signs from times when her pipsqueaks had no one else to go to and message her for help with their trouble. Pip also thought back to when she was in school. One of her classmates. Of course, Pip was by no means the expert on this, so she wanted to ask carefully. Misty, if it's okay to ask, is there some pony causing you grief? Like, making you scared? Misty's relaxed nuzzling of Pip changed in an instant as her fur went on ends and her whole body stiffened, with Misty no longer nuzzling her. No, pony. Why do you ask? Misty was anything but subtle. She eyed the medallion she left at the table, wishing she could hide it out of sight. Opaline is scary, but she is supposed to be. She says that Alicorn rulers are meant to be feared and loved. This isn't whatever Pip is asking about, surely. Pip's face grimaced as her eyes saddened a bit. Look, if you don't want to talk about it right now, I won't judge you. But for your sanity, I would like to talk soon. We don't have to tell the others if you don't want to. No talking about it, please. Misty avoided eye contact as she edged away. Pip sighs, bringing her wing around Misty to pull her closer, putting her hooves around her in a hug Misty had no idea why contact like this felt so good or always made her cry. Misty melted into it, starting to tear up as she hugged back tightly. Misty, I just want you to know that you're an amazing mare and all of us enjoy having you around. You are much, much stronger than you know. This overwhelmed Misty's heart. These words, they meant so much. They weren't two-faced. They were genuine from some pony who didn't gain anything from saying it. Misty sobbed with a mix of happy and pained tears. We can stay here for the night if you need, Misty. I can text the others. Misty nodded. Their hug loosened as she lay down on Pip's lap. Pip pulled out her phone to text a group chat that she was with Misty in the Bright House and to continue without them. She sent the message, then placed her phone on the table next to Misty's medallion. Pip gave a small, genuine smile as she started to lightly groom Misty's mane as the unicorn relaxed on Pip's lap. Both the day and the talk must have exhausted Misty as she was already half asleep on her. Oh, Glitter! She was so cute! If Misty was up to it, maybe she could ask her if she wanted to be her cute picture partner. There were only so many ponies one glitterific pony like herself could do. Mixing it up would be nice, especially since it might help Misty be more confident. Sunny and Hitch are too busy being pillars of the community. I've been trying to ask Zip for literally her whole life, so she is an obvious no. Izzy is darling, but she can't sit still or pose for the life of her. Pip chuckled as she felt a warm feeling in her chest as she looked down at Misty's cute, sleepy face. She was starting to snore lightly as her body was sprawled around Pip, her hooves in particular snuggling up to the Pegasus's wings. Of course, it would be up to her. I hope that I can be some pony she trusts soon enough. Good night, Misty. You are so much braver than you could ever know. And with that, Pip brushed Misty's freckled cheek softly as she grabbed Misty's pillow with her uncurled wing, pulling it close as she laid against it. The two ponies cuddled softly in each other's presence as they drifted to a warm, peaceful sleep. The Mayonnaise Incident by Caden. Hitch was paying Izzy another visit to hang out. She had been back and forth to Maritime Bay several times, but had been busy lately. All of the warning signs outside Bridlewood needed to be unicycled into something less threatening. The entire town of Bridlewood seemed a lot more alive now. Instead of the homes being closed up, several had the windows and doors open to let the air in. He could hear music from one house, and it appeared that unicorns were big fans of disco. Hitch would have to ask if he could get a copy of whatever record that was later. Phyllis was a big fan of that old-time music. Izzy's home was on the edge of town, and it didn't take him long to reach it. He knocked on the door and heard a rattling noise inside. "Coming!" The door opened and there stood Izzy, smiling ear to ear. "Hitch, I'm so glad you stopped by for lunch." "Yeah, it was nice of you to invite me. Ever since Cantor started installing some roads between the towns, it's gotten a lot faster for every pony to visit each other." Hitch walked in and saw that the tea table had been set for two, along with some sandwiches. There was also a bowl of pony hoof-shaped snacks. Izzy walked over to the table with him and they both sat down. "Want some candy? They're made of roasted corn, but for some reason no pony seems to like them." Izzy took a hoof full of the candy and munched it loudly. "They're barbecue flavour." "Oh, thanks." Hitch tried some of them and swallowed. "Yeah, I think I prefer peanuts." Izzy's horn began to glow, and she opened up a jar of Hellmann's and stuck a knife in. She came out with a big glob of mayonnaise and spread it onto her sandwich. Next she replaced the piece of bread on top. "Mayonnaise?" Hitch asked. "Yep, it's my favourite, even if it's still taboo. Don't tell any pony, okay?" Hitch nodded and opened his sandwich to add some mustard and mayo. "Sure, but I thought unicorns were over the whole jinx thing, now that magic is back." She nodded. "Well, yeah, but they're not over the mayonnaise incident yet." Izzy scratched the back of her neck. "Huh? What did mayo ever do to unicorns?" Hitch asked. "Well, if you really want to know... Many moons ago, about 3 blocks east of here. A young pink filly with a vibrant blue mane trotted down the road in Bridlewood with a saddlebag full of back scratches. Every pony that was outside was scratching themselves. Some had even sat down in a circle to give each other back scratches. Izzy went up to the circle. "Hey Gloomy, Pencil, Vixen, Blitzen, I unicycled up some more back scratches. Want some?" "I've got an itch to scratch. Thanks for the new batch," Gloomy replied. She took one of the back scratches and started furiously working it down her back. The gathered ponies got up and started getting their own, and quickly Izzy had run out. "You got it bad, huh?" I tried to unicycle some more fine-toothed combs, but every pony's been hoarding them. Izzy shrugged, though I did find this tree that was just the right height to rub against. As they raked the claws through their fur, Alpha Bittle approached the group. "Hey, I need every pony to gather at the tea shop." He snatched a back scratcher from the nearest pony and sighed in relief as he started running it under his mane. Hitch swallowed a bite of his spinach sandwich and had a sip of some fizzy water. "Okay, so every pony had fleas or something?" "Worse," Izzy stated. "There's a lot of wildlife in Bridlewood, and some pony brought back something that infected the whole town. Izzy smiled as she explored the tea shop. Alpha Bittle had a thing for games and trinkets. His dad had hoped he'd outgrow it when he got old enough to run the store on his own, but behind every counter and in every cupboard were games galore. She also found a large pile of jars full of white stuff, but before she could ask what it was, some pony cleared their throat. She looked back to see Alpha Bittle locking the door to the tea shop. "Alright, every pony, this lice infestation has gotten out of hand, and we have only one choice left. Every single one of us is going to cover ourselves in mayonnaise to suffocate the lice." "So awesome!" Izzy shouted. "I love mayonnaise." "I thought that was an old mare's tale," Gloomy asked. "Sounds like it'll fail." He shook his head. "No time for spoken word poetry. Now every pony needs to partner up and get a couple of jars of mayo, and we'll be out of here in no time." Oh, I picked Gloomy." Izzy ran across the room with a few jars clutched under her leg and almost tackled her. "I'm gonna make her smile and forget all about those Edgar Allan Poe stories she loves." "Alright," Alpha Bittle explained, pointing to various ponies. You two. Yep, everyone's paired up." Izzy had already dipped a hoof in a jar and was licking the mayonnaise off. "We won't get anything done if you eat it all." Gloomy had stuck her hoof in a jar, but seemed a little less pleased about it. "Alpha's got a lot of gall." "Don't worry, just rub it in, like this." Izzy upturned the jar over Gloomy's mane and a large blob of mayo fell into it. She immediately started rubbing it into the mane and up and down the filly's neck. "Gah! Gross! It's so cold, and it smells a week old." She humped and emptied her jar right on top of Izzy's horn. "Ew! It's gonna get in my eyes!" Izzy closed both of them in time as it ran down her face. Gloomy laughed as she rubbed it over her head and face. "Looks like you're getting a facial." She used a hoof to scrape it away from the eyes. Izzy completed her rhyme. "Oh, don't I feel special?" "Wait," Hitch interrupted. "So it was all over a bad case of lice and a little mayonnaise. That doesn't seem so bad. We covered Sprout in peanut butter one time to get gum out of his mane, and it didn't become taboo." "Oh, but we haven't gotten to the best part yet, Hitchy." Izzy jumped up onto a nearby chair and shot a hoof into the air. "The action, the intrigue, the chase." He smirked. "Oh, really? Let's skip to that part then." Izzy and Gloomy were covered from horn to hoof in mayonnaise. Between the thick white layer of beaten eggs and vinegar, some small tufts of hair managed to poke through. For the most part, every pony had been very thorough. Dozens and dozens of gallons of mayo, the entire stock pony of every pony's favourite condiment, was now starting to get warm and smelly in the small tea shop. Around the room, several dozen ponies were standing around impatiently. "We just have to leave it in for a few hours," Alpha Bittle explained. "I'm so bored," Izzy complained. "Try to think exciting thoughts." Izzy sighed and sat down, causing a loud splashing sound from all the mayo. She looked around at every pony else and saw a green tail sticking out from underneath a boot. "Huh?" Izzy got up and trot over to the table, looking under it. Pencil? Why aren't you covered in mayonnaise? I hate mayonnaise, I won't do it. Pencil climbed into the booth and held a teacup in her hoof menacingly. Every pony back! Several lice were jumping out of her mane, abandoning ship. Alpha Bittle headed over with the last few jars of emulsified egg. Now, Pencil, be a good filly and let us cover you up, or we'll have to do this over again. Never! There has to be another way. Wait, I got it. Pencil climbed up between the two booths and bucked the window open. Oh no! Izzy scrambled up to catch her, but slipped and fell, covering the cushion with mayonnaise. Later, suckers! Pencil leaped out the window and ran. Alpha Bittle sighed and headed over to the door. Okay, Izzy, come with me. You're her friend and can try to calm her down. No pony leaves or takes the mayo off until we get back. Oh, an adventure? Let's go get her. Izzy headed to the door and followed him through. Together, they went across town to the house of the rogue filly. The front door was open and they let themselves in. The two were dripping the mayonnaise everywhere and had left a trail of dirty white hoof prints. There was a buzzing noise from the bathroom. Alpha and Izzy headed over and noticed a pile of long green hairs and red fur on the floor. The buzzing stopped. Pencil, are you in there? Alpha asked. Look, the mayo isn't so bad, I promise. He pushed the door open to find a naked pink filly sitting in a pile of hair, holding up an electric razor. Her skin was slightly wrinkled, and most ponies might have found a pony who looked like a naked mole rat a bit disturbing. But not Izzy. So awesome! Izzy shouted. I mean, you had such a pretty mane, but now you like that baby hamster I used to have. Alpha let out a long sigh and shook his head. We were trying to avoid having to shave any pony, but I guess it is very effective. Yep. Pencil pointed a hoof at the jar of mayo that Alpha had brought over in his saddlebag. Now get that the heck out of my house! Okay. Hitch had finished his sandwich and his drink. It's a silly story, but I'm not really getting it yet. Oh, that's because we haven't got to the part about the mayonnaise volcano. Izzy stuffed the last of her sandwich into her mouth. It's probably the best part. Mayo volcano. You really buried the lead on this story, Izzy. So what happened next? Hitch chuckled and put a hoof on her mouth. Finish chewing first. Izzy gulped and nodded. Oh, it was fine until the next morning, when the eggs started hatching and every pony hopped in the shower to try to get rid of the new lice. Izzy sat in her shower with a back scratcher in each hoof, running them up and down her flanks. Ah, stupid nitty things. Gloomy may have been right. There was a deep rumbling sound, and the shower head started vibrating. It sent a spray of water outside of the tub, and Izzy stood up to look around. The faucet on the sink was also making a strange groaning noise. Huh? Now that's odd. Izzy poked at the drain guard in her tub, watching the water swirl and go down it. She lowered her head and shouted into the drain. Any pony down there? As she listened, there was only a bubbling shriek in return. A rivet snapped and a shower head fell into the tub as the water sputtered and stopped. Izzy looked up into the exposed pipe. There wasn't any water coming out. Some frothy white foam was dripping from it. And then a large wad of yesterday's mayonnaise shot out of the pipe and onto Izzy. She gasped and fell backwards in the tub. The rumbling continued until the shower drain popped up, carrying hair and mayonnaise up into the tub until it was several inches deep. Oh no! I have to warn every pony! Izzy crawled out of the tub and grabbed the nearest towel to try to clean herself up. By the time she had gotten most of the sticky brown tinged mayonnaise off, the tub and sink were both full of smelly egg condiment. She wrapped a clean towel up around her mane to help it dry. This is bad, so bad! Izzy ran out of her bathroom and to the front door. She opened it and stepped into a scene straight out of one of those old propaganda films about the Earth ponies and Pegasi.
The smell of rotten fish and egg hung in the air. Every pony was screaming and fleeing from their homes. A large white tide was spilling out of the nearest home as the sewer system of Bridlewood backed up and attacked with a vengeance. Somehow it was like the mayonnaise had multiplied deep underground and carried back up with it the dredged up contents of days' worth of stuff better left undescribed. Izzy ran down the road, doing her best to avoid the muddy condiment puddles on her way to the tea shop. Alpha always seemed to know what to do. By the time she got there, she found him standing on a table in the middle of the road amidst a sea of mayo. "Hey, Alpha Bittle, what can I do to help every pony?" Izzy asked. "We need to make sure every pony is safe," he replied. "Help!" some ponies screamed. "Oh, I'm on it. Come on." Izzy ran towards the shout, and Alpha leapt off his table, clearing most of the vicious sea of white creamy doom. He slipped and got a bit of it on his legs before scrambling after the filly to help. The two of them went down the road, listening to the screams until they were near the town's water plumbing, sanitation and sewerage plant. There was several warning alarms being sounded as they tried to pump and purify a town's worth of pony-flavoured mayonnaise through the system. They looked up into the window of the house next to the plant. Hanging halfway out of the top floor window was a hairless pink pony. "Pencil?" Izzy asked. "It's all over the lower floor, and it's flooding up into my bedroom. Help!" Pencil screamed in a blind, irrational state. "Stay calm," Alpha Bittle said. "Izzy, we'll need your towel." Izzy nodded and took it off. "Are we going to make a kite? Oh, or maybe a hang glider? Yeah, I think that'd work." "No, we need to catch her. Hold that end and stand there." Alpha took one end and gave the other to Izzy. "Oh, like fire ponies. Got it." Izzy held the towel tightly and looked up to the distraught pony. They adjusted their position a little bit to try to find the right spot to catch her. I can't," Pencil shouted down. "Yes, you can," Izzy smiled. "You're the best at jump rope, remember?" The Izzy nodded, taking a few deep breaths. The house shook and the ground started to vibrate slightly. She looked back inside her room and noticed the mayonnaise had almost reached her hoof. Both eyes shot wide as the cursed substance touched her. "Alan, see!" Pencil shouted, leaping out of the window without looking. Izzy and Alpha Bittle caught her, but her momentum bounced her off and carried her nearby to the fence of the water treatment plant. She landed on her hooves and skidded to a stop right before a puddle of mayonnaise. "Whew!" Pencil wiped a hoof across her brow. "I almost shaved all my hair and fur off for nothing." Izzy and Alpha Bittle walked up beside her, and Izzy gave her a hug. "You know, you and Gloomy were right. The lice came back." "Yeah, I guess the mail was a bad idea after all," Alpha agreed. There was a sudden siren like the old air raid alerts for Pegasi invasions that sounded from the water treatment facility. Several rivets started shooting through the air with sharp whirring sounds. Steam rose from one of the larger boilers, and several large sheet metal tanks began to moan like the ghosts of ponies tortured in Tartarus. "Oh, what do you think that means?" Izzy asked. Alpha gulped and felt a pit sinking in his stomach. Fillies, I think we'd better run." Pencil and Izzy nodded. As they turned to leave, the ground itself began to split open in wide cracks, thick mayonnaise rising up between them. Before they could process this, there was a loud explosion and a wave of air knocked them all to the ground. The world went grey, and Izzy heard a ringing in her ears. She reached over to Pencil, who appeared to be talking, but Izzy couldn't hear what she was saying. Alpha stepped forward to shield them, and Izzy watched in slow motion as a huge wave of Hellman's mayonnaise swept over them. There was screaming as they were carried off into the town centre before the erupting mayonnaise from the processing plant finally relented, depositing 3 unicorns coated entirely in mayo near the entrance to the tea shop. Pencil stopped gagging just long enough to say, "I hate bucking mayonnaise!" By this point in the story, Izzy had arranged several plates, cups and utensils to help show Hitch what the town had looked like. Her tea table was now covered in mayo, including some small pony figures that she'd carved. "Wow, that does sound a little traumatic," Hitch replied. "I can see why no pony wants to think about or eat mayonnaise anymore. Yeah, they're a little silly if you ask me, but what can you do?" Izzy shrugged. Hitch raised an eyebrow. "So, how did you get rid of the lice?" "Oh, we had to shave every single pony bald. And after all that hard work with the mayo, plus it took weeks to clean up the mess." He chuckled. "An entire town full of bald unicorns. That must have been a sight to behold." "Yeah, you ever try to tell 2 ponies apart when they're both pink and wrinkly?" "Can't say that I have," Hitch replied. "So, why don't you hate mayonnaise too?" "Are you kidding? That was the most fun I've ever had, almost getting drowned by a mayonnaise volcano." She laughed and began stacking up her dishes to take them to the kitchen. "Wow, Izzy, I wish I could see the joy and wonder in things like you do." Unicorn Cupcakes by Kaiden.
No more sunny days, no more sunny days. I got a heart that won't behave. I got a mind gonna make me insane.
Sunny arrived at the sheriff's office just after noon with a small box of baked goods on her back. She trotted inside to find Phyllis and Hitch discussing the recent disappearance of her son Sprout at his desk. "Still no news?" Phyllis asked. "No, I've deputized a few ponies to help search, but no pony has seen him for several days," Hitch explained. Sunny came up to the desk and set her pink box down and opened it up. "I'm so sorry to hear that Sprout is still missing, Phyllis. I made these for you to try and cheer you up." She lifted out one of the treats. "Unicorn cupcake? Freshly baked?" Phyllis gave a weak smile and took the confectionery from Sunny. "Thanks, I appreciate the gesture." She took a bite out of the cupcake, chewing slowly as her eyes rolled up slightly. "Oh, that is so good. I really should get the recipe for these sometime." Sunny smiled. "I'm sure I can find a time for you to stop by and help me bake some." Hitch took one from the box and took a bite. "You definitely keep getting better. These are as good as Argyle used to make." She nodded. "Help yourself. I just thought I'd let you know that I care, and that I'll keep an eye out for Sprout. I know Sprout used to antagonize you, but you're exactly the kind of friend he needs right now. If I see him, I'll be sure to let you know. I know he loves you very much." With that, Sunny turned around and left the station to head back to her lighthouse. It was a beautiful day out, and now that her home had finished reconstruction, everything was going perfectly. She had 4 great friends and at least enough ingredients for 24 more cupcakes.
Gentleness is the final news. I'm so used, I'm so used, I'm so used.
Can we send some more letters out, letting the Pegasine unicorns know they have friends here?
Sunny asked. "Of course we can, Sunny Bunny. We'll do our part for Earth ponies everywhere." They gestured to their hearts and said together, "Hoof to heart." Argyle adjusted his apron and lowered his goggles back over his eyes. He went over to the wooden slab holding an olive Pegasus who had responded to one of the floating letters they had recently sent out. The letter promised they would have friends in Maritime Bay, but instead this drifter had found out that the rumours she heard about Earth ponies were not exaggerated. Now you just need to take the scalpel and cut the lateral tendon of the distal muscle here. Argyle took a small marker and put a black dot on the Pegasus's wing. It will disable their wing's ability to flap, and a little further down you can find the joint to remove the wing. He made another mark. The mare on the table whimpered and tried to say something through the belt that was gagging her.
Okay, Daddy.
Sunny clambered up onto the table and took the scalpel in between her teeth. She slowly and carefully made the incision where her father had shown her, slowly separating the flesh to a slow trickle of blood. She saw the stringy white tendon and severed it with minimal force. The tension on it caused it to snap and recede beneath the skin. Well done, Argyle beamed with pride as she began to work on the joint to remove the rest of the wing. We can clean the bone and add this wing to our collection. There isn't much meat in the wing itself, so there's not much to cook with. However, that doesn't mean we'll be wasteful. The thin bones of the wings make for excellent unicorn horns to put on cupcakes. Sunny did her best to ignore the flailing Pegasus and not get knocked off the table. After a couple minutes of intense focus, she'd finished severing the wing and spit out the scalpel.
I did it.
Yes, you did. Now why don't you head up and shower while I close the wounds? Tomorrow I'm going to teach you about the locations of all the major arteries and veins. Then we'll make some more treats for your friends.
Yes, Daddy.
Sunny jumped off the table and ran over to the ladder that led out of the basement. She had several red splotches on her fur from an artery that had supplied blood to the wing. One of the most important rules of their work was to always clean up. After all, Sunny couldn't spread friendship and joy if she looked like an extra in a Judgment Day movie.
Sunny days, sunny days. You gotta fly over your head.
Sunny was softly singing a song to herself about today being her day as she opened and closed the front door to her lighthouse. She set down her saddlebag, made sure the curtains were drawn and the front door locked, then headed back towards the trap door. Beneath a small rug was the entrance to the basement. It had been damaged by the collapse and wasn't on any blueprint of the lighthouse. Argyle had dug it out himself to facilitate his study of ponies and their innate magic. What the eye couldn't see, Argyle had tried to find more invasively. Perhaps the inability to perform magic was due to a physical change, and he needed only to dig deep enough into a unicorn's mind to prove it. Sunny opened the trap door and carefully went down the steps, closing it behind her. She could hear the TV playing. Several soft, gagged screams were emitted by the tiny speakers built into the old CRT device. "Sprout, I'm home!" Sunny beamed as she trotted over to the Earth Pony. "Oh look, the recording of our sessions is at the best part." She pointed up to the TV. "This was when I gelded you." Sprout cried and whimpered, unable to look away from the television. His eyes were bloodshot and wary, the eyelids held open by metal clamps to ensure he had to watch every moment of his torture again and again while Sunny was running errands. "Oh, don't be so pouty. You had this coming after you wrecked my house and nearly killed Izzy." She looked down at the stallion, who was now missing both hind legs. The stumps had been sorted shut professionally. After all, Sunny had years of experience. She checked the straps on his forelegs were still tight, but not blocking blood flow, then undid his gag. "Phyllis says hi. She loved the cupcakes you made for her. Who knew the pony fresh was just the savoury ingredient you needed to balance out the sweetness of cupcakes?" Sunny asked. Sprout swallowed a couple times before he could speak. Please, I want my mommy," he sobbed, snot running down his face along with tears and drool from where the cruel gag had fastened against his lips. "Oh, she's doing just fine without you, you know." Sonny sat down next to him to look up and watch the recording with him. "There's a lot more connective tissue than you'd think supporting the testes. I wonder why they still end up sagging with age. Not that it matters now. Your beloved mummy is digesting yours as we speak." He broke out in another bout of ugly crying as he mumbled about his mum. "At least I used painkillers. It's more than you deserve, you know, spreading all that hatred and fear. Well, who is afraid now?" Sonny laughed. "You know what the best part is?" Sprout sucked up and swallowed the snot and drool in his mouth. No what?" "All that time pretending to love Pegasi and unicorns as a cover, and it turns out that's what ended up restoring our magic." Sonny cackled. "I mean, we dissected so many ponies to learn the truth. We did what we had to for Earth pony kind, and in the end, my charade about friendship is what saved us." She started laughing again, and it took her a couple minutes to stop, and Sonny got quiet. "Sometimes I wonder if it was worth it. I have friends now. I could stop, but I don't want to, and I definitely can't let you go after what you did, and after what I've taken from you." Sprout started chewing on his lip as he tried not to panic. He'd been in this basement for days and knew better than to antagonize Sonny. She'd shown him some rather creative and painful uses for her tools when he talked back to her. "Still, it has been lonely since my father passed. I suppose once you've been delimbed, I could keep you around as a body pillow. It's either that or..." Sonny ran a hoof across Sprout's throat. He gulped and tried to pull his weight up a bit with his forelegs to get away from her hoof. Sprout wasn't sure he wanted this torment to continue, but he didn't want to die either. He could see the sorrow in Sonny's eyes as she looked across the room at a photo of Argyle, and had an idea. Could I keep at least 2 legs? It's not like I'm going to crawl away, and it'll let me hug you." Sonny looked up at the television and was lost in thought for a moment as Sprout's left hind leg had a tourniquet fastened to it. As a rule, Argyle and Sonny didn't harm Earth ponies. Of course, most Earth ponies weren't obnoxious idiots bent on world domination. The video continued to replay the part when she removed his second leg. With the blood flow blocked, it had not made too much of a mess as she carefully removed the limb the same way a careful toddler might disassemble a set of building blocks. She had carefully cleaned and preserved the leg's skeleton so she could put it on display alongside the other skeletal remains of both Unicorn and Pegasi. Sprout's leg had higher bone and muscle density than a unicorn, and was almost twice as thick as a Pegasus femur. "You know what?" Sonny said. "I suppose you've suffered enough, at least for now. If you promise not to whine or run, or basically do anything to piss me off, then I'll let you keep your last limbs and your life." Sprout gulped and nodded his head. He could feel his hoof itching as he watched the video, spasming as the scalpel hit the nerve. The phantom pains got worse the longer he watched himself carved up on repeat. Finally, Sonny clicked a remote control and turned off the horror show. The pain in the missing appendage faded to dull pins and needles as Sonny began to unstrap the tormented stallion. The bed upstairs was a welcome comfort after spending a few days on an itchy wooden slab. Sprout hadn't had much sleep or much food during his stay here. The porridge had an odd taste to it, and either Sonny enjoyed eating dry bits of cardboard or had taken a very waste not, want not attitude in a cooking recipe. For most of the night, Sprout was pinned against Sunny, who hugged and cuddled him like she was trying to apply pressure to a bleeding wound. Her clinginess was the least of his problems, because every time he tried to pull himself away, she would subconsciously tighten her grip. It wasn't until just as the sun began to rise and shine through the window that Sprout found himself with a little room to move. Sunny had started to roll over, but hadn't dragged him to the other side of the bed yet. He was laying almost evenly with her, only one foreleg clutching tightly. His first instinct was to wiggle out and run again. When he felt his phantom limbs spasm in pain, Sprout wouldn't be getting far on his own, nor would he be doing it quickly. If he were to drag himself all the way to Maritime Bay and rescue, he would need more than a head start. He would need to kill Sunny. A few weeks ago, Sprout wouldn't have killed any pony. Sure, he'd have conquered them, but that was different than killing. He was saving the town. But now he found himself placing his forelegs around Sunny's neck without hesitation, using a sleeper hold that he and Hitch had learned when they joined the sheriff's department. And unlike in the officer training, he didn't release his grip. With one foreleg locking the other down, Sunny's face began to bulge, and he could see the veins of her neck expand with each heartbeat, the blood trapped inside them, the arteries increasing, the pressure to her head, and the veins not allowing the blood back out. She began to thrash as soon as the haze of sleep lifted and Sprout tightened his grip. He wasn't sure if it was her airway, or the blood flow, or some combination of the two, but in under 20 seconds it was done. Sunny had stopped moving, and Sprout released his vice-like grip and rolled over towards the edge of the bed. He fell off onto the floor and felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Dragging himself to the nearby wastebasket, he knocked it over and started to dry heave into it. After taking a minute to regain his composure and wipe the tears from his face, he started to drag himself across the room to the stairs. Each step he pulled himself down sent a jolt of pain through his stallionhood and the two stubby legs. The pain renewed in the missing limbs, and it wasn't until he reached the bottom of the stairs and looked back he saw why. The sutures had come undone, and he'd left a bright crimson trail of blood leading down the stairway. Sprout couldn't stop now, no matter how much it hurt. Even as the carpet burned his underside, he continued to pull himself towards the front door and freedom. Then came his next challenge. He had to balance himself on his butt and try to reach up to the door lock. It took a couple of tries before he was able to unlatch it. Sprout fell backward, the door slowly opening, and got his first breath of fresh air. "Sprout?" a concerned voice shouted. He froze in fear. A moment later, Hitch pulled his way through the door, looking down at the battered and bloody stallion. "What the fuck? Are you okay? Is Sunny okay? Who did this?" Sprout shook his head. "No, it was Sunny. She's insane." Hitch tilted his head in confusion when an orange blur tackled him in the side, knocking him into the wall. With a harsh-sounding zip, a double-layered plastic bag was sealed over his head by a thick zip tie. Hitch was quick to react on instinct, striking out with a hoof at the attacker, but not hitting anything. He then focused on tearing the bag off his head. While in his confused state, he didn't realize the takedown hold was being used on him until it was too late. There was the sound of zip ties again, and his forelegs were bound behind his back. Hitch began to kick his hind legs wildly until they too were zip-tied. He lay there squirming and struggling, feeling the plastic bite into his flesh as he struggled to free his limbs and take the bag off his head. "You!" Sunny screamed at Sprout, Her nose was bleeding and her forehead's veins still distended. Sprout realised he must have screwed up yet again and not held the choke hold long enough. He looked between her and his friend Hitch and started rolling himself back onto his belly to crawl over and get the bag off his head. He knew there'd be no fighting her off. But if he could free Hitch, there might be a chance. The bag was fogging up now, rapidly expanding and contracting around Hitch's head. Sprout couldn't see through all the mist, but he could see the way the entire bag collapsed into his mouth with each panicked breath. He clawed at the zip tie with his hooves and was about to try biting the bag when the world blacked out for a moment. There was a ringing in his ears and the entire room was spinning around. This is all! There was another loud bang and Sprout felt his head bounce off the floor. Yaw! Another bang, the room spun faster. Fault! A fourth strike. Sprout couldn't lift his head. He knew something was wrong, but he couldn't remember what. He saw the floor was bright red. Had Sonny gotten a rug? He could hear an angry voice, but didn't understand the words. His world was reduced to pain, not in his body, but in his head. The pressure and pain continued to build as blood trickled out of his mouth, nose and ears. He couldn't move anything. Sprout could only stare ahead at Hitch. Hitch, the one pony that had never gave up looking for him, had almost rescued him. The bag over his head wasn't expanding anymore. Instead, it would contract at regular intervals, almost like hiccups. The twitching and breathing weren't coordinated anymore. Perhaps it was some small mercy then, that when the cast iron frying pan came down one final time, Sprout ceased to exist. There wasn't a word to describe the amount of discomfort he was in. His mouth was dry as cotton, his limbs ached, his head felt like it wanted to split open several times over and eject its contents. None of his legs seemed to obey his commands to move. His eyes couldn't quite focus. Finally, after what felt like a long waking dream where he was paralysed, Hitch finally became aware of the room he was in. It was dark, save for the orange dancing glow of some sort of furnace or fireplace. There were relics, skeletons, maps, and more adorning two walls like some sort of museum. He groggily rolled his head over, looking around for any sign of another pony to explain what was going on. Sonny was standing there next to him, smiling. "We've got a lot to talk about, Hitch. But first, Earth Pony Cupcake? They're fresh out of the oven." He's Mine by Nova A75. February 13th, it was the eve of Hearts and Hooves Day and every pony was running around, setting up some last second arrangements. Sunny hummed softly to herself, sitting directly in front of a closed oven, watching the items inside slowly yet surely come to life as they baked. A metal tray sat in the middle of the oven, housing 12 cupcakes slowly beginning to rise up as the heat from the oven did its work. She was making unicorn cupcakes, a very special recipe passed down from her family for generations. And by generations, specifically only two, her dad and then her. The cupcakes were different colours, some pink, some blue, some brown, but none of the usual accessories for the unicorn cupcakes had been added yet. So, as it stood, they were just regular old cupcakes.
Once Sunny could get them out of the oven, she'd get ready to decorate them properly. But for now she waited, staring intently as she watched the cupcakes baked. It was a little bit weird to see her so intently stare at rising cupcakes, but she was a grown mare. She'd be fine. After around 30 more minutes baking in the oven, the cupcakes were finally ready. Sunny used a mouth guard, which was really just a heat-resistant sheet that she could easily wrap around the small ledge of the tray. Slowly, she carefully pulled out the hot tray and placed it down on the counter. It was the decoration phase. She smiled eagerly, beginning to use some frosting to slowly coat the little cakes in a blue layer. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. Zip was out in Maritime Bay, watching plenty of ponies running around while they attempted to procure some last-minute items before Hearts and Hooves Day. Zip felt like she could laugh at them. Waiting this long before actually doing anything for Hearts and Hooves Day was a pretty bold move, but then again, she was basically doing the same thing. Zip trotted around, being sure to avoid a bunch of ponies as they frantically ran around. But soon enough she came up towards the sunglasses vendor, who seemed to be beaming with joy. Zip looked a bit confused and soon figured out why, seeing that almost every single pair of his sunglasses were sold out. A few left behind, but really there were only about 4 or 5 left out of the maybe dozens to hundreds of them he had. Zip walked up towards them, shooting them a smile. "Hey, you wouldn't happen to be selling any more glasses, would you?" Zip asked the stallion curiously. They beamed with delight. "Of course! We've got a few pairs left, but... who am I kidding? You can just take whichever you want, free of charge. In fact, take all of them if you'd like." They smiled brightly, grabbing the few sunglasses he had left and placing them down on the counter in front of him. Zip seemed baffled at this, almost like she was walking into a trap or something. "A bunch of ponies came in and swept up almost my entire stock. The sunglasses sold like hotcakes. Since I don't even get a new shipment in the next 3 days, it means I get the next 3 days off," he said cheerily. "I insist, take all of them. It just means I can close up shop and go home early to see my wife. Oh boy, she'll be happy to hear it." They spoke with heart-struck eyes, seemingly imagining his wife then and there. "Oh, wow. Thanks. Sure, I'll take them then." Zip responded with a smile of her own. She gently snatched up the 5 pairs of glasses on the counter, which issued a wider smile from the vendor as he quickly threw up a sign almost immediately after reading "Sold Out." In less than a minute, the stallion gathered his belongings, locking up his little stand and skipping away like some fairy tale creature. Zip was holding back laughter. Of course, she could have paid for the sunglasses easily, but hey, free sunglasses never hurt anyone. Besides, one pair in particular caught her eye more than the others. She stared down at the pair and smirked. Perfect! Now, what's next on the list? Zip pulled her phone out, flipping it open right after and staring curiously. Chocolates! That should be easy. Oh shoot, no it won't. Zip seemed to forget that almost every pony in Maritime Bay was trying to get their hooves on last minute items. If she wanted to get those chocolates, she'd have to hurry just like them. She pocketed the sunglasses before dashing away towards her next stop. Pip giggled softly to herself as she looked at her phone. She was in main Melody, laying down on one of the couches as their last customer left. She was accompanied by Jazz Hooves, who wiped a bit of sweat off herself and made her way to collect her things. Pip was allowing main Melody to close a bit earlier today than normal. Why not, after all? It was the eve of a great holiday coming up tomorrow. Rocky had already left a while ago, leaving the 2 mares to themselves. Jazz couldn't help but giggle in response to Pip, who scrolled through their phone, oblivious to everything around her. Sheesh, Pip,
I haven't seen you this excited since you opened Main Melody, Jazz responded teasingly, walking up towards the mare. This snapped Pip out of her trance, if just for a moment. Seriously, you've been giggling almost all day. I think some of the customers thought you were losing it, Jazz sighed, sitting down beside her employer. I'm sorry, Jazz. I've just been so excited. My package is going to arrive in a couple of minutes today, and not a day too soon either. If it arrived later, I wouldn't have had it for HAHD. Pip spoke giddily. HAHD? Jazz asked for clarification. It almost sounded like a disease. Hearts and Hooves Day. Duh. I thought that was obvious. Pip responded, holding back laughter. Jazz rolled her eyes. She couldn't believe she didn't get it. It was so obvious. Then again, Jazz wasn't nearly as distracted about Hearts and Hooves Day as other ponies were. She didn't exactly have a special sun pony to come home to, but it did mean she gets a whole day off from Main Melody. So she was looking forward to relaxing at home and taking a well-deserved break. It should arrive any minute now. The Pega delivery app says the delivery mare is only 3 stops away. Pip squealed in anticipation, eyes lighting up. Jazz gave her a soft, nearly exasperated smile. She understood Pip's excitement, but she wished her friend would tone it down just a bit. Well, alright, I'll leave you to it then. Don't let me get in the way of your frankly explosive excitement. Jazz giggled, picking up her bag and beginning to make her way out of the store. Pip waved the mare goodbye, only for Jazz to be stopped the moment she opened the door. There was a Pegasus standing there, holding a large poly bag in her mouth. Jazz reacted on instinct, ready to tell her that Main Melody was closed, but soon spotting the hat she wore, as well as the plastic bag she held, she understood immediately. Oh, Pip! Something is here for you! Jazz called back to Pip before politely sidestepping the Pegasus and making her way home. She didn't want her own eardrums ruptured when she heard Pip's loudest squeal yet. While she was interested in what the mare had ordered, it wasn't interesting enough to constitute losing her hearing over it. Unfortunately for the Pegasus delivering the package, they were met with a loud squeal of excitement, thankfully not bursting their own eardrums but leaving them in a daze. Pip rushed over, quickly snatching the package from the mare, and gently grabbing their hoof, placing some bits in them before quickly slamming the door and locking it. The poor Pegasus was a bit bewildered. Everything happened in an instant, but hey, at least she got a few bits, and at the cost of some temporary ringing in her ears anyways. She sighed, flapping off, not wanting to question why the smaller Pegasus was so excited for the package. Surely it wasn't anything too big. It did come in a plastic baggie after all. But Pip? Oh, she knew just what was inside and was happy to have it in her possession. After a few minutes more, she quickly flew out of Main Melody and back towards the Bright House, bag in tow. Izzy giggled lightly to herself, slathering paint across a wooden object. Izzy was at the Bright House, in her own Izzy chamber working on a Hearts and Hooves gift. The unicorn used her magic to great efficiency, sprinkling on glitter, slathering some glue across the item. It was a rather small item, but that didn't mean making it relatively quiet either. Sunny had pinned her ears against her head, hearing all the racket coming from Izzy's creation station, and she was on the other side of the Bright House. They desperately needed to soundproof the room, and it absolutely didn't help that Izzy was singing loudly, without much care in the world. Izzy had been in there since this morning, but soon enough she came out. Sunny could tell Izzy was finished when she heard absolute silence, the telltale sign that Izzy had finished her latest masterpiece. Izzy walked out of her little room and straight towards the kitchen, where Sunny finished topping off the final bits from her unicorn cupcakes. before finally slipping the tray into the refrigerator to call for tomorrow. Sunny looked back at her dear friend, who held a rather unique object in her hooves. Sunny paused, eyeing Izzy up and down for a moment. Izzy was beaming with joy, though she was silent. By the way she looked, Sunny just knew that Izzy wanted to ask what she was holding in her hooves. Sunny giggled softly, deciding to bite the bullet and ask. "What you got there, Izzy?" asked Sunny, brow raised. "I'm glad you asked," Izzy proclaimed before trotting up to the counter and slamming the item down on top of it. Sunny flinched in response, almost expecting the item to fall apart then and there. "This is the latest and greatest item in my long line of unicycling projects, sure to make any stallion swoon when they lay their eyes on it. I call it... well, I don't know what to call it yet," Izzy responded with a sheepish look. Sunny raised a brow in response, looking over at the item with intrigue, now wondering what it was supposed to be exactly. "It's a music box," Izzy declared, as if reading Sunny's mind. She pressed a small red button on the side of the wooden structure. As it stood right now, it looked just like a wooden box, but upon pressing the button, the box shot open like a chest. Inside was the figurine of an earth pony, a Pegasus and a unicorn. Though they were simple wooden carvings and not meant to resemble any pony in particular, they all stood on one hoof with their bodies standing up. Izzy smirked, motioning towards a wind-up crank on the inside of the box. She quickly began spinning it at speeds Sunny's eyes could hardly process. When she finally stopped, the crank slowly unwound, and the three wooden figures would begin dancing around each other, spinning around slowly, rising and falling, and intertwining with each other before pulling away, all in a synced manner. Sunny watched in awe, her eyes lighting up at the fine display of crafts pony ship that Izzy displayed. Of course, there was also music too. The box played what sounded like a lullaby, except obviously without words, but just lulling music to go along with it. Sunny could feel as if she would fall asleep on the counter listening to it. "So, what do you think?" Izzy asked her friend curiously. "Izzy, wow, that's amazing. Is this for Hearts and Hooves Day too?" asked Sunny curiously. Izzy responded with a quick nod, slowly closing the lid on the box, where the music and dancing ponies stopped automatically. "I'm sure whatever pony you give that to will be super happy to have it," Sunny spoke with bravado. Izzy giggled, trotting around. "Yeah, I'm sure Sprout will love it." Sunny's eyes shrank back. She seemed frozen to the core at that notion. Whoa, 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 whoa! You're giving it to Sprout?" Sunny asked in shock, a surprised but also slightly worried face. Izzy's eyes widened, with the unicorn nodding quickly. Izzy, don't you think it'd be better to give this gift to, well, someone other than Sprout?" Sunny's voice trailed off as she looked away sheepishly. "Huh? Why do you say that?" Izzy wasn't as dense as she came off to be. She could tell Sunny obviously didn't want her to gift that gift to Sprout, but why? "Don't tell me. You're trying to give Sprout a Hearts and Hooves Day present too," Izzy said with a shocked tone. "Well, no, I'm not. It's just, Sprout isn't exactly that much more comfortable with unicorns and Pegasi yet. He would obviously decline your gift. That is, if he even wants you getting anywhere near him." Sunny rolled her eyes. Izzy seemed a bit dejected at the notion, frowning softly and looking down. Sunny winced, seeing her friend's almost heartbroken expression. She quickly trot over. Hey, it's okay. I'm sure Sprout will warm up to Pegasi and unicorns eventually. Maybe just save that gift for next year? Or his birthday? Yeah, maybe he'll change his tune then." Sunny spoke sincerely, hoping not to dampen her friend's spirit too hard. Izzy's smile slowly returned to her face. "Well, alright, thanks Sunny, but if that's the case... Oh, I know! I'll just ask Hitch to take care of Sparky tomorrow so that he can go with his special sun pony and I can hang out with my favourite baby dragon," Izzy spoke cheerfully, as if she was never dejected in the first place. Sunny giggled lightly in response. "That sounds like a great idea. You should call him now and let him know." Sunny nodded. Izzy would trot off happily to her room, taking the music box with her, though Izzy offering to take care of Sparky for a day would help Sunny too. She didn't say it yet though. Zip and Pip came home later that day, and all the mares all went to bed without saying much else. The 4 mares went to sleep, sighing and dreaming about what they'd do for Hearts and Hooves Day come tomorrow. Then tomorrow came. Zip was the first one out of bed, followed by Sunny, Izzy and Pip afterwards. Sunny began making breakfast for the 4, while Izzy patiently awaited the arrival of Hitch. Seems like her offer was a great idea to the stallion, as he was happy to come early in the morning to drop off Sparky. She was going to have so much fun with him, she couldn't wait. Zip was doing her morning routine for the most part before coming back inside to enjoy breakfast, while Pip spent an uncomfortably long amount of time in the bathroom. Some squeaks and grunts could be heard from Pip, which caused the ponies to look away from the bathroom door nervously. Soon enough, Sunny served pancakes to the other 2 mares before sitting down herself. "So, Zip," Sunny leaned against the counter, "do you have a special sun pony this Hearts and Hooves Day?" asked Sunny curiously. "Poof, of course I do. I went out to get him gifts yesterday," Zip responded confidently, biting into her pancakes. She chewed and swallowed down a bite before looking back with narrowed eyes. "And you have one too, I'm guessing?" "You know it," Sunny laughed. She wanted to continue before suddenly hearing the door open. Pip walked out of the bathroom with a pouty look and something on her head. Were those bunny ears? Pip trotted up to their table, sitting down next to Izzy. She didn't look like she was in the mood. Sunny cleared her throat. What's up, Pip?" Pip sighed, throwing her hooves into the air. "The costume I ordered doesn't fit me. It's too big and I already ordered the smallest size they had. I tried putting it on in the bathroom and it keeps sagging down and making me look smaller than I already am. Not to mention making it look just terrible. Next time I'm ordering a custom-made one." Pip huffed. Zip stared at the bunny ears Pip wore. It was just a headband, which would fit any pony easily, really. But then hearing that the outfit didn't fit, Pip couldn't help but hold back laughter. She knew exactly what kind of outfit Pip had gotten. She didn't even need to see it, just knowing full well what Pip would have ordered. "Well, don't worry too much, sis. Me and Sunny were just about to tell each other who our special sun pony was. You can tell us yours too," Zip responded smugly. Pip soon cheered up right after. "You're absolutely right. Full outfit or not, I'm sure he'll love these ears at least," Pip declared happily before looking over at the 2 others. She leaned over the counter and smirked. "Alright, my special sun pony is..." "Wait!" Sunny paused her before her eyes beamed open. "All at the same time, okay?" she asked the 2. Zip and Pip paused, looking between each other for a moment before they both nodded in response. "Hehe, alright, on the count to 3. 1, Zip started. 2, Pip added. 3, Izzy cheered. It's Hitch! Shouted Zip, Pip and Sunny simultaneously. Almost immediately the 3 fell into silence right after, with Izzy clapping her hooves together. They all shared looks before the 3 finally spoke again. "What? No way!" Zip bolted from her seat, suddenly flying off towards the centre of the room and away from the table. Pip followed behind quickly after, and Sunny after her. "Why do you want to go out with Hitch?" asked Zip with narrowed eyes. "Because he's my childhood friend. Besides, if any pony deserves to be Hitch's sun pony the most, it's me. We've known each other almost 2 decades. Sunny argued, stamping her hoof on the ground. Pip scoffed. "Fat chance, Sunny. You've had plenty of years to be Hitch's special sun pony, but now it's time to move on.
He clearly doesn't want to be with you if he hasn't asked you out yet, Pip responded harshly before puffing her chest out. I should be Hitch's special sun pony. Besides, have you seen the way he looks at me? He's basically drooling all over me. Pip responded smugly. Zip rolled her eyes. Yeah, right. A pony your size? Hitch would rather have someone he could talk to without having to strain his neck every time he looks down. Zip smirked. Besides, I'm the only one here who knows what Hitch actually likes. I don't see you ponies going out and buying sunglasses and a whole carton of chocolate chip ice cream. Every pony knows Hitch likes sunglasses and chocolate chip ice cream, but I'm making his favourite treat of all, unicorn cupcakes. Sunny retorted before stepping forward and pressing her hoof against Zip's chest. Now back off, he's going out with me today, Sunny declared adamantly. Over my dead body! Pip squealed in response before suddenly flying into the air and tackling both ponies to the ground. A brawl began to break out between the three ponies, hooves being thrown out, tails being pulled and wings being stepped on. Izzy watched from the table before squealing, Oh boy, are we fighting now? Make room for Izzy, girls, 'cause I'm coming through! Izzy shouted before suddenly rushing in, jumping into the cluster of ponies and started to fight too, though obviously not for the same reasons as the others. Minutes later, the door to the Bright House opened, and in through it came Hitch. However, no pony seemed to notice as they all brawled in the centre of the room. Hitch was a bit concerned, hearing a few shouts, grunts and moans coming from outside. He pushed the door and was shocked to say the very least. Zip was standing up, yanking Izzy's tail and pushing her hoof against Pip's face, keeping the smaller pony from being able to reach and strike back at her. Pip had her killer eyes aimed at Zip, using one of her hooves to attempt to get Zip's own hoof out of her face, while the other hoof pulled back on Sunny's own mane. Sunny was on her back, trying to use her hoof to push Zip away while also trying to get back up, though she couldn't with all the chaos ensuing her. Izzy was right on top of Sunny, biting down on the mare's leg while Zip had her backside lifted into the air with a hoop around her tail. He's mine! Shouted Zip. In your dreams? Pip retorted, sputtering a bit. No, he's mine! Sunny followed up right after. Izzy didn't say anything, with her mouth all over Sunny's leg. That much made sense anyways. Hitch watched the madness ensue. He had no idea what they were fighting over, but he wasn't going to let them continue much longer either. Ahem! He cleared his throat. Girls! Hitch shouted. Hitch's sudden outburst seemed to get the girls' attention stripped away from each other and to look at Hitch himself. Well, except for Izzy, who continued to gnaw away before Sunny pushed her head off to face Hitch. The three mares blushed a bit as they slowly yet surely pulled themselves away from each other, sitting down neatly in front of the stallion. They were all fairly bruised, and their manes were a total mess, but they didn't hurt each other too badly, thankfully enough. They all shared nervous glances as they looked between themselves and back at Hitch. I'm not going to ask. Hitch looked away before soon enough gently placing down Sparky, who was sitting down on Hitch's back. The baby dragon looked around before spotting Izzy and happily making their way over to the unicorn, albeit slowly. Thanks for offering to take care of Sparky, Izzy. I appreciate your help. Hitch smiled brightly at the unicorn mare. Sparky! Izzy said cheerily before suddenly running over and scooping the baby dragon up. Of course, Hitch. I can't wait to spend the day with him, she said happily before trotting off with Sparky towards the living room couch. So, Hitch, Pip walked up to him with a sheepish smile. Have any plans for today? She asked the stone curiously. Zip and Sunny looked on in worry as Pip made the first move. Actually, yes, Hitch spoke with a soft smile. Pip could feel her heart sink. Sprout called me today and wanted me to hang out with him for the day. He got really upset when No Pony asked to be his special sun pony yesterday, and he had a really hard time sleeping. So I'm going to hang out with him for the day. No Pony asked me to be their special sun pony either.
And since Izzy offered to take Sparky off my hands for the day anyways, I told him I'd be happy to keep him company. He smiled brightly. How nice of him. Poor Sprout. He said he'd even date a unicorn or Pegasus if it meant some pony asked him out. I couldn't say no to him, so we're going to chill out at his place all day. Sunny, Zip and Pip looked like they had just got hit by a freight train of realization that none of them actually asked Hitch out yesterday. Izzy seemed a bit pouty, turning her attention to Sunny, who discouraged her from asking out Sprout the other day as well. She let out a soft before turning her attention back to Sparky. The girls spent a couple of seconds sputtering and trying to find the correct words, but really there wasn't any she could think of. Anyways, I just came to drop off Sparky. I hope you mares have a lovely hearts and hooves day. Hitch waved to the mares before trotting out, closing the doors behind him. The three were left in a stupor, not able to process what had just happened to them before the three collapsed to the ground, unmoving. Questions number 143 and beyond by R.D. Number 143. What is this feeling? Sunny Starscout was conflicted. As incredible as it was to have her efforts at reunifying the pony races vindicted in far more spectacular fashion than she ever could have anticipated, it brought with it a catastrophic structural damage to her beloved home, Maritime Bay's iconic lighthouse, and the place that contained all her father's work with magical antiquities from before she'd lost him forever. From when she was still a bright-eyed, staunchy, optimistic filly with zero qualms about voicing her radical opinions about unicorns and pegasi. Admittedly, that was a trait she'd never let go of, even as she grew to young adulthood, and as Sunny sat through a grassy slope overlooking the lighthouse's reconstruction efforts, she reflected on how singularly crucial her stubbornness had turned out to be for the future of pony kind. Sunny was jarred from her introspective moodiness by the feeling of her hoof hesitantly tapping her back, the telltale rattling of a gemstone bracelet giving away its identity without needing to give it a second thought. Sunny! Gosh, I was calling your name for ages, Billy. You know you really shouldn't spend too much time in your own head. It's not healthy. Izzy Moonbow chastised, her chipper demeanour never faltering for a moment as she plonked herself down right in front of Sunny, obstructing the heart-wrenching view of her damaged domicile with a happy-go-lucky smile. Her face began to feel hot as fuzzy tingles of indescribable, heart-fluttering energy rippled through her from her point of contact. There it is again! But why? Shaking it off as best she could, she attempted to compose herself. Sunny opened her mouth to reply, and found that, when she stared into her best friend's bewitching amethyst eyes, words simply wouldn't leave her lips. Izzy's eyebrow crept higher the longer her friend stayed, spaced out and silent. Is there something on my face? What's with the look? Oh, is this another staring contest? Izzy squealed excitedly and abruptly fell silent as she returned Sunny's stare with intense concentration, bottom lip jutting out goofily in the process. What? Sunny said breathlessly as her brain finally rebooted, shaking her head in a vain attempt to cover up whatever was fogging her thoughts. Ha ha! I win this time! Izzy exclaimed, pumping a hoof in victory. So that means you gotta start answering me. What's got your mind going all wacky, huh? Well, I've got some more questions I wanted to ask you. New ones, I mean. The ones that came to me while we were, saving the future of Equestria. She quickly pulled out her satchel and unbuttoned the cover, nearly fumbling it in the process. With shaky hooves, she hurriedly flipped towards the end of her list of questions. They're not anything about history or tradition, though. These questions are about you. Oh, like what? Did you want to know my favourite flavour of ice cream? Well, rainbow sherbet is pretty good. Her motor mouth was abruptly halted as Sunny's hoof was held up to her lips. Why do I get this feeling of butterflies in my stomach whenever I look at you? Sunny said breathlessly, the effort of that monumental question feeling like a Herculean weight had just been lifted off her shoulders. Whatever Izzy might have been about to say left her mouth with a fading whimper, her eyes widening in surprise as a rosy blush lit up her cheeks. Sunny? The kindling embers in Sunny's heart began to crackle with newfound life as a feeling of self-assured confidence filled her chest, born of countless pro-friendship protests around her closed-minded hometown. Staunchy with her brow furrowing further and further, she continued reading down her list, allowing the emotional furor of the moment to fuel her interrogation come confession. Why can't I stop thinking about you? Why does everywhere you touch me leave a tingle? Is all of this part of your crazy unicorn powers? With a strong inhale, Sunny finally paused in her questioning, her breaths coming in staccato gasps. Sunny could hear Izzy's horn alight with its newly unlocked sorceress power as that ethereal blue shimmer lit up in her periphery. But before she could ask any further embarrassing and confusing questions, Izzy's telekinesis pushed Sunny's chin upwards and away from the pages of her notebook. Her heart thumped heavily in her chest as Izzy's knowing, half-lidded gaze filled her vision, and she could feel the insistent force of telekinesis against the back of her head, preventing her from pulling away as Izzy's face moved swiftly towards hers. In that singular, magical moment, as sunset gave way to twilight in the sky above them, their muzzles met. A collective shudder rolled through them the moment that they made contact, Izzy's telekinesis fading away to nothing as Izzy dropped her notebook to the grass and gripped Izzy's barrel in her forehooves. All of the questions she'd had, all of the confusing and unfamiliar feelings that had been welling within her from the moment they'd first locked eyes in that hectic encounter in Maritime Bay, resolved themselves in an instant. She could feel Izzy's broad tongue licking against her lips, the older and more experienced mare begging for an entrance, which Sunny wholeheartedly allowed, a muffled giggle passing through her whenever the other mare's tongue ticked a sensitive spot in her maw, with a martial prowess that heavily subverted her childlike, hyperactive demeanour. The unicorn's deft muscle quested through and conquered every square inch of her interior, sending Sunny's head spinning as her eagerness to reciprocate led her completely out of her depth.
Wow.
The husky, awed voice of their pale Pegasus friend cut through their rapturous union in an instant, the two mares blushing furiously as they hurriedly disentangled and tried in vain to make it look like they hadn't just been snogging at sunset like some kind of stereotypical romance novella. Zip landed hesitantly on the grass as she carefully considered her next statement, shuffling her wings restlessly as she folded them against her sides. I was gonna ask how you two were doing, but I guess I don't need to. Zip, please don't tell any pony about this. Reintegrating the races is one thing, but I don't think every pony would be ready for something like this just yet, Sunny exclaimed, glancing around hurriedly for any other potential witnesses. Whoa, slow your roll there, pony girl. My lips are as sealed as long as yours are. Sunny and Izzy shared a meaningful glance at each other's spit-slickened lips as they gave Zip sheepish smiles, getting a good-natured laugh out of their Pegasine princess. Oh, you know what I mean. Geez, keep it in your saddlebags, you two. That was so adorable, wasn't it, guys? Aren't Izzy and Sunny just the cutest couple? Pip purred sweetly into a front-facing camera, although a quick glance at the appalled expressions on the other three ponies' faces caused their sweet smile to falter, returning her focus back to her camera as her wings fluttered anxiously. Pip hurriedly closed her live stream, with her signature catchphrase and grinned sheepishly at the other ponies as she quickly stowed her phone beneath her downy wing. "Pip, what the hey are you thinking?" Zip shouted furiously, getting right up in her sister's face as her wings flared out at her sides. "Do you have any idea what less understanding ponies are going to think about what you just streamed to the entirety of ZH? Do you honestly even think about what you're doing half the time?" I... Mouth hanging open in horrified realization as she beheld the hurt looks on Izzy and Sunny's faces, Pip couldn't find any words to excuse her behaviour. With tears quickly welling in her eyes, she at last made an attempt. "I'm so sorry. I was just so happy for the two of you that I've ruined everything." Her tears ran in trails down her cheeks as she turned tail and ran, unable to bear the potentially disastrous consequences of her actions. Zip's angered expression broke into an exasperated sigh as her ears flopped downward. "I'm really sorry, you two. I'm going to try to see if I can help my sister fix this mess. You two